purpleworld. Purpleworld made that. Purpleworld. Purpleworld made that. Purple world.
How is everyone doing? How is everyone? How is everyone? How is everyone? How is everyone? Let's make sure the stream is tight, man, before we get started on this mug. Let's make sure we good on the stream, man.
Purple world made that.
Are we good? Are we good? Are we good? Yeah, we good. We good. We good. What's up, Oddwood? What's happening, man? What's up, Odd? How's everybody doing this morning, man? I hope everybody's having a good one this morning. No? Still over here sipping on a little tea, man. You know, making sure we start the morning off right with some healthy type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? Got a nice little run in this morning, early in the morning. A little jogging, you know. Feeling good, man. Feeling real good this morning, man. Really, really good. I like this beat right here, man. I love this beat. I made this beat right here on Instagram Live last night. I was on IG Live last night, man, and I went off, man. Shout out to everybody that pulled up on IG Live last night, bro. We had some fun, bro. And this I made probably I think 3 beats, man. This is one of them, bro.
Purple world.
It's just real soulful, real melodic, and real just everything just fit nice, you know? It's one of them. It's one of them that just it's just in the pocket, you know?
Purple world made that.
Let's go. Let's go. All right, man. All right. All right. Wait. That's enough of that. 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 How's everybody doing, man? Thank y'all for pulling up this morning, man. I told y'all when we did the last vintage sampler video, Um, which shout out to everybody that hit me up on IG, man. Shout out to all of the people that hit me up on IG, man. They had a lot of people that was just asking me a few questions on the video, and I didn't know a lot of you guys actually got shit like that was amazing, bro. Like I was on Instagram chatting with a lot of you guys, man, in the DM, in the DMs, and just it was really amazing to see how many people had a bunch of these well, not these samplers, but just old school machines and just wanted to know more about what and how. So I tried to help out as much as I could with what I know, and it was a bunch of questions about just hooking it up and just making sure you get the best sound out of it possible. So pretty much it was just like a few people asking me about the gear itself, and then a few people asking me about just connection wise, like they was telling me like the stuff that they got running, and if that was the best way to run it, or if there was another option or something else that they could do. So I just kind of helped out with a little bit of information, you know what I'm saying? Helped out a few people. So if y'all ever got questions or anything like that, man, I'm trying to help out as much as I can with what I know about routing and stuff like that. Always good to get a second opinion or viewpoint on what you got going on. You never know, it might be something that you miss. It might be something that you might be sitting on a gold mine and just don't know, just because you're relying on your own understanding and you're not really reaching outside of your own understanding. So I tell people to do that, man. Even if you think still go ask. If you realize somebody got a little bit of knowledge of what you're trying to do, still go ask, because it might be it's always something that you missing, or that you might have missed, or something that you might be sitting on. That's the one right there. Something that you might be sitting on that you don't know you could really do, and you literally sitting on it. You've been like that for so long and don't even know you could do, with the stuff you got. So you always, it don't hurt to ask. It never hurt to ask. Never. The only stupid question is the one you don't ask. Just remember that. So yeah, what we gonna do today, man? We're gonna kind of get into, I told you I was gonna pull up again this morning, for everybody that kind of caught everything the last time on the last video, the last live stream I did with this equipment right here, with the S3000xl attached to the MPC X on the last live stream I did. I told everybody that pulled up late on that one to pull up this morning on Saturday, and we do it again. Make another beat in here. Just do something simple. And just to show y'all the simplicity of what these type of vintage machines have to offer. The simplicity of it and the beauty of the simplicity. So I tell that to everybody. That was kind of like one of the topics of the last video, just in case y'all missed it. Go back and watch that last live stream. You know what I'm saying? It's a really good stream. We was on for quite a bit of time, probably like 8 hours or something like that. Almost 9 hours. But we was all talking about, our different samplers and stuff, and just old school stuff. But one of the things that we mentioned on that last stream is just realizing the beauty of simplicity. The beauty of how simple you could get detailed, and you can go ham with even vintage stuff. You can. You can do that with pretty much anything. But these machines are vintage machines, in period, just vintage machines. Back then, technology wasn't as abundant as it is today. So it's not that they wanted to make the machines like that. It's just that they hadn't touched on a few things yet that we have now. And they just hadn't figured out a few things yet back then. So the machines was made the way they was made. But with that technology allowed a lot of creativity to come out of people, simply because they was limited to just a few things, or just a few little things that they could do inside of those machines. So working today, modern time, and like machines like this, the MPC X or anything modern, working like that today, sometimes we get a little spoiled, and it's okay to admit that we get a little spoiled as to what we do, just able to just go grab something or look it up, or just something simple as undoing something. We make a mistake, we just hit the undo button, something simple like that. We get kind of spoiled with the stuff that we do, you know, and it happens to everybody, not just one person or anybody in particular. Even if you are a hardware, you know, soldier and you got a bunch of hardware, it's still you're still gonna get spoiled by the stuff that you do today. You will, just in how efficient it is and what we could do today. That's just how it works. But in the same context, you know, when you dealing with things like this, you know, like the samplers like this, or even, you know, other vintage samplers or anything like, or just vintage gear in general, when you're dealing with that, you have to be able to separate the modern from old school mentality. You got to be able to separate that. And I'm gonna kind of explain why you have to be able to do that. The reason why is because if you pick up a piece of gear like this with the new school mentality, then this gear gonna be more of a hindrance to you than it will be a help a helper to you. It's gonna be more of a hindrance because you're looking to do things modern. So that's how you enter in it. That's how you approach it. You're looking to do stuff modern. So when you start to figure out you can't do some of them things, see, you're gonna kind of look at it like, oh man, see. But it's because you looked at it with this viewpoint, this modern viewpoint. You looked at it with that. So you got to understand. You got to be able to separate the modern from the old school. You got to be able to understand how and why and what was the beauty of the simplicity of these machines. The beauty of them. Now they pretty. Now when I say simplicity, I'm not talking about how they work. You know, because they is detailed. Like there's a bunch of stuff that you got to understand about these machines. You know, but when I say simplicity, I mean the not the way they work. I mean the things you could do with them. You know what I'm saying? The things you can the things that you are privy to in it. See what I'm saying? Like only a certain sample amount, only a certain amount of time to sample. You know, lower quality sample rates. You know, stuff like that. That's what I mean by limitations. But those limitations turned out to be some of the greatest sounds that we've ever heard in music. You know, some of those dreamy sounds that were recorded at 10 kilohertz, and you know, the drums that were clipped for the conversion, you know, the converters in the machine, the drums that was clipped and all of that stuff. Like that's some of the most classic records we done heard. And it was because of the limitations. It wasn't because of the ability of the producer who was on that machine. It wasn't just because of that. It was because of the limitation he had that pushed him to do something, to bring to come up with something, to dive deeper and handle something. And as such, we got the classic records we know. We got that. You know what I'm saying? So kind of appreciating that now. Kind of appreciating that now. What's up, Tent? What's going on, man? What's happening, Jay? Happy to be here. Let's go. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Glad you all pulled up, man. For real, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Um, knowing what understanding that mentality that those producers had to have with those pieces of gear. That's what's gonna help you approach vintage gear with the mindset that you should. See, remember, like when they had it, when they like let's put ourselves back then. Let's think about it and gonna kind of figure it out a little bit as to how you could get crossed up and don't know you like that. You don't know. Like y'all don't notice how I always keep saying that like we could be some kind of way and don't know. Something could be happening to us and we don't know. If y'all notice, I say that in pretty much all of my live streams. Something can happen and we don't know it's happening. You know, you can't walk around all the time thinking that you know some shit about yourself. You can't do that, man. That's you gotta understand that it's some shit about you that can happen to you or can be happening to you that you can't readily identify right now. So you got to put yourself around somebody or in front of somebody that either went through it, been through it, or could explain it. That way you can kind of see something. It's always stuff that happened to us like that. And you can't walk around thinking you just know yourself 100%. So if you notice, I always make mention of things that can happen to us and we don't know it's happening. We have a certain mentality that we don't know we have. We're picking up a certain habit that we don't know that's happening to us. And it could be happening right now, you know? So just always be aware of that. But The reason why I'm saying that is because when you think about the people that, let's put ourselves back then. Let's just picture we had a time machine and we can go back then. All right. Understand that their mentality was different than our mentality, not just because of the era. The era. Not just because of that. It was because you got to understand back then, they was dealing with one thing. When I mean one thing, I mean they was only dealing with what they had. See? They wasn't dealing with what they had plus the new stuff. They wasn't dealing with that. That stuff was the new stuff. That old stuff was the new stuff. You see what I'm saying? That's all he was dealing with. But you see, us nowadays, we fighting between them. We fighting. We fighting something in our mind. They didn't have to fight nothing in their mind. They had this shit, and that's it. See? But right now, we got this new stuff plus this old stuff. Plus, see, we in a worse position than them people back then that had that. When you actually think about it, they didn't have nothing to fight because they didn't have no new school shit plus some old school shit. They didn't have that. The new shit was the old school stuff. That was it. That was the old school stuff. That was the new. See what I'm saying? Them old machine was the new shit. So they didn't have. But right now in this day and age, we got a battle in our mind. We got a battle. We got a verses. We got all that. See, that's not how they was rolling with that back then. See? So the reason why if y'all can understand what I'm saying, we have that issue now because we have two things to worry about. See, back then they just had one. We got two things to worry. That old shit, see that old, plus the new shit that we could get into. Plus the future shit that's coming out. All that we deal with now. You see what I'm saying? But back then, they had this and that's it. That's it. No conflict, no nothing, no, see? So what that allowed for was it allowed for people to be not only more expressive with their music, but it allowed for you to remove some of the issues that might happen during music making. It allowed for that to remove some of the issues when you only got that. When you got this, and this, that could bring up issues in your music. That's how you want to do it, what you want to do, the thing you want to see. All them issues start arising. But when you only dealing with that, see, it kind of eliminate a bunch of issues, and you just work with that. You just handle that. See, so that's what I mean by you got to differentiate the mentality. We can't we go get old school stuff or vintage stuff, but remember, we still got a new school mentality. Even if you're an old school dude, you still adopted the mentality of today. You still have. See? You still have. So what ends up happening is you start to enter into this gear, buying this gear with the new school mentality. Even though you're an old school dude, you start doing that. That's what I'm saying. So what could end up happening is that instead of using the gear to its potential, instead of pushing the gear to what it can do, what it's made for, all of that, you enter into it with a different mentality, and you're not getting you're not really getting what's supposed to be what the thing that the beauty about the gear. You're not really getting that, the beauty about it. See what I'm saying? Even if you're an old school dude. Don't ever think that just because you're an old school dude, you know your gear. Like, don't think. I done met a few dudes that had all of this shit, and they 45 right now and still got this shit. And I show them shit on this, and they didn't know it could do that. See? As old school dude, I was working with this a long time, and they didn't know. I show them, and they didn't know it could do that. See what I'm saying? So I don't ever adopt the mentality just because you're looking at an old school dude somewhere that got gear. Oh, he know about his gear. No, hell no. No, I done met so many people that learned something new about their gear just because they dealing with somebody new with it. And they've been having that. You see what I'm saying? So what that helps us to understand is that just the different mentalities of today and back then. You know, you gotta understand that. You know, and I'm pretty much like, people would tell me that, like old school guys plus new school guys, they would always tell me that. Even now, I still hear that. Like, I'm in kind of like they always told me to be grateful because me, myself, I'm in a privileged position, me. Because, you know, I'm not old, but I'm not young neither. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is that point in time in my life that you're in a privileged position. That's what they call you, in a privileged position to understand shit about old school because I was there. I was just young now, young back then. I wasn't no grown man back. You see what I'm saying? So you in a privileged position to still be able to take in a little bit of that old school when you was growing up. Plus now you're a grown man in this modern era. You in a very privileged position. That and old school dudes keep telling me that. Like they tell me to make sure you take advantage of that. You know, because some people that era that that didn't pass them. You know, that didn't pass them already. You see what I'm saying? And I didn't understand what that meant a while back, but now I'm starting to understand what that meant. You know, like recently, like over the last past 3 or 4 or 5 years, I'm starting to understand what that means. You know, it afforded me to it's a bunch of stuff that old school people talk about now that I understand. I get it from back then. I get it. And it's a bunch of stuff I'm able to help that old school person learn about this new stuff because I'm in this era as well. I know a bunch about this era as well, a lot. You see what I'm saying? So you're in a privileged position when you grew up in that small window. It was a small, that's what they call it. It's a small window in between old school and that new era that popped up. It's a small window in between, and only a certain group of people grew up in that window. Most of them either here or here or just new, brand new. See what I'm saying? Either old school or brand new, but they got a small window of people that caught both sides. That's that window I'm in. So they always tell me that, like, be grateful you in that win. Be grateful that you could catch that, because some people, some new school people, you talk to them about old school, they don't know what you're talking about. They have no clue. When you talk to them about certain pieces of gear, certain way shit was done, they have no clue. They've never seen that before. Don't know what you're talking about. The average new school person over under 20 years or under 25 years old ain't never had a tape machine in the studio. Don't know what that or how to set one or how to do none of that. They probably didn't see it, but don't know nothing about none of that. See? Now the old school dude probably know all about that. 2-inch tape, all about that. Everything. How to set it, how to reel it, how to do everything. You know? Splice it, where everything. You know how to do all it. See? But the new school that don't know how don't ain't even dealt with. If you gave him a tape machine, he wouldn't know the first clue on to do that. So that's what I mean. See, either here or you here. That's normally how it works. And the new school dude can tell you all about the new shit that's coming out, the future shit. Whereas the old school dude hear all of that and like, yeah, man, I didn't even know that exists. Like, where that's at? I didn't know about that. See, he don't know about the new stuff that's coming. He don't know. See, so that's what I mean. Most of the time is either or, but they got people that grew up in that small window in between where they could go here or here. That's what they told. Be grateful you was in that window. You see what I'm saying? You're old enough to understand all that old school stuff, but you're still young enough to know all of that new school shit that's happening, all of that. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I kind of look at that. You know, cool and drink tapping in to watch some vintage cooking. Yeah, let's do it, man. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna get into it, man. What's up, Jay Johnson? Morning drink. How you, man? I'm good, man. I had a little run this morning. Had a little run this morning. Had a little, nice little meditation session. Well, I ain't gonna say meditation. It's just like I just be sitting down thinking. I can't really call it meditation because I ain't doing nothing crazy. I ain't sitting down Indian style and chanting or no shit like that. Nah. I just be sitting down on the couch just thinking, and I literally will take like 10 minutes out to just do that. Yeah, no talking, no nothing. I'm just thinking, just letting my mind just think about anything. I don't have no specific thing. It's amazing to see what my mind come up with when I just start thinking. So I kind of call that a meditation session. I try and do that every morning. I call it, but it's not really meditation. I just be thinking. So I got to do that. I gotta let run in, and I got to do that this morning. And yeah, that was nice, man. Get my mind right. But I feel good this morning, man. I feel good. You know, um, I really couldn't sleep too much last night. I tried. I went to sleep for about an hour. Probably about 2 hours last night. I went to sleep early. I was in the bed early, man. And then I woke up and it was still early. It's like I couldn't stay asleep. So I ended up coming to the studio and last night and just doing a bunch of stuff. And while I did a bunch of stuff, I cleaned up and did a bunch of stuff. I restrung two of my guitars. I did that. And after I had done that, I was like, man, I ain't tired, bro. So I ended up turning on a live stream on Instagram last night and made a few beats last night, bro. That was amazing, just one of them impromptu things. I just ended up turning on IG. I not on YouTube. I did it on IG, and I went live on IG, and a bunch of people pulled up, and we had some fun, man, just cooking up and just kind of chit chatting and whatever. So that was nice, man. I didn't expect that at all, but I just couldn't sleep. I don't know. It was one of them nights. I just ended up making beats on it. The only thing I hate about IG is that, it only let me stream for an hour. I gotta, once it stopped, then I gotta connect it again. And, I don't like that, but we made it work though. But yeah, man, we did that last night. So yeah, man. And then I finally got a little rest, and then I ended up waking up early this morning and going run. So yeah, I feel good though, man. Not that tired, not that lazy. I'm straight, man. Yeah. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna kind of get into this thing. Let's do it, man. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's not waste too much time, man. So um last time when I sampled, I sampled from my show, I was gonna sample from my phone. So we're gonna do the same thing. Sample something from some stuff I got saved on my phone. If y'all remember, I told you on the last stream, I got a phone that's dedicated specifically for music production. So that's what I call this phone, my music production phone. It don't have nothing else on it but music production. That's it, just music and no apps. It don't have none of that on it. So it's just I just like to listen to stuff on the go, like not just be in a studio. So it's a bunch of samples I download, it's records I listen to that I'll store on here, and I'll be able to listen to it and kind of take it in. So when I get to the studio, I'll know like, oh yeah, I've been wanting to work with this sample, I've been wanting to do this, or I've been wanting to create this melody. They got a bunch of voice notes in here that I'll hum. That's something that I do a lot of in the phone, and I hope y'all do that, man. Like everybody that create from scratch. Let me tell y'all something, man. Don't ever underestimate where a good idea come from. A good idea just don't come from up here. You know what I'm saying? A good idea come from all out here. All out here. So it be little simple melodies that I hear out here. Just out here. You know what I'm saying? It'll be little simple melodies out here. Like I'll hear something in a store or something, or like I'll be shopping or something, or in a mall or something. And you know how they play music in the background? I'll hear a little melody. So while that melody playing, I'll catch a little vibe. So I'll pull out this phone and I'll click on the voice memo thing and I'll hum something in the phone. Just a little melody. Just by what I'm hearing over the, in the department store. I'll hum it, or I've done it a lot in the elevator. Like when you hear that elevator music, that little dreamy music that be playing in the elevator, I'll hear a little catchy melody and I'll hum like 15 seconds or something in the phone, and I'll save that. And when I get to the studio, I'll listen to that and kind of create the melody, just, start plucking the melody on the keys, kind of create. And once I get the 4-5 notes, then I'll start building the chords and everything around. I done done that shit a lot. Don't ever underestimate where a good melody comes from. I got a placement like that. I got a play. No kid. That the melody I made came from me in the elevator, dude. A place just like that. That was one of my earlier placements. Just like that, like literally. That melody that ended up that the artist ended up working with. That's a melody I came up with in the elevator when I was in the elevator. I was in the elevator at a hotel at a hotel in New York, and I'm going up the elevator to the penthouse, and it's like a long ride. It's a long enough ride up there. I'm going to the penthouse up there at the top. So while I'm riding, I hear this little music that's playing in the elevator. First of all, I heard it while when I was getting in the elevator, and the dude had the bag. The dude was getting my bag. He was getting my bag. So the door was open. I was in the elevator. The door was open. He was getting my bag and putting it in the elevator. You see what I'm saying? So I'm listening to while he get my bag. I'm just standing in the elevator listening to that little tune. So when the elevator door closed, you can hear it good now. You can hear the tune good now. I can barely hear when the elevator door was open. So when the elevator door closed, I can hear the tune good now. And I'm listening to it. I'm like, damn, that shit kind of catchy. So I heard you pull out my phone, this phone right, I heard pull it out, click on the voice memo, and I just hummed it. And the dude was looking at me like, what you doing? I was like, hold on. I told hold on, let me get it down. So I just hummed it in the phone. And it was a little variation. It wasn't the same melody, but it was a little variation of that melody I was hearing in the elevator. Just a little variation of it. And after I got it down, like probably like a little 10 seconds, 10, 12 seconds. And after I got it down, the dude asked me, he was like, what you doing? And I was like, oh man, I'm a music producer, man. So like like that little melody. I like that little melody, man. Like I get ideas from everywhere. So that little melody, I just hurry up and record it in my phone. That way, when I get to a studio somewhere, I could kind of do something with it. You know what I'm saying? He was like, man, y'all actually do that? I'm like, yeah, I do. I said, man, I don't ever underestimate where a good idea come from. You know what I'm saying? So, and that shit actually ended up turning into a placement, man. You know, like somebody actually ended up dealing with that track I made. That was like years ago. Somebody actually ended up dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? So when shit like that happened to me in life, and I realized the benefit of it, I never ever underestimate where a good idea come from. Never. It could come from anywhere, man. You know what I'm saying? Anytime. So that's why I stay with a phone just for music. You know, just for music production. Like literally, like I got a just for music production. That's it, and that shit stay with me all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes I'll take a picture of like a sunset. You know, like if I'm getting out of the car or something, and I look off in the distance and like it's sunny, or like at nighttime I'm getting out in the parking lot or something, and the parking lot just empty, and I look up and I see like the moon and the stars and shit. I'll just take a picture of that shit. You know, because ideas don't only come from music; it come from what you see. You know, so I take like a few pictures or something, and then I go back in the stew, sit in the stew, and I just kind of look at the pictures, zoom in, and I start kind of thinking about like what would be a tune that describes this picture? What would be a little melody? Like, and when I say a melody, I say I'm thinking like 4-5 notes in my head, not a whole melody. It just could be 4-5 notes. Because once I get them 4 or 5 notes in my head, I could build a rest. I could build it all. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how I kind of deal with that. You know, I never ever underestimate where a good idea come from, man. Never, bro. You know what I'm saying? It could come from anywhere, anytime. You know, there's no rules to it. You know, but that's how I kind of deal with that. Let me make sure I can see y'all, man. Where that chat at? How I get to the chat, man? I just saw it. I just saw it. There we go. There we go. Yeah, well, where's that? I just saw. Damn, it just happened again. There it is. Okay. All right. All right. I got it. 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 Facts. I pull from my surroundings. Yeah. See. Like, what you do? Like, what's some of the stuff you do? What's some of the stuff you would do? Like when you say you pull from your surroundings, what's some of the stuff you would do? You know, like just being outside or something, or like, because some people got this specific way they do that. Like I say, I'll take pictures of some shit. You know, like I'll take pictures, like even like if I pass by like a mural on the wall or something, or like some graffiti or something, so all of that shit I be taking pictures. I just take a picture of it and just kind of think about like what would be something that what would be a musical idea that described this, you know. And sometimes I'll use my feelings to make the idea, to create the idea. What I mean by that is I'll use my feelings. Like I'll ask myself, like let's say I take a picture of like I get out the car, it's nighttime. I get out and I'm in a parking lot somewhere or whatever. Let's say I'm pulling up to the stool. It's nighttime. Get out the car, in the parking lot empty, you know? And it's just clear skies, big moon, stars, everything. So I take a picture of that. I'll take out my phone, take a picture of that. I'll take like 3-4 pictures. You feel what I'm saying? And then when I get in the studio, I'll flip through the pictures, and how I come up with the idea, this is what I ask myself. I ask myself, how does this make you feel? How does this make you feel? How does picture, looking at this picture, how you feel right now? So if I tell myself, man, I feel relaxed looking at this. I feel kind of chill, kind of just mellow right now. So I'll kind of play a little, I'll look at the picture. I have the picture like on my desk in front of me, and I'll just play like, I'll play like 3-4 notes on the keyboard, just kind of trying to find something that fit that image, that fit how I feel about that picture. It'd be 4-5 notes, and that's it. And then once I get it down, once I get them notes down, then that's it. I close the phone and it's on. I get to work. You know, but that's how I do it. I ask myself, how does it make you feel? This picture, you know, so sometimes it'd be a sunset or something. I'd be like, how does it make you feel? Sometimes it'd be something angry, it'd be something mean, you know, like I remember I was in a subway and they had a bunch of shit on the wall, you know, a bunch of stuff on the wall. And um it was a bunch of stuff like I ain't gonna say what it was, but let's just say it was a bunch of negative stuff on the wall. You know, like, you know, people just be idiots and assholes, just put some shit on, you know. So I was reading that, man. I was like, man, all the kids that could read that shit, you know, that's on the wall, all the kids could walk by, read that, and it made me kind of angry. So I took a picture of it. You know, it made me, literally it made me kind of angry that children could just read that, right? Just walk through here and just read that. You know what I'm saying? Some innocent little mind could just read that out, you know. So it made me angry that was up there on the wall. So I took a picture of it. You know, now the people that was watching me take, they thought I was taking a picture of it to go rat on somebody or go tell or something like, or, you know, go report it or something like that. Now I took a picture of that because when I got back to the studio, I created this track that was like, it was very, 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 very powerful. It was almost like I put my anger in the music. It came out very, very strong, very, very harsh, very, you know, like it was edgy. But it's because I took that anger that I felt and I put it to music. You see what I'm saying? So shit like that I be doing, you know? Same things, the sound, scenes, whatever is inspiring in the moment. Yeah, yeah. That's what I mean, man. That's what I mean. And somebody told me that, like I'm glad you said that you said whatever is inspiring in the moment. Like somebody told me that, you know, like don't just look for inspiration, you know, like that example I just gave. That's not inspiring. See, that's not inspiring. That's not, you know, it actually disgusts me. It made me, it literally. And so it wasn't inspiring. It wasn't. You see what I'm saying? So what that taught me, and I didn't, somebody else kind of showed me this long time ago. They showed me this, that, you know, looking for inspiration in music all the time, you're gonna miss a bunch of stuff in life. If you're just looking for what inspire you, you're gonna miss a bunch of stuff out there. See, because what inspire you is something that motivates you or that gets you going, or see, they got a bunch of stuff out there that's not inspiring. It's gonna pull you the other way. But the object is to use that for your music as well. It's gonna make your music real. See, what real, the a fairy tale world is just good. That's a fairy tale world. When somebody just out here looking for the good in life, there's a fairy tale world you looking for out here. Because we all know when we wake up, every day ain't good, every hour ain't good, every minute ain't good. Now they got good, bad, ugly out here. So when you using the shit that like that, the shit that make you upset, the shit that make you mad, that make you angry, the shit that inspires you also. It motivates you, all everything. The whole enchilada. You know, the whole 180, the whole entire thing. You know what I'm saying? It make your music more real. Cause you it's like you taking every emotion, not just the good one. I'm trying to find a good one in life, or the one that motivate me to actually do something. You know, like for instance, like for that last example I just gave, I didn't want to make no music with that. I didn't want to, that didn't inspire me to make music. It didn't inspire me to. That made me, like I'm telling you, that made me upset and very, very angry. That children could walk by and just see that shit. That made me very, very upset. So I didn't want to make no music with that. I didn't want to use that as an idea or nothing. But see what happened is a few days later when I was in the studio and now I'm ready to make music. See, that's what I used. I used the uninspiring thing to do it. See, that's what I mean. I used the thing that wasn't inspiring to do it. See? So a lot of people look for that inspiration, that thing that's gonna make you wanna do or make, nah, man. Nah, 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 nah. They got a whole nother side of that. Whole nother side. They got a side of life that you don't want to cook up. It don't make you want to get in the studio. It don't make you want to do nothing. It don't make you want to go straight to your studio and make some music. It don't make you want to do that. See? But that's still feelings though. See? It's still feeling. Sometimes we just look for inspiration and we forget that now the object is to look for feeling, not just inspiration, feeling. So feeling gonna be everything. It's gonna be that messed up shit, that shit that made me angry, that shit that made me mad, that shit that made me upset, that shit that made me, you see what I'm saying? Not just some shit that inspired me, that wanted me, feeling. Not just inspiration. We looking for feeling out here to do what we gotta do. And feeling come from everywhere. It's all sides of the coin. Your pain, your suffering, you know what I'm saying? And when you learn how to do that, that's how you start to become a master of your craft. Not only a master of your craft, but a master of yourself. You start to do it because you're able to use your, like for instance, you're an old person right now. Let's say all y'all older people out there that's making music or that like to make music. You're an older person right now. You see your chronic back pain that bothers you and pisses you off that you got that? You wake up stiff all the time. You came up, How many of y'all use that for your? How many of y'all use that pain for your music? How many of y'all? Or you're just waking up just thinking that pissed off and upset and not so good feeling just stay there. You can't you can't never ever put that in your music. See, people don't look at life that way. They don't look at life as something that as things that everything could do it. Not just the beautiful thing out there in life that's gonna pull me to the studio. No, man. A lot of y'all sitting with hits in y'all right now. But the reason why they're not coming out, the reason why them hits ain't coming out is because you're missing your opportunity to make them. You're missing your opportunity to create them. You know what I'm saying? Like you was just diagnosed with some high blood pressure or some shit like that. Now you're gonna go sit at home and you're gonna start worrying about it. Man, go put that in your music. Go put that worry in your. I see worrying is a feeling. It's a feeling. So go to your studio and worry in there and see what come out of you. Go worry in there. See what I'm saying? Like a lot of people miss the opportunity to turn a negative into a positive. They miss that opportunity. And the reason why is because they never ever think that music could do that. That music could that my arthritis that I've been diagnosed with, my arthritis that I can't even I like my joints always hurting and my older person don't ever think that that's the pain I need to make this next hit. That's it right there. See, my negative just turned into a positive. That's the pain I need to make because you're looking for something that inspires you. See, arthritis don't inspire nobody. See, that pain you feel, that limited movement you got, that don't inspire nobody to do nothing. See? But if you're only looking for what inspire you, you're gonna miss the feeling that I could go put in my music. The feeling I can. I could put my anger in my music. I could put my pain in my music. I could put everything about me in my music, not just the shit that inspired me. Everything, the whole nine. You're gonna get it all. And it starts to make your music very, very real. You feel what I'm saying? Not only real to the person that's listening, but your music become real to you. You know what I'm saying? Just the way it's done and all of that. Like for instance, that track I made on Instagram live last night. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't sleep. So because I couldn't sleep, I started telling myself, like, put yourself, like, try and put yourself in a relaxed state. That's what I was telling myself. Put yourself in a relaxed state of mind, right? Like, what would you do to put yourself to sleep right now if you could? Like, I couldn't sleep, but I was telling myself, what would you do to put yourself to sleep right now? If you could, what would you do to put yourself to sleep? Like, would you take some medicine? Would you get high? What would you do right now if you could do anything to put yourself to sleep right now? What would you do? And you know what I told myself? I said, man, the only thing that I could think that, you know, without harming myself or without harming my body is just to literally think chill thoughts, just to really, really think very, very chill and mellow thoughts. Just kind of focus on that. That way I could kind of start winding down. My mind will start winding down, so maybe my body will follow it and just start winding down. You know, and hopefully I just get you know, nod off or get drowsy and just kind of fall asleep. And that's what I told myself. So I'm in the studio telling myself that last night. So that's the thing. Now check this out. Now you see that what I just said? Think mellow thoughts. Think chill thoughts. Just really, 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 really flatline and just very, very chill. And stay focused like that enough to carry that. That's what I told myself. So I ended up making music. I didn't end up doing that. I ended up making music. But when I made the beat that I made, I bought that with me, that thing that I just said. To think mellow thoughts and just think chill. Like, what would you do if you was trying to put yourself to sleep? How would you describe that in music? And this what happened.
Purple world.
See?
Purple world made that.
See what I'm saying? Look how mellow that is. Very chill, very, very just you see what I'm saying? Woo! That's right, Jay. Jay, that's right, man. If people are alive, every moment is a song. That's beautiful words, right? That's a song right up. You're right about that, bro. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. See what I'm saying? And that came from just me telling myself mellow thoughts, mellow thoughts, mellow thoughts. Just chill, mellow thoughts. Then I don't know how to describe that. I don't know how to describe how I'm able to do that. I don't know. I didn't try to show people and even teach people how that's the part of music production I don't know how to describe. Like even the people that I help with music or help them, I don't know how to describe that right there, how I do that. That just come out of me. Like I feel me. I don't just listen to me, I feel it. Like how I feel, I could literally put it into music. I could transform it into music. And that because I feel it so much. You know what I'm saying? I don't just hear a note, I feel it. That's how I'm able to engineer so well. That's how I didn't worked on some of the projects I didn't work on. You know, like I'm talking about television, I'm talking about movies, I'm talking about you see what I'm saying? Like I didn't work on some of the projects I didn't work on because of that ability that I have to do that. To actually take a feeling and put it into music. You know, both them Amazon placements I got. Them Amazon, those Amazon Prime placements I got, both of that. See, that's my pieces of music behind commercials. See what I'm saying? Both of them. It's because I was able to take an idea that they have, put it in a take the idea that they wanted and put it into a feeling. You know, make sure that it fit a feeling, and then take that feeling and translate it to some type of musical piece. And it fit perfectly behind that visual. Perfectly. Like they was even shocked. And I don't know how to describe that, how to do it. I don't know how to teach that to somebody or how to show that to somebody, how to take a feeling you got and literally hear some type of melody to it. That came out of me right there. That. You know what I'm saying? All that came out of me last night. And it's just simply because I was telling myself, shit, just think shit. Like, what would you do if you was trying to put yourself to sleep? Like, just think chill, mellow thought. Now, be honest. You could lay down on a pillow right now. If I was to play that melody right there, you could lay down on a pillow right now and just listen to that melody looping over and over. Like picture yourself right now with your head on the pillow, listening to this. Look, picture your head on the pillow right now. Just laying down on the pillow right, listen to that melody right there. See? Just trying to fall asleep. See? You see what I'm saying? Perfect. See what I'm saying? And I don't know how to show somebody that. You know, like I can show you notes and how to work something and how to piece it together. But when it come down to that, yeah, I just tell people that shit just gotta come out of you, bro. Like you gotta unblock it some kind of way. And it's in all of it. That's the thing about it. It's in all of us. It's in all of it. If you can't do that, or if it's not because it ain't there, it's just because some kind of way your life blocking. Something in your life blocking that. It's blocking that from happening. It's blocking you from seeing how to connect them dots, how to connect this to music or piece this together and put it into music. Is something like, and that anything could do that. Anything could block it. For some of y'all, it's the people around y'all. It's the mentalities around y'all that y'all done got used to in y'all lives. For some people, it's the everyday grind, just waking up, going to work, doing, you start to dull your senses when you just get caught up in the just every day, just doing it and the same people, and then you start to dull your senses. So you're not able to make them connections to your music because it's just dull. That's what's gonna happen when you just make a routine of doing something over and over and over for 10 years, 15 years. You see what I'm saying? The people around you, 10 years, 15, that's gonna happen. And what's going to end up happening is you're gonna dull your senses toward anything you hear or feel. It's gonna be dull. It ain't gonna be sharp. You're not gonna be able to make them connections. So you remember I told y'all a long time ago, I told y'all if you're having a problem coming up with ideas or coming up with things to make music around, then go live life. Like put your music down. Go live life. Go travel. Go see some shit. Go do some shit. Go get into some shit. Just not some shit that's gonna jeopardize your life, but go get into some shit. Go get into a little trouble somewhere. Go get into a little something. Go live. Living ain't just good shit. It's not. It's not just good shit. It's not. Go live. You see what I'm saying? And let your experiences let your experiences unlock that feel. Unlock that. You see what I'm saying? It's gonna unlock that feeling. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of artists. A lot of artists. I'm very rarely do producers do it, but I've heard a lot of artists do it. Not even music. I wouldn't even say music art. I've seen music artists do it too, but painters and things like that, especially painters, creators like that. Film, photography, all that. Them people will literally leave their family for like a year and go somewhere secluded or something. Like literally will leave their family for like a year. Their wife, their husband, whatever, and go somewhere for like it. And the reason why they do it is because of what I just said. Like although they love those people and they around them all the time and they love them to death and that's their fan and nothing comes before that. You have to understand something. That still can dull your senses because that's people every day, all the time, every day. You see what I'm saying? That can dull your sense as to your creative ability. Now, nobody want to say that about their kid or their spouse, or nobody want to say that, but that's the facts. When you start to do something over and over, so you see your kid every day, over and over, you'll see your wife, your husband every day, over and over. Oh, that start to dull your senses. You see what I'm saying? Like literally, it does, because you're getting used to something. That's what getting used to something does. Simple. It dulls your senses of it. It doesn't heighten your senses. It dulls it when you start getting used to something. So creative people gotta leave. They literally gotta leave. You know, now fortunately with people that understand that okay, this is what they do for a living. This is they, you know, that my husband or my wife is a photographer or a writer or something, and that's what she got to do to make sure her career keeps going. You know, she got to go somewhere for like 8 months or go seclude us for like whatever. Yeah, I've actually heard that before, and that's the way they make sure that the things around them don't dull them. It don't dull. They sent to whatever they trying to connect to their art. It doesn't dull them, you know. Now some people, you know, some people would think that's a little extreme, you know, but what's who are we to judge what's extreme when somebody is passionate about their art? Who are we to judge what's extreme to them? You see what I'm saying? Who are we to judge that if somebody passionate about their art? Like passion don't have no limit. So just because we wouldn't do that, don't mean that's wrong. Who are we to judge what's extreme to them? To make sure that they art continues, or they're able to put themselves in their art, or bring something to the world that's amazing. They got to do that. See what I'm saying? And they're gonna go to that extreme to do it. They will. So I've actually heard of that, man. I don't know if y'all have heard of that before, but they literally got to get away from shit. You know, they got to get away from the anything that's deemed as a routine, regular, and that's family included. Anything that's deemed as a routine or something that they got to keep, that they literally got to get away from. And they go somewhere for like 6 to 8 months. They literally go somewhere and they spend that time there and they get away from that routine. See what I'm saying? All of that, man. That's crazy when I actually realized that, and then I actually saw it. Saw it from a few people. You know, like be having a cabin somewhere in upstate, wherever, somewhere, you know, a cabin, or you know, or they go somewhere like, you know, Colorado, the Aspens or something, and go get one of them condos out there, and they just be out there. That's it, by themselves, literally by themselves. And I ain't talking about for no little 2 weeks. I'm talking about for a month. Do like 8 months, almost a year. They be gone. You see what I'm saying? You know, but then when they pop up again, when they pull up again, you know, they pull up with their next masterpiece, you know, their next novel, their next piece of art that sell for $3.5 million. Their next, you know, their next whatever, they pull up with that. But they wasn't gonna do that at home. That wasn't gonna come out of them at home. No, bro. They was gonna try and force that, be sitting up there looking at that white canvas, trying to put something on it, they was gonna force that. As long as they stayed in that same thing that they was in. They was gonna try and force that. And it wasn't gonna come out like that. It wasn't. See what I'm saying? So that's just how it works sometimes, man. You need to get away from stuff like that. You need, oh, I'm not gonna say need to get away, but sometimes, you know, they got people out there that will take it to that extreme. They will. And it's just to preserve their craft and preserve their art and preserve what they could bring to the world. They're gonna do it, they're gonna take it to that extreme. They value it that much that they will take it to that extreme. You know, and fortunately the people around them don't hate them for that. You know, like somebody can make you feel very, very shitty for that you leave them for 8 months just because you trying to create some art. You leave them for somebody can make you feel very shitty for that. But somebody could also be on your side that understand, hey, that's his art, you know, and that was there long before me. You know, so I'm gonna support that, you know, even if I'm gonna be away from him for a while, I'm gonna support that. You see what I'm saying? So I guess it's who you put yourself around and who you got in your circle. That's gonna either make you feel shitty for that or make you feel or support you with that. You know what I'm saying? So, but I didn't seen it happen, man. Seen it, you know. Flow state, yep, flow state. Flow state is man, I never ever really took that serious. I ain't bullshit. I never really took that serious until somebody explained it. And then it's like I'm like, you know what? That make a lot of sense, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like flow state is like a double-edged sword. Like is nice, but it's a kill. It could mess you up bad, bro. If you're not really aware that that's what's up. You know, something keep if you allow stuff to keep breaking that or keep keep interrupting it or keep deterring it, you know, like if you allow it, bro, that flow state thing it could be your best friend, but it could be your worst enemy at the same time. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. I never really took that serious until somebody actually explained to me what it is and how it worked, man. I never took that serious, bro, but I do now. you know. All right, all right. So let's go on and check out some stuff, man. Let's do it. 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 We got the phone. We're gonna plug up stuff. We got on the little tan. You can plug up the phone with some stuff. Check out a few things, and we're gonna sample it into the thing, into the 3000. Again, we working with the S3000 today. The S3000 S. I mean, yeah, the S3000xl. For those of y'all that don't know, that wasn't on the last video I did. The last live stream I did, I kind of explained the workflow of it, going through it, which I'm gonna do today. Same kind of deal. I'm not gonna be as detailed as I was on the last video, but I'm gonna still explain what's going on as I do it because y'all can't see the screen. But on that last video, if y'all want to know in depth about what goes on the screen and what I was seeing and what was going on, go check that video out. But one of the main things again that I want y'all to be aware of is for these vintage samplers, 98% of them, it's about how you. It's not only about what you do, it's about how you do it. Just always remember that. Okay. So the first thing is when we record into this, first thing that's going to happen is we're going to be recording. I'm going to set it to 10 kilohertz. Okay. And I'm going to make sure that I record whatever I choose to record matches that. What I mean by that is I'm going to go through the samples and my ear is going to be able to detect what would be good at that rate, at 10 kilohertz rate. What would be good at that? What would sound nice at that? My ear gonna be able to. Not all stuff sound good like that, but my ear gonna be, as I go through the sound, my ear gonna be able to tell what would be nice like that. You see what I'm saying? And that's what we're gonna work with at that 10 kilohertz. And the reason why is because that's gonna give us that sound. Okay, that's the first thing. Remember, it's not what you do; it's also how you do it in these things right here. So that's the first thing. How we gonna record it in? We're gonna change the sample rate, boom, and then um, we're gonna record it in with the record gain high. So the source audio, whatever your source is, that's going to be turned down. So my phone, that's going to be turned down to maybe about 50, 60, like literally halfway, playing it halfway. But the record gain is what's going to be turned up on the machine. Most people that don't know, they're going to literally turn the source up because that's what the normal mind would do. Turn it so you can hear it and then just kind of moderate the record gain to wherever you want. No. Take the source, turn that down. Crank the record gain up on machines like that. Because remember, you want this. You want them. You don't want your source to be the way the audio captures. You want the machine to be the way the audio captures. So you want more when you turn it at knob. Picture you like this. You in the middle like this. You could go left or you could go right. Going left is your source. The source. So going left would be the phone. Okay. So you start off like this in the middle. See? If I turn the phone up high, if I turn the source audio up high, see, I'm going this way. See the machine? The machine getting left out. The machine is this way. See, if you start in the middle, the machine is this way. My phone is this way. See, so if I start turning my phone, see the machine getting left out because I'm turning up the source audio. And it could be a record player, a tape player, whatever you are, whatever you sampling from. Whatever that is that's going into the input. So what you always want to remember is looking at it like that, you want to make sure the machine is what we get when we recording it. So what you do is instead of turning up the gain on the source like that, going towards the source, you turn down the gain, which means you're gonna be going towards the machine, more towards the machine. Turn down the gain on the source, turn up the gain on the machine. That way you could get that conversion. I mean that audio, the machine's audio. That's what you want. I've seen a lot of people, and I'm making that known. Just trust me, there's a reason why I'm making that known. Because I done seen a bunch of people with these, and that's what they know. And it's like nobody ever told them that. Just make that a rule of thumb with a vintage sampler. Just literally a rule of thumb with 98% of them. Whatever you record for, turn that shit down and get the machine audio. That's what you want. You know what I'm saying? And you're gonna notice a difference in what you do. The sound you get, what you're able to do with it after you capture the sound, you're going to notice a difference. You will. Even your mixing that you do at the end or whatever you about to do to the sounds to make them pop or do it, you're going to notice you get more out of the mix. And it's because of the way you did it, the way you record it. So just remember that about these machines right here. Okay, so let's check out some stuff. Let's check out some stuff. Let's check out some stuff. Let's do it. 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 Mm, 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 mm. Y'all gonna have to tell me if y'all hear everything once I start playing to make sure y'all can hear everything. Man. Okay, we're gonna set our remember the MPC X. All that's doing is just triggering this. There's nothing that's gonna be happening with the MPC X. All right, for now, nothing. All the MPC X is here to do is just trigger this machine right here. You know, so don't think that this is up here doing something crazy. I mean, everything coming out of this machine, right? So we sample it into the machine. It's routed through the MPC X right here, going to my audio interface, and the way y'all hearing it is through Ableton. That's the way y'all hearing it. I got my audio interface on my desk right here that's hooked up to Ableton. And the only reason why Ableton is there is just so y'all can hear it through the stream. Ableton ain't doing nothing. That's just so y'all can hear this external stuff. Y'all, I gotta have some digital way for y'all to hear this external stuff. Y'all wouldn't hear. I would hear. You guys wouldn't hear. But it has to be something digital that connected to. That's Ableton. All Ableton is doing just monitoring the audio. That way you guys can hear what's going on. That's it. All right. Just so y'all know. So y'all let me know if y'all could. Y'all let me know if y'all could hear. So this, what we're gonna do? Remember the MPC. What we're gonna do is we're gonna take the machine and we're gonna go to the sample page. And the sample page is going to have two pages, the set and record. See, so we go to record, obviously. That's F1 is set, F2 is record. We go to the F2. Now it's what it when you record it, when it's on the record page, it's now monitoring through this record knob right here. Monitoring. Long as it's not on that page, this knob don't even make a matter. This record knob. Only way it make a matter is if you're on that record page. So now that it's on that record page, I could turn this knob as to what I want. You remember what I told y'all? Turn down the audio source here, turn up the record gain. That's what we doing. Okay? So my phone is literally set at 50, about 50, 60%. And then we're gonna listen to the audio through this. So tell me if y'all can hear it. Tell me when y'all can hear it. Oh, record. Oh, what's up with Ableton, man? Is Ableton isn't Ableton isn't doing its job. Give me a second. Let me pull up Ableton again. Pull up Ableton again. Make sure we straight. I think the connection my audio interface got unplugged whenever I moved the desk. Make sure we hear. Boom. We'll make sure we got this pulled up like that. Bam. We got the audio outs. Turn this to 1 and 2. Put this on input. And we should be good. Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? Oh shit. I think it's hold on for a second. Let me take one of these things out. Let me take one of these things out. Oh. Give me a second. 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 Take one of these things out right here. How's that? Can y'all hear that? Can y'all hear that? Everybody can hear that? Let me know in the chat if y'all can hear that. I like that right there. I like that right there. Yeah. Let's do that. Okay. We got some. Just one side? Just one side? That's it? That's all y'all can hear? Just one side? Just one side. Just one side. Let me see. Let me see if everything's set up good. It's louder. It's louder on the left side. Oh shit. Let's plug it back up then. Let's plug it back up then. Let's plug the other side up there. I just figured recording mono would be better, but probably not. How's that? How's that? Tell me we good. Tell me we good. Tell me we good. Tell me we good. I hear everything. I hear everything perfect, man. Why are y'all hearing it on the left side? You sure you ain't got your shit unplugged on one side, whatever you listening to it from? So that's not on your end? Because I'm hearing everything perfect, bro. Yeah, man, I'm hearing everything. I'm hearing everything perfect, dog. Like perfect, man. Literally. I'm hearing everything perfect, dog. Make sure we good on this. Audio, air, M audio, boom, boom. The sampler is louder on the left side, but my mic is not. Let's just make sure. My bad, you guys. Maybe I should have did all of this before I got started. Maybe I should have did all this before I got started. Let's make sure we good. We good. Mm. How about that? I can't tell what's happening. I can't tell what's happening. I see it too. I see what y'all talking about. I see it. 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 Let's go to set, stereo, left, mono, record. Let's go mono. How's that? How's that? How's that? Did that work? Did that work? Is this how is that for sale? Okay, I can hear you talking on both sides, just the music on one side. What the hell? What happened, man? I know I don't have a short. I see it too. I see it. I see it on here. I see it. I see it. I see it. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. I don't think it's my setup, man. I think it's this streaming thing. I think it's this streaming thing, bro. That's good. That's good. That's good. We got it. We got it. We got it. Is that it? All right, all right. We figured it out. We figured it out. It was the streaming thing, man. It was the streaming thing, bruh. Come on, man. It was the streaming thing, dog. It was set up wrong. Some kind of way it switched to stereo when it was supposed to be on mono. My bad, y'all. That's a rookie mistake right there, man. That's a rookie mistake right there, dog. Like literally. Rookie mistake, man. You know what I'm saying? We cooking now. 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 I got y'all. Here we go. There we go. That's it. That's it. All right. We good. 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 All right. So I'm feeling this melody right here, man. I'm feeling this melody right here. We gonna record this in and we gonna get to work, bro. So it's either this one right here. I like that one. I like this one too. So I'm gonna let y'all pick. Let's say one. This gonna be one right here. That's gonna be one right there. This gonna be two. Wait. This is gonna be two. That's two right there. That's two right there. And then we're gonna do this three right here. See what I'm saying? So we got one. One. That's one. This two. I like two though. I like two though. I like two though for real. I like two though. I like two. I like two. I like two. And then it's three. My bad. Let me rewind it. Let me rewind it. Look. This three. Two. This one right here. Let's do two. Let's do two. Let's do two. I like two. I like two. Let's do. Let's go. Record gain up. Ooh, let's go. We got it set to 10. Let me see. Let me check it. Let me check it before we record it. Yep, it's good. 20, 10. Bandwidth 10 kilohertz. Let's go. Let's get it. So we going two. We going two. Let's go two. Let me see something real quick. Let's just see something real quick. we're gonna just kind of do it in a different key. Take it to E. What y'all want to do? Y'all want to pitch it down or up? I'm thinking down. Let me see it. Let me see it real quick. That's pitching it down. That's pitching it down. I like down. Down is a bit more, you know, grimy. It's a bit more grimy. Up is a little bit more kind of cheerful. This is up. This is more like Kanye West vibe right here. This is more like Kanye West type deal, you know, like kind of sped up a little bit. Low, Christian say, let's do low. Let's follow what Christian say, man. Let's rock with it. Christian say low. Let's go low. Let's go low. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. I got y'all. So this right here. Boom. We're gonna do that right now. Let's get it. 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 We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. All right. All right. Let's record it in. We got it on arm. Let's hit arm. Boom. It says waiting for start. Let's go. Let's go. Let's hit it. Right now I got the threshold set low. So it's just like you know, most MPCs, once it cross the threshold, when the audio cross the threshold, it's gonna start recording automatically. So I got the threshold set low. As soon as it pick up the audio, it's gonna record. Let's get it. So let's get hold up. Let's exit that. We gotta set the seconds. So y'all remember how we do that? We gotta set the seconds, how much time we want to record. So this sample ain't number 13 seconds. Let's get the whole 13 seconds. It's a simple sample, so we ain't gonna need too much. Let's get the whole 13 seconds. Let's do it. All right, and then let's hit arm. All right. Boom. Let's go. Let's start it. It's recording right now. There we go. Boom. That's our sample. All right, so we good. We should have that in. Let's unplug the phone. Let's get it. 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 Go back to here so I can see you guys on here. All right, let's do it. Let me turn the volume down again. Boom. Okay, so now we got it locked in. All right, so we could trigger it from right here. Y'all remember the play? We could trigger it from right here. Play the sample from right here on the play button. Or we could set the MPC to trigger it. All right, so if y'all remember the way we do that is we go to pad perform, boom. Make sure we change when the MPC start up, the first track it give you is a drum track. We need to change it to a MIDI track to get the MIDI to trigger here. All right, so we change the drum track to a MIDI track. Bam, now it's MIDI. Okay, and then we put the MIDI output port on MPC A, MIDI output channel on channel 1. That's what it defaults to on your machine right here, channel 1. Then you can switch to channel 2, channel 3, which we're gonna do the drums on channel 2, all that later on once we do the drums and everything. So now we good, and then we go to program edit, and then we make sure we on C3. So y'all remember, put it on C. Put your pad perform on C major, and then you put it on chromatic, and then make sure you're on C3. All right, and there it is. There it is. You can trigger the sample now from the MPC. You know what I'm saying? So now instead of triggering it from here, now we can just hit the pad and work with our knobs and get our chops. Okay. So if y'all remember the workflow is how these old machines work is you could do it in 2 ways. All right. You could use one sample. Right? We recorded this 13 seconds in for one sample. You could use that one sample and then pick parts in it and have those parts trigger off of just one sample. So you can pick up chop here and have that trigger through MIDI. and then pick a chop here, have that trigger through MIDI, but you're just using one sample to do it. Boom, boom, in different parts. And it's triggering those different parts of that one sample. Or you can do it to where you keep duplicating the sample, and then every duplication, like I take this 13 seconds, duplicate it, and then we find our chop, cut everything. Then go back, duplicate the sample again, find our chop we want, then cut everything. See, we duplicating the sample over and over again, finding the chop we want and cutting everything. See what I'm saying? So that's the way we're gonna do it. We're gonna just keep duplicating the 13 seconds. It's way quicker, way quicker. This gonna go, the other way is efficient, but it just takes a little bit more time. Okay. So we're gonna take the 13 seconds. Remember the way you duplicate on these machines is you rename it something else. And then after you rename it something else, it's gonna ask you if you want to copy it, rename it, or exit, which means go back. Take the name off, go back. So we're gonna name this sample something, and then we're gonna keep renaming it over and over again so we can keep copying it. All right. So let's name it something right now. So this is like that sample is like let's listen to it. What we could call it? Let's call it let's call it let's call it let's call it ES for ethnic sample. Like it sounds got like an ethnic kind of vibe to it, don't it? You know? Like that ethnic kind of vibe. Let's call it ES. So we got, remember, keep the name short. That way when you rename it, all you gotta do is just change the ending. You know what I'm saying? So instead of naming it something long, name it as short as you can. All right. So we're gonna name it ES. So we're gonna go change the right now it's named Pulse. Remember the sampler defaults to, it gives you a bunch of um names already. So it gives you sine wave, and the names it gives you is, it starts off with your waveform. It gives you a sine wave, pulse wave, triangle wave, and then one of them other ones. But it give you all of them. See, so we're not gonna be using none of them. So all I'm gonna do, instead of making more, I'm gonna just go rename those. We keep recording over those and rename. You can make the other ones, but we're not gonna be using waveforms to create nothing. So I'm gonna record over those waves. See? So we just recorded over the pulse wave right now. We just recorded over that. So I'm gonna change the name from pulse to ES. So let's do that. E. You got to dial it all in. So patience is a virtue when working with these machines. ES. There you go. And then we clear everything out. All right. So we got our sample called ES. Boom. There it is. All right. Okay. ES, that's the name of our sample. We good to go. Okay, so now that we got it renamed, we're gonna go over to the edit. We in sample tab, we're gonna go to the edit sample. So we're gonna hit the edit button. Okay. Now remember to chop our sample. When you look down, once you're going to sample edit, it's gonna give you a bunch of pages down here that you can click on from the function keys. All right. The only two pages we're gonna be going to is F1 and F2. That's the select page, which we on right now. When you hit the sample edit, it's gonna take you to the select page. That's so you can make sure everything, you on the sample you want. You on the actual sample you want to mess with. That's the select page. The trim page is the other page. That's the two pages we're gonna keep going back and forth from to just chop the sample. So we're gonna go from the select page to the trim page, back to the select page to the trim page. Select to rename the sample and copy another one, to the trim page to get our chop. After we get our chop, back to the select page to rename it, copy the sample over again, rename it, and then go back to the trim page to get our chop. So just remember that back and forth to trim and select page to chop your sample. That's all. That's all you need to know. Back and forth to the trim and select page. So right now we're in the select page. Boom. So remember, we need to rename our sample. That way we can copy it. So right now, uh-oh. Let me make sure. Let me just make sure real quick. Did I rename it? I don't think I renamed it. Let me do it again. It doesn't have the name in it. So let me hit name. Let me rename it again. So what we said, ES? I think I hit the wrong button. ES. We'll call it ES for ethnic sample. ES, boom. Boom. Press enter. All right. So now it's ES. Good. Really? Why is that not staying like that? Am I hitting the wrong button? E? S. Okay, maybe I got to do it from here. It's not letting me rename. Okay, so let's go to sample editor. Let's just rename it from here. I know it's going to let me do it here. Go to rename. Boom, pause. There we go. Okay, there we go. E. Oh, I don't have the program saved yet. Yeah, that's it. That's it. That's why it's not. It's letting me rename it, but it's not letting me save it. It doesn't save the name. I gotta do it from here. Gotta do it from the screen. Right? From the sample edit screen. That way it can save the program. My bad. Rookie mistake. ES. Boom. Let's go S. S. Bam. My bad. My bad. My bad. Boom. Now we hit this, and then it asks to copy, rename. Let's hit rename. We want to rename it. Boom. There we go. Now it's named ES. There we go. There's our sample. ES. All right. So, like I said, we want to duplicate the sample and then get our chop. So let's go on and copy it. We're gonna copy that 13 seconds again by naming it something else. So let's hit name again. And how we gonna rename it is we're gonna keep putting the number at the end of the ES. So remember, we're gonna have ES, that's our original sample, 13 seconds, the one we just recorded. Now our chop's gonna be ES1, ES2, ES3, ES4, whatever chops we want. So let's duplicate that ES, the ES sample, and then we're gonna rename it ES, or we're gonna copy it and call it ES1. So we got ES, let's name it ES, let's put a 1 at the end. That's how we keep it simple so we can keep moving. ES1, just that simple, boom. When you hit enter, it's gonna ask you if you wanna rename it or copy it. I wanna copy it. Let's hit copy, please wait, boom. Back to the, now that we got that new ES1, we're gonna go to the trim screen. Y'all remember the 2 pages? Select page and trim page. We're going to the trim page to get our sample chop from the ES1. So let's go to trim page and let's get our first chop. There's our first chop. Let's get it. All right. The numbers. Y'all remember how we do the numbers? The numbers is tens, hundreds, thousands, and then whatever after that. So tens moves the cursor a little bit. Hundreds moves it some more, a lot more. Thousands moves it a lot. See what I'm saying? So we work with the thousands first to move it where we want quicker, and then we fine tune it with the hundreds and tens. What I mean, if y'all missing what I'm saying, what I mean is these Q links on the MPC. We do what these Q links help you to do on this modern machine. We doing it manually with the numbers. So what that means is on the MPC, whenever you chop in a sample and moving around your starting and ending points, these Q links, you can move it around a lot with the top one. Then the one under that moves it a little bit less. The one under that moves it a little bit less, and the last one, the fourth one, is very fine, moves it small. If y'all know the MPC, that's the way these modern machines do it. These samplers, you actually have to do the numbers. Starting, you're not dealing with a starting and you're dealing with the numbers of the starting and end point. But it works the same way. See, and on a number, like this number right here, it starts off at 1,000. Okay, so that's 1000. That last zero, that third zero, the one all the way at the end, that's the small increment. So that would be this bottom encoder to move it small. See? Then that next zero next to it would be tens to move it in tens. That's this next encoder right here. See, to move it a little bit more, a little bit more. And then hundreds would be this one right here. Would be the third encoder to move it a lot more. And then thousands would be this top encoder to move the starting and ending points a little bit more. You know, the most. See what I mean? But you're just doing it manually with the numbers, if that makes sense. So we're gonna start off with the thousands. That way we can move. Well, we don't really have to move the starting point on our first sample. We wanted to start there. Yeah? So we're not really gonna have to move the starting point. But let's zoom in just to make sure she's good. So let's zoom in, make sure she's good to go. Let's go with that. Let's start that. We good with that. We're good. Let's zoom out. Okay, so let me take y'all through how we're gonna do this. That way y'all don't get lost. Okay. So we're gonna be setting you got a starting point, you got an ending point, right? On a sample or on a chop. We're gonna be setting a starting point. Okay, once we set our starting point, the ending point gonna always be way over here, just like within the MPC, it's always gonna be way over here. Okay, so you set your starting point, and then you grab your ending point and you move it to where you want to go to make your chop, right? So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna set our starting point, and then we're gonna take the ending point and move it like this. Whoop. That's how we gonna do our workflow to make it seamless, to make our workflow more seamless. We're not gonna try and bring the ending point like this and then try and find what we want. Nope, we're gonna always do it like this. Boop, bring it all the way here, and then we're gonna use our numbers to move it further like this and get our chop. See? So what that helps you to do is if you just try and bring the ending point and try and catch the chop like this, you're gonna be searching all day. See, you're gonna be searching, trying to find where you want it to be. But if you always bring it, close it. See, ending point to starting point, and then open it. See how it's easy to find your chop? You can stop exactly where you want. So that's gonna be our workflow. We're gonna always bring the ending point to the starting point and then bring it out to find our chop. Okay? So we got our starting point. Okay, let's go to the ending point, and we're gonna use the thousands. The thousands is gonna move it a lot. See, so we're gonna move it a lot. Whoop, and bring it over there quick. If we was to use like tens or two, we'd be like, it'll be slowly moving with every turn of the knob, we'd be slowly moving it there. So we could go to the thousands and move it over there quick. So let's do that. Let's go to the thousands, put it on the number of the thousands. Boom, and then we're gonna go there quick. See, we already there. See? When it's like this, you're not gonna hear no sample because there's nothing in between. It's all the way there. So you're not gonna hear no sample play in the middle. So look, no sample playing. So now we're gonna start bringing it out like this, and you're gonna start hearing our sample play. So now that we're on thousands, let's go down to like hundreds and move it down. See? There we go. Okay, now you see we want to catch that first hit. Boom. You see how he has two hits? Dum, dum. We want to catch that first hit. So let's get that second hit off of there. Let's fine tune to get that second hit off of there. Almost. Then we almost done. Let's go down finer and get that little hit off of there. There's our sample. There's our first hit. There it is. Okay, so we go to cut and then cut. Boom. There's our first chop. Right there. We good to go. Okay, now we're gonna go back to the 2 pages. We got our first chop. We're going from the trim page back to the select page. Let's go back to the select page, And let's do it all over again. We're going to go back to our ES sample, that 13 seconds, copy that again. We're going to relabel that ES2 for our second chop. See? So let's go find our ES. We already got ES1. Let's go back, find our ES sample, the long one, the 13 seconds. And then we're going to hit name. We're going to rename that to ES2. That's our second chop. Boom. All right. Enter. And it's going to ask us to copy, rename, or exit. We want to copy again. Let's hit copy. It's going to say, please wait. Let's get our hand on the trim button, waiting for trim. Boom. We back to the trim page. Let's go. See? Workflow. Back to the trim page, ready to find our chop. And we on ES2. Let's find our second chop. Obviously, we know where our second chop is. Y'all remember that chop that we just cut off at the ending? We cut it off. We want to start there and catch the rest. All right? So it's going to start at the beginning. So now we move in our starting point. Before the last chop, we didn't need to move our starting point because it started at the beginning of the sample. Now we need to move them both. The starting point needs to go to that second chop, and then we're going to take our ending point, move it over, and then find our second chop. So let's go to the thousands. Starting point, go to the thousands and move it over quickly. See? This is the first chop, y'all remember? And then that boom at the end, we want that second one, that second hit. So let's start moving it over there. See, we there. Let's fine tune it. Let's fine tune it. Let's go to the hundreds. There it is. There's our chop. Okay, now y'all hear that next chop coming in? Boom, boom, that next chop, y'all hear it? We want to stop it there. So let's go to the ending point and we're going to go like this. Remember, straight to the first chop. We're not going to try and find our chop like this. Come over like this and try and find it. Where we're going to go straight to the ending. Close it up, then we're going to open it to find our chop. So let's go to the ending point. We're going to go to the 1,000 so we can move it over quick. Bam, we're there already, look. Oh, wrong thing. There we go. There it is. We're there already, see? Remember, if it's like this, it's not going to play nothing because we don't have nothing in between. See, it's like this. So you're not going to hear nothing. Now let's go to we're going to go to the tens or the hundreds and we're going to open it up, slowly open it up to get our chop. We already at the starting point. Remember, we already found our starting point. So let's find our ending point. Let's go. So let's go to the hundreds and open it up. See? I got you, soul sounds. I got you, big dog. I got you. Just stay locked in, man. Patience is a virtue in working with these machines, but gauge yourself. Before I continue, I forgot to tell you that at the beginning of this. Gauge yourself as to who you are watching this. Okay? If you're thinking about dealing with vintage samplers, if you're thinking about this, then what I mean by gauge yourself as to who you are, if you watching this and you find yourself starting to wander or you click off the video or you're not really too interested in what's going on, just remember that's going to be you if you get this sample. Don't think that you're going to be doing this shit quick. This is all manual or you get a vintage sampler. It's not like these machines. That's going to be you. So gauge yourself. If you find yourself getting tired of this or you just can't put up with it, that's going to be you with the sample. See, this might frustrate you trying to deal with this. See what I'm saying? So gauge yourself as to who you are. Gauge yourself to see if you can stay locked in, to see if you can do it. Tell yourself, ask yourself, who am I? What type of person am I if I was to get this sample? If I was to get something like that, or old school sample, and have to deal with all of that manual stuff like that, to do the numbers and all of that stuff, who would I be? Gauge yourself and see if you can stay locked into this. If you can't, then that means, see, this type of shit might frustrate you because you just don't have the attention for that, nor the patience for it. You don't. See what I'm saying? But if you do, then gauge yourself and see if you can. See if you can stay locked in and see if you can follow everything that's happening while we do it. See? Because if you get this sampler, remember, it's gonna be 10, you're gonna be on this thing for 10 minutes without hearing a sound to set everything up, make sure it's good, and you ain't heard a sound yet. Versus working in a machine like this, in 20 seconds, you're hearing a sound already, because you can move this here, move that there, move there, boom, and you're hearing a sound already. You're able to do something. See? But in vintage machines, you're gonna be sitting there for 10 minutes, you ain't heard a sound yet, because you're trying to fix everything, trying to dial everything in. See? So that could frustrate some people. I've been sitting here for 10 minutes, I ain't heard no music yet. See, now I gotta fix all this shit. So again, gauge yourself to who you are as watching the video. If you could stay locked in and see what type of person you would be if you was able, if you got something like this. See what type of patience you would have. Just gauge yourself. All right, let's do it. Let's find the ending point. We need to see where it's gonna change. So let's keep listening to it until we hear something change at the end. See? There's that piece changing at the end. So let's stop. Let's go dial it back, and we're gonna cut that off. There's our piece. All right, we got our chop right there. Let's go. Let's cut, and then cut. Bam. There's our second chop. There it is. All right, back to the select screen. There we go. Do y'all understand the workflow? Y'all kind of get it, and we're gonna keep going until we find all our chops. All right. Let's go to ES. Let's go to ES. Back to the ES. The 13 second, the long sample, the 13 seconds. Let's go back there. All right. Find that one. ES. Bam. There it is. And then we're gonna rename it again. What we gonna rename it? We already got sample 1. We already got ES1. We already got ES2. Next name, ES3. That's gonna be our third sample, our third chop. So let's rename it. Call it ES3. ES3. Enter. It's gonna ask me after I hit enter. It's gonna ask me to copy, rename, or exit. We obviously want to copy it. Okay. Says please wait. Get our hand ready on the trim button. Back to the trim screen. There we go. Let's get it. So we need to find that third chop we want. So let's go to the start point and find our start point. Let's go to the 1000 so we can move it fast. There it is. Oh wait, hold on, let me see. 1, 2, 3. We want that third one. That's the second one right here. We want that next one. Right there. Right there. That's the one we want. Right there. Right there. So let's go to the hundreds and fine tune it. So the next thing we're gonna do is get that twinkle thing. No, let's catch that little bass hit. They got a little bass hit before that. It goes boom, boom, blam. So that's gonna be 3 chops we're gonna catch. This one, boom, then that bass hit, boom, then a sprinkle. Blam, that little sprinkle thing. We're gonna catch all 3 of them chops. So let's catch the first one. Right there. So let's dial it back. Let's dial it. We got our starting point. Let's go to our end point. Go to the thousands. We're gonna move it over there. That do it quick. And then we're gonna bring it back, catch our sample. Let's go. Go to the thousands and move it quick. Bam, we already there. See? You're not hearing nothing. It's like this. You're not hearing nothing. Let's go to the hundreds and start wheeling it back a little bit to start hearing the sound. Go to the hundreds and let's start wheeling it back. So you're starting to hear it now, see? I'm until I hear that second bass sound. It's coming. It's coming. See? Y'all hear it? Dome, dome. Let's cut that bass sound off, and that's gonna be our fourth chop. That a little bass hit in between. That's gonna be, and then the fifth chop gonna be that sprinkle. That sprinkle. So let's cut it right before that bass chop. Let's fine tune it. There it is. That's our chop. There it is right there. Let's go to cut, 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 done. That's our chop. There it is. Okay. Then let's go back to the select page. Hurry up and rename it. Go back to our ES sample, our full sample. Let's rename it to ES4. Rename, name, yeah, let's put a 4 at the end. 4, bam. Hit enter, and it's gonna ask me to copy or rename. We want to copy. Get our hand on the trim button ready. Trim, back to the trim page. Let's go. Put it at the beginning. We need to find our start point. So y'all remember that bass hit we cut off? That bass hit? That small bass hit. Let's go find that. So let's go to the thousands. That way we can move it quick. The starting point. Let's find it. There it is. There it is. It's real quick, but we want it though. It's real quick, but we want that chop though. There it is. It's real quick, and then that sprinkle coming after that. See? Boom, boom. So you're gonna catch that little bass chop before the sprinkle, before that little sprinkle. All right, we got our starting point. Let's hit our end point. Boom, go to our thousands and move it over quick, and then wheel it out. Thousands, boom. Move it over quick. See? No sound. It's all the way over there. Just that quick. The reason why we going to the thousands and doing it like that, because if we would go to any other number like tens or hundreds, we be dialing this wheel, scrolling in the back, and it would just be doing this. See, so we literally be scrolling, and it just be doing this. See, that's manual. See, that's just the manual way. So the way to get around that is just go to the thousands, get it over there quick, and then now you slowly do it, going this way. See what I'm saying? So it's over here. We not hearing nothing. Let's go to the hundreds. Now we're going to move it out. We want it right before that, right before that little sprinkle thing. So let's listen to it until we hear that little sprinkle thing happen. See how it's starting? Let's cut that off. Come on. Almost. Almost. Is that it? Is that it? That's it. One more. That's it. There we go. We got it. We got our basic. Let's hit cut. Cut. Bam. We got our chop. Let's go back to the select screen. Back to our sample. the ES sample, the full sample. All right. And then we're gonna hit rename and get sample 5. Put 5 at the end. ES5. Boom. Hit enter. And then it's gonna ask us to copy or rename. We want to if we was to hit rename, it would take our first ES sample and it will rename that to ES5. That's not what we want to do. We always want to keep that ES sample. That's our original one, the full 13 seconds, because that's the one we keep copying. See what I'm saying? So we can't hit rename or it's gonna rename that to ES5. See? That's what I'm saying? So you always want to keep that first, the one you recorded, keep the original name. Just keep copying it to a new name. The easiest way to do it, easiest and quickest way to do it is just to do it in numbers. So whatever you named it, put a number at the end of that. And y'all gonna see what happens with them numbers. I'm gonna show y'all what happens with the key groups next, how that coincides with the key groups, because we did that. You know what I'm saying? All right, so ES5, we on ES5. Let's hit copy. Go hit the trim screen, go back to the trim screen, boom, and let's find our chop. Let's get it. Y'all kind of getting the workflow, how it works. It's just manual. It's easy, but it's tedious because you gotta everything manual. It's easy, but it's just tedious to do. See what I'm saying? Versus just going on a machine like this, literally touching the screen, grabbing the endpoint, grabbing the starting point, put it where you want, then touching the screen, grabbing the endpoint, putting it where you see what I'm saying? Kind of spoiled we are with this new shit. But this right here, get ready. You're gonna be dialing in numbers. You know, any type of vintage sampler, you're gonna be dealing with the numbers, not no touch screen or none of that shit. You see what I'm saying? The actual physical numbers. So we need that thing, that little sprinkle thing, right? There it is, that sprinkle thing. Let's get it. There it is. Let's fine tune it. Let's fine tune it. Go down to our hundreds on the starting point. Go down to our hundreds and fine tune it a little bit. Okay, I know where I want to split it up. I know where I want to split it up. So let's grab the ending point. I'm gonna know where I want to stop it. Ending point. Let's get it. There we go. See, we went all the way like this. You don't hit nothing. Now let's go down to like hundreds or tens and start bringing it out to find our chop. Let's do it. Let's go down to like hundreds. Okay. See, I wanted to right when it changed. See how it's changing? At the end. See? Let's cut that off. Let's cut that ending point off. Dial it back. There it is. Boom. We got that chop right there. There it is. Cut. Cut. Got that chop. Let's go back to the select screen. Let's get it. ES. ES, boom, our original sample. We're gonna relabel that what we on 5. If you ever lose track of what you own, the chops 1, 2, 3, 4. If you ever lose track of what you're doing, the sampler won't let you do it. See, as I scroll through the names, see, if I go back to my ES sample and then I get ready to rename it, see, it's telling me ES is saying underneath is saying underneath it exists already. It's saying exist at the bottom. Exist means that I can't use that name because it's already locked in ES. See, so if I scroll to the next one and say ES1, it's going to say ES1 exists already. EX2, ES2, it exists already. ES3, it exists already. ES4, it exists already. We just did ES5, it exists already. See? Now when I put it on 6, when I label it, when I change the name to ES6, it's going to say new at the bottom, not exist no more. See, new lets me know you can use that name. See? So it's not going to let you lose track of where you at. Like if you forget, oh, what chop did I rename? Did I rename it? Was it 3 or 4? Did I rename the last one? See, you can't forget because all you got to do is just look at it and see, okay, 4 exists, 5 exists. Oh, 6 is new. I'm on 6, chop 6. See what I'm saying? So ES exists. We about to rename it. Let's go. See, if I put it on 1, ES1, it's still saying exists. See, ES1 exists, EX2 exists, EX3 exists, ES4 exists, EX5 exists, ES6 new. See what I'm saying? So I know, okay, that I can use that one. So ES6, let's hit it. Enter, and then copy. We want to copy it. Bam. There it is. Back to the trim screen. Let's find it. Where we at? We did that spring sound, that pring, that twinkle sound. We did that. So let's catch something that let's what we're gonna catch next. I got it. I can't explain what it is, but y'all gonna hear it. Y'all gonna hear it. I got it. I heard it. It's a hit right after that spring sound, right after that sprinkle sound. It's a hit right after that. There it is right there. There it is right there. Let's wheel it back. Let's go to hundreds, wheel it back, fine tune it. See, we want that boom, boom. See them 2 hits? Boom, boom. So we know where to stop it now. So let's go to our ending point. We're gonna go to the thousands and wheel it all the way over. Let's wheel it all the way over. Boom. No sample. Okay? Now let's go to the hundreds and bring it out. See, y'all see how it's changing at the end? That's our next chop coming. So let's cut that off. Let's cut that off. See, there it is. A little bit more. I think that's good right there. Cut, cut. That's our next chop. That's our 5th chop. All right, back to our select screen. See how we going from just them 2 pages to chop a sample, select, trim page, select, trim page, select, trim page. See, that's how I learned something. That's how any machine. I section my workflow off. See, so when I ask myself, okay, let's say I buy a new machine and I say, oh, okay, I want to learn how to chop. How do I learn how to chop samples on this thing? I'm gonna figure out the 2-3 pages I need to chop it. And I just want to learn them 2-3 pages. That's it. So I'm gonna go from back and forth to them pages just to learn how to chop it. Now the next part of the workflow probably gonna be, okay, how do I assign it to something? How do I them chops I got now? How do I assign that to something? I'm gonna figure out the 2-3 pages I need to do that, and I'm gonna just work with them 2 or 3 pages. See. So now after I didn't learn how to chop it and assign it to something, see, I didn't learn 6 pages of the software or the machine, 6 different pages. I didn't learn it all, but I had to break it up in them sections. So if you notice right now, all we're using is 2 pages to do all of this, to chop a sample. Trim page, select page, trim page, select page, trim page, select page, going back and forth from each. Trim page, select page, just to chop the sample. Now after that's done and we got all our chops, the next part of the workflow gonna begin with 2 different pages, another 2 different pages. See what I mean? That's how you break it up easy. So everybody right now that's understanding how to do this, the only 2 so far, the only 2 pages we've been on is the trim page and the select page. That's it. So just imagine if you was to go buy the sample tomorrow. See? And you told yourself, damn, I don't know how to chop the sample. All you got to do is just find the trim page and select. See? Record the sample in, figure that out, how to record the sample in, and then go find it, what a trim page and select page at. I could chop my sample. There you go. See? All of y'all wouldn't know how to chop a sample in this machine if you bought it. See? That's how you learn something. In sections. Not try and take on the bull by the horns. You learn it in sections. How to chop a sample. That's it. And I don't give a damn if you have to chop 40 samples without making a beat. Just learn how to chop them sound. That's it. And just keep doing that over and over again. Keep chopping. Don't make no beat. Just keep chopping the sample. There you is. Now I learn how to chop a sample really good. Now the next part of the workflow, what that is. Oh, how to assign it to pads or assign it to, let's get that. What pages I need for that? Okay, so I need this page and that page to learn how to assign it. You learn them 2 pages. Keep going back and forth to them 2 pages to assign your samples to whatever. See? Now after you get them parts down, look at all them different pages you learn. Now that work for software and hardware. All of that you learn. And it's simply because you broke it up. You wasn't trying to take the bull by the horns because you watched somebody on YouTube trying to jump in their shoes and you just got that machine yesterday. But you watching somebody that been with that machine for 4 years and you watching them work on it, thinking you them trying to take the bull. No, you learn it in sections. No, you're not them. You learn it in sections. You know what I'm saying? You're gonna get there, you will, but you just learn it in sections. And the better you learn them sections, individual sections, that's the better you're gonna do when you learn the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Berg Slim? What's going on with you, man? Okay, so where we at? Where we at? Set 6. 6. We're getting 6. Nope, we need 7. where 6 exists. So see it? How I lost track? I want to say it told me 6 exists already. We on 7. Let's rename it. Let's hit rename. Oh no, I don't think we did say. I think we just renamed it. We didn't hit the trim yet. So we actually need to, yeah. Yeah. Exit. We already renamed it to 6. We did. We just ain't went to the trim screen yet. So let's go to trim and find our 6 chop. That's what we're doing. And if you ever need to hit a other chop yet, once you go to the trim screen, see, we just been going to the trim screen and finding our next chop. But if you ever want to hit a other chops you got on the trim screen, you can go back. See at the top, you can look at it and see right now we on 6, about to find chop 6. You can go back to 5. This is 5. See that twinkle sound? This is chop 4. This is chop 3. This is chop 2. This is chop 1. And then you got the whole, the ES sample. The whole. That's the whole sample. Again. See? That's the whole sample. See? So you can go back, even if you need to hear the other chops you got to figure out where you at, what you want to chop next, you can go back and do that. See what I'm saying? So let's go back to 6. Oh no, we already did 6. That is 6. So we did 6. We did 6. We did 6. Let's get out of 6. We need 7. All right. So let's rename. Go to name. Boom. Change this to 7. We need our ES. We need our ES sample, the first one, ES. All right. And then we're going to hit rename. We need 7. We need chop 7. We already did 6. We need chop 7. All right. Enter. And then we're going to hit copy. All right. And then go to trim. Now we back. We back. So this is our 6 chop. So that build up, that y'all hear that little build up at the end? We're gonna see what else is next after that. See, there's our hit. We got it. We got it. There's a hit after that build up. There's a hit that happens. Let's go find it. There it is. That was our hit. See the build up and then that hit. Ta-da, boom. Then they got a hit. Let's get that hit. There it is. Let's go. Let's go. Let's tighten that up. Take off that. You see that? Y'all hear that little click? There's a little click at the beginning. So I'm scrolling my wheel all the way down to like the 10s and fine tuning. Remember the 10s is how you fine tune. See, so I'm going all the way down and I'm scrolling that wheel and I'm fine to where it gets that click off at the beginning. There it is. See, perfect. So that bass hit is next. Boom. It does our little that little hit right there, and that bass hit come next. So let's bring our endpoint all the way, and then we're gonna go out till we find that bass hit, till we get to that bass hit. Endpoint, thousands, and we're there already. Oh, we're there already. All right, now let's find our hundreds and let's go. So that bass hit, where it's at. There it is, it's coming. See? There it is. Let's go. Let's cut it off. There it is. There's our chop. Cut. Cut. Boom. There's our chop. So let's go back to the select screen. And now we on ES8. Let's get it. Next chop. ES. Rename. Bam. Go to 8. Enter. And then hit copy. Trim screen. We're back on trim. Let's get it. Let's get it. So what we getting now? Let's find what we getting now. Where we at? Ooh, wait, hold up. It's 3 chops, so it goes boom, boom, boom. So this is 1. Boom. Then there's an 8th one. That's gonna be our 8th one. So let's find it. Let's find it. Let's find it. Gotta use your ears. Gotta be able to do that. Most of y'all that's looking at these screens right here, this MPC X screen, y'all used to be looking at the screen and looking at the waveform and just seeing what spikes in the wave for all that. See what I'm saying? But you see how we're using our ears to find everything. See what I'm manual. See what I'm saying? Now there's a waveform on here, but it don't look like this though. On the MPC, it don't look like that. So don't expect to get too much from that waveform. You can look at it, but don't expect to get too much. You're gonna have to use your ear. That's the way you want that to stop and start. You know what I'm saying? Manual. See? I'm getting to the sprinkle. There it is. That's the 2nd chop. That's the 3rd chop. Boom. That's the 3rd chop right there. That next one is the one we want. Ding. Let's scroll it out. Right there. With that little bell on it. See, you got that little bell on it? Let's scroll to the hundreds. Boom. That's good. Got a little click on it on the beginning. Let's get that little click off. Go to the 10s. Get that little click off. Make it smoother. There we go. There we go. Let's see where we stop it. Got a little hit after boom, 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 boom. See? So we're gonna stop it on that little high bass sound. So let's go to our ending point, drag it all the way back. Bam, bam, bam. We there already. See, we there already. Let's go. Let's put it back to hundreds and drag it out. Right when it is going to right, that's the note we want. That's the hit we want right there. But we're gonna wheel it until we hear that bass sound go up. See? Let's cut that off. Let's cut that bass sound off, that bass sound off. But we already from that, we already know where our next hit is. When that bass sound go up, that's our next chop. That's where it's gonna start. See? So it tests not only your ability to listen, but it tests your ability to remember. See? I'm locking in wherever I want it to, whatever I'm cutting off right here, that I'm locking in my mind where I want the next chop to start. So see that boom, boom, that bass sound that go up, That's where I want the next chop to start. So that's gonna be the next chop gonna be ES9. That's where I want the next chop to start. So let's cut that bass sound that goes up. Let's cut that off. Almost. There it is. There it is. Cut. Bam. All right. Back to the select screen. Boom. ES9. Let's go back to ES. Boom. Rename. We want to rename ES to ES9. Rename our original sound to ES9. Bam. Enter. Copy. Back to the trim screen. Let's go. Let's get that bass sound that go up. That's where we start. Let's find that. Where we end it. There it is. See? Let's go to the 1,000, to the hundreds, and start dialing it in. Go to the 10, start fine tuning it. We're gonna catch these 2 hits in this chop right here. Boom, boom, boom. It's 3 hits. Our bass up, then it goes boom, 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 boom. So we're gonna catch 2 hits, and then our next one gonna be that 1 hit. So this one gonna be 2 hits. See? Doom, doom. And we're gonna stop it on that boom, the last hit. Let's do it. End point. Let's go to the thousands, and we're gonna all the way over. See, we already there. See nothing. We already there. So let's go to the hundreds. Boom, and wheel it out. Remember, we want them 2 hits. Boom, 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 boom. And then we're gonna stop it on that boom, that last hit, that 3rd hit. There's that 3rd hit, see? Boom, that 3rd hit. So let's cut that off. There it is. There it is. There it is. Cut. Boom, got that. Back to the trim screen. I mean, back to the select screen. Let's go. And we are now on, go back to ES, our original, rename. We on ES10. Let's go. 1. Let's do 1 and then 0. ES10. Enter. Copy. Trim. And let's find it. Let's find we're gonna chop a few more, and then we're gonna be good to go. This is just gotta make sure you have everything you want. That's not just because you got all these chops don't mean you're gonna use them all. I like to chop the sample up like this to make sure I have enough options, and then I'm gonna come up with the pattern I want. But from listening to this many times, I already got a sequence in my head. How I want to play it on the pads. Just from listening to it this many times. Excuse me. From listening to it this many times, I'm locking in a sequence in my mind, how I want it to go. Now, what I do in my head when I'm figuring out a sequence, a sample sequence to play on the pads, I got 2 different versions in my head, and I do this with damn near every sound, any sample. There's 2 different versions I have in my head right now that I just from listening to this over and over and over and getting the sample chops, I already got 2 different ways I want to play this in my head, 2 different ways. Now, that's my main ways that I've locked in my head already. Very simple, very easy to play, both of them. Now, what I'm gonna do is when it's time for us to come up with a sample sequence, I already got them 2 locked in my. That's like the reserves. I know the sample gonna sound good if I play it in them 2 ways. Let's see what I can come up with after, And if I can't come up with nothing, I'm gonna rely on them 2 that I have locked in my head. See what I'm saying? See, so that's how I deal with damn near every sample. From just chopping it up, I already start getting a sequence in my. I could hear how I want it to be played just from chopping it up. Once I listen to something 2-3 times, it's locked in. It's locked in up here, literally. You know what I'm saying? So I could listen to it just for them 2-3 times. Now I didn't play this over and over 9 times to get 9 chops. See? So that should let you know it's locked in here. So I got 2 different ways, literally, in my head that I could play this over some drums. And I can hear it very clearly in my head. 2 different ways I could play it. And it's gonna sound tight. But that's my reserves. That's not what I'm gonna go with. That's my reserves. That's the ones I know I could do. When it's time to flip this thing, I know I could do them. But when it's time to flip it, I'm gonna try and find something else even better. But I know I got them 2 in reserve up here. I know I got them 2 in reserve to play. Now, if I can't find nothing better, nothing on shake, by just trying some stuff out, let's go to the reserves and get them 2. See? That's how I do that. All right, let's go listen to 9. That was 9. We that little flutter room. We need that next chop. Let's go 10. Let's go chop 10. Let's get it. Let's get it. We need the beginning point, starting point. Let's go to thousands. Wheel it over. I think we at the end. Yep, we at the end. That's the end. We need that last chop. Let's just get that last chop. It's the last one. That's it. Yep, that's it. That's it right there. Let's fine tune. Remember, if it, that's not the way I'm explaining this on this sampler right here, like if y'all understand how I'm explaining it, if you're and even if y'all can't see it, but y'all kind of getting the gist of what I'm saying, you're starting to pick up a few things, just a few things. Just remember, if you got problems with this machine as well, the MPC itself, this machine, these new machines like that, and you got a problem with understanding how they work or something like that, then don't hesitate to reach out. You feel what I'm saying? Reach out. That way you could get past that shit. You know, just as well as I could explain this and get you to understand how this works. This right here is even simpler. This right, these new, that's even simpler. You see what I'm saying? So if you're having some type of problem with this, or you can't really get past it, man, don't sit there with that problem. When you literally see somebody, damn, that dude could explain shit like that. Don't sit there with that problem. You see what I'm saying? Lock in, lock in. I got a link in the video description to where you could get me at anytime that's available for you, and you can understand how to move through this machine as well. The new MPCs, whichever one you got, they all work the damn same. You know, thanks to Akai, duplicating the same machine over and over again, they all work the same now. You know what I'm saying? So if you got a problem with this, then don't sit there with that problem, man. Get the information so you can get past that, so you can get to making your beats. You feel what I'm saying? Or get to making your beats better, a little bit better than what you are already. You know what I'm saying? But don't sit there with that problem, just looking and just sit there with the problem. When you literally looking at somebody that could explain that shit like that, don't do that, man. Don't do that to yourself. You know? So this our last chop right here. That's our last chop. And literally it's the end. See, if we keep holding it, it get to the end. So that's it. That's it. Chop number 10. That's it. So let's cut it right there. Cut and cut. There it is. There's our chop. All right. So we got 10 chops all together. We got 10 chops all together. Okay. So let's go over the 10. This is our 10 chops. Okay. Let's start at chop 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's our 10 chops. All good. See what I'm saying? Okay. Now that we done chopped up everything, the next part of the workflow is to take all our chops and get them to where they could be triggered. Right now we have them chopped, and we've been triggering them with just one pad, just this C3 pad. That's how we've been triggering everything. Now we need to be able to trigger them over multiple pads. The way you do that in these machines, you got to put them in the key group. Okay. Now, every sample needs to have it. Every chop needs to have its own key group, not all your chops in one key group. Every chop needs to have its own key group. Okay. Now, when I started up this sample, when I started it up, before, like when the stream came on, the sampler was already started. It was already running when we turned on the stream. But as soon as I turn this sampler on, I have a template that I made a long time ago when I first got it. Okay. Now, to make a template on it is kind of tricky to do because you got to trick the machine to do something to make a template. A template meaning that the machine gonna always start up a certain way with the OS, the 1.5 OS is gonna start off like that. I got the 2.0 version of the OS, and I got them both. I got the 1.5 on the machine, which it comes with, the 1.5, and then the upgrade, the 2.0, is on this memory card right here. So all I got to do is just slide this memory card in, turn it on, and it's gonna boot. It's gonna start off in the 1.5, and you're gonna see it transfer to the 2.0, so the 2.0 upgrade, the OS. See what I'm saying? So I got both of them. I could deal with them both. If I want the old one, all I got to do is take this card out, and it's gonna revert back to the 1.5. See what I'm saying? But when you put them in the key group, you got to have all of these chops in the key group in their own individual key group. You see what I'm saying? So when I first started this sampler, when I first started it up, before the stream was on, I started it up. I have a template. You got to trick the sampler in order to get a template. And what I mean by trick is you gotta go in the OS. The OS is gonna boot up, a certain way all the time. You gotta trick it, go into coding and trick it to go look there instead of looking there to boot up. You have to make it look over there. And it's fairly easy to do, but if you're not familiar with doing shit like that, get somebody to do it for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm familiar with stuff like that, that I didn't work with these machines. Somebody showed me long years ago when I first had one of these. Somebody to show me how to do it. But now that I know how to do it, it's very easy to do it. But you can trick the machine, and when you turn it on, instead of looking there to boot it, it's gonna look there. And it's gonna grab that information. See? So you put your template there and trick it to look over there, and that's what it's gonna pull up. That's gonna be your default now. See, so when I made that template, my template consists of 16 key groups already mapped out. And the reason why I chose 16 is obviously because of 16 pads. If I want more, I could just build more, make more key groups for any more chops I have. But I just started off with 16. That's my template. And all it is just 16 key, nothing big, just 16 key groups. And the reason why I start off like that is because now that it's time for me to assign these, I don't have to make them key groups to match them 10 chops. I already got 16. All I got to do is just go take the chops I just made and point them to them key groups. 10 out of the 16. And I'm gonna have 10 slices on 10 pads. See what I'm saying? That's why I did that template. But for you, if you start out from scratch, you're gonna have to make them key groups, which is not hard to do. It's just very, very simple to do, but it's just tedious. So why not just start it up with 16 key groups already? That way that eliminates that step. See what I'm saying? So that's kind of what I got, the 16 key groups already. All right. So all we're gonna be doing is taking the 10 slices. We're gonna activate 10 out of the 16 key groups. We're gonna activate 10 of them because we got 10 chops. And then I'm gonna take them 10 chops and assign them to each one to his own key group. And then when it's assigned to the key group, the reason why I got the key groups and why I did the template is not just for the key groups. The key groups now have to be spread across the pads. So this C3 pad, the next pad is C#3. The next pad is D3. The next pad is D#. See? The next pad is E. Next pad is E#. You see what I'm saying? Is F. Next pad is F#. Next, see, when you assign it to the key groups in the machine, the key groups has got to match those keys. See, that's why they're in key groups. You got to match those keys. See what I'm saying? So you can take one sample, one slice, and span it out over your key. So you can make it go from C3 to whatever, G whatever, down the line, and span it out. We don't want to do that. We just want one chop trigger and one pad. So every pad needs to be C3 to C3, and then C# to C#. We don't want it to be from C3 to a G whatever. We just needed to trigger one pad. So our start note needs to be C3, and our ending note needs to be C3. That way it's just that one pad on that chop. See, that's why you need one key group per chop. So you can do that. One note per chop. You know what I'm saying? So that's what we're about to do now. All right. So to do that, you go to the single page, then you go to edit, and now you're gonna be looking at your key group right here for your function. You're gonna be looking at your key group when you go to the single button, and then you go to edit. Think of the edit button as a second page. These top buttons is the main page, and then you can hit edit. It's gonna still keep that top button lit, and then you can hit edit, and both of them gonna be lit. So what it's telling you is, let's say I go to the sample page. That's what we was in before. See, now the sample button is lit up. But if I go to the edit page, it's still got the sample button lit up. And the edit page button is lit up. So that's letting me know that it's still in the sample page, but there's a separate page underneath that. So that's how you kind of look at the edit button. So you can hit a button and then hit the edit button. It's going to give you a separate page underneath that, you know, and show you what those functions are. So right now I hit the top button, which is single. I'm going to be dealing with single chops. See, so the single button. And then now I need to edit that. So I'm already in the single page. I'm going to hit the edit page. Boom. Now I see my key group. See, now you can deal with the single stuff. So I'm going to be editing my key groups. So now I hit key groups. Boom. Okay, we in key groups. There we go. Okay, it already starts off with 16. You're going to see 1. Mine already starts off with 16 on the screen. The person that didn't do that template thing, you're going to see 1. You're going to have to make the other 16. You're going to make the other however many you want. And all it is just count how many chops you want, count how many chops you got, and then set it to that many key groups. That's it. And you're good to go. See, and then but you gotta go, you're gonna have to set the keys manually. That's C sharp to C to C key to C, and then C sharp to C sharp. You're gonna have to set that manually on all of them chops you got. Mine is already set. That's the template. All I gotta do is just make sure the sample is in that key group, and it's gonna automatically put it to C to C. Then make sure the second chop is in the second key group. It's gonna automatically put that to C sharp. Make sure the third chop is in the third key group. It's going to automatically put that to D sharp, to D. See? So just all I got to do is keep plugging in the samples, and it's going to line them up all through the pads like this. The reason why your MPC, this MPC, is on chromatic and it's on C major scale chromatic is because now you can see all of the pads lined up. All of them going to be lined up. If you put it on anything else, these pads they're gonna be different. They're not gonna go straight up the keyboard. See, pad 1, pad 2, they're not gonna go straight up the keyboard. But if you keep it in chromatic, all of the pads gonna line straight up the keyboard, like as if you was on a piano keyboard. That's why you keep it in chromatic, so where you can trigger them all up the keys. See what I'm saying? Okay. So we on key group. Okay, so we need to start assigning our chops to 1 to each key group. Not all chops to one key group. No, every chop to its own key group. Okay, so let's go to inside of that key group page. You're gonna see sample. Let's go to the sample page and let's start assigning. See? Okay, so we got inside of the sample page, you got 4 zones. The 4 zones you're gonna see, it's kind of confusing because as soon as you go to the sample page, instead of seeing one place you could put our goal is to put each chop in a key group. See, so when you're looking to do that, you're gonna be waiting to see a chop and a place I could put it, but you're gonna see 4 places you could put it. See, it's gonna be confusing. You're looking for one place, you just one chop to one key group, but as soon as you do it, you're gonna see 4 places you go. That's your zones. Don't let that confuse you. All that is, if you know that these MPCs, if you know the pads, when you drag a sample to a pad, you got four things you could put on that pad. There's like 4 layers. So you can layer 4 kick drums and have it all on one pad. That's your 4 zones. Don't let that confuse you. You just want the first zone. That's it. So that first chop needs to go in that first zone. The other 3, there's 4 zones. The other 3, just leave them blank. unless you want something else to trigger with that. You know what I'm saying? So let's say we chopped up a drum break and you want to layer two different kick drums on over each other. See, that's where you would do it. When you assign that kick drum to a key group, you would take the second kick that you want to trigger with that and put it in zone 2. Now, when you hit one pad, it's going to trigger both of them. You know what I'm saying? But for right now, all we need is just the first zone. We're going to leave the other 3 zones blank. So just for people that because it confused the shit out of me. Whenever I was trying to put one chop to a key group, I kept seeing 4I, and I was like, okay, well, I'm supposed to be putting one chop to one key group. Why I see 4 things here? Like, why? What is that? Why I see 4? But you just want zone 1. All right. So right now I'm looking at all 4 of them. I just want zone 1. So I'm gonna make sure my cursor is on the first one, and then I'm gonna turn the knob until right now it got a name in there. Okay. I'm gonna turn the cursor until I get to ES1. That's gonna be my first chop in zone 1. So let's keep going. ES1. There it is. Okay. And then the keys, I want it to be C3, C3. See, I don't want it to be C3 and then whatever is way down the line on the keyboard. If you're looking at a piano keyboard, I just want one chop to trigger one note. C3 start, end on C3. So let's change that right now. All right, are we going to C3 and then C3? Okay. Okay. Now next to the name, see how we set the name in the 4 zones? In that first zone, we put the name ES1, our first chop. To the right, you're gonna see something called track or constant. You could change it from track or constant. Track means it's gonna track the keyboard. See, it's gonna track it, meaning that it's gonna span it up the keys when your sample. You want to change that track to constant. Constant means that it's gonna just stay right there on that key, on that C3, that C sharp key, whatever you set it to, which I was a C3. Okay, so change the track to constant, which my template already changed. See, all that is in my template already changed. See what I'm saying? So I'm already on constant. If you do it right, when you hit the C3 key on your trigger device, whatever it could be a keyboard. You don't have to use the MPC. It could be a keyboard. It could be whatever. This MPC is just hooked up through MIDI. So it could be any MIDI device to trigger your samples. I'm just using the keyboard. I'm just using the MPC because the MPC has a built-in sequencer. That's the 2 things you need for this device to work. You need something to trigger it via MIDI, and then whatever that is needs to have a sequencer or separate. I need something to trigger, plus I need a sequencer. Your DAW could be your sequencer. So you could have like a little cheap MIDI control, trigger in this. And then you'll just set your DAW, Ableton Live, whatever, to be your sequencer. See? To be the slave, your sequencer. Very simple. Or you can have a device like this that has a sequence. It could be a keyboard that has a sequencer. So if you got the Montage, or if you got the Juno DS, or the any keyboard with a sequencer, the Phantom, or any keyboard with a sequencer, you now have MIDI and a sequencer in there. See? Sequencer is just to play your track out. It's gonna be something. A sequencer is just something to play the track out. This doesn't have that. You can just trigger stuff. That's it. Doesn't have a built-in sequencer. Fortunately, the MPC does. So that's why we're using this. Okay. We could trigger stuff, plus we got a sequencer in here. Okay. So if everything is correct and you set it all right, when I hit this pad, we should hear our first chop. See? Nothing else. Nothing else on other pads. This is what's going to happen if you don't change that track to constant. Let's put it back on track. Wait, hold up. See, look. See, that's what's gonna happen. See what I mean? You want to make sure that it's just triggering one note. Right now, it's triggering all of them. It's tracking. It's tracking the keyboard. That's not what we want. Okay, so let's change it back. The constant. Now, no other notes. No other notes. No other notes. See what I'm saying? And then right now is on velocity sensitive. See? Hard, soft, hard. I can hit the pad hard. So if you want to hear your full chop, obviously you put the MPC in full velocity. That way, no matter how hard you hit the no matter how hard you hit the pad, you hit a full velocity. All right. So next chop, let's go. Next one. So we got key group 1. So let's switch to group. Remember, 1 chop per key group. So let's switch to key group 2. Let's go from 1 to key group 2. All right. Go to the first zone. We're gonna put K1. We have ES1. See, this is what I meant when I told y'all earlier why I was labeling the names ES1, ES2, ES3. Why I put them numbers at the end. Do you see how it's matching the key groups now? I can't be off. All I gotta do is match the number with the key. Key group 1, ES1. Key group 2, ES2. Key group 3. That's the beauty of naming them samples the way we did when we first started. That's why I came up with that. That now you're gonna work your own way to come up with how you want to do that, how you want to remember everything, and how you want. But it's imperative that you have some kind of way to remember shit. You know what I'm saying? These newer machines remember stuff for you. It does it for you. These, you're gonna have to remember what you did to put it where you want after you do it. So you got to come up with some kind of label system, I did it just by shortening the name or something and putting the number at the end. That's my own way of doing it. So if I like the last time on the last video, we dealt with a melodic sample. We called it MS. See? So we had the MS was our 20-something seconds we recorded, and then our chops was MS1, MS2, MS3, MS4. See? Same thing we did here. We named this ES, ethnic sample. Kind of sounds like an ethnic sample. So that's ES. Our chops, ES1, ES2, ES3, all the way to ES10. So now when it's time for us to put it in key groups, we're not confused. We got our number sitting right in front of our face. You know what I'm saying? Key group 1, find ES1. Key group 2, find ES2. Put ES2 on there. You'll see, if you don't do that, you could easily have key group 1 triggering chop 10 because you couldn't remember the name of what it was. See? So the first pad is triggering chop 10. The second pad is triggering chop 3. But it's because you didn't have no system to remember where these chops go, where they go after you create them. So come up with some kind of way that you can remember how the chops go whenever you're doing. And you'll be good when it's time for you to put them in key groups. You'll be good. All right, so C3. Now let's go to key group 2. Boom. ES2. Make sure we got everything changed. We need C3, so we need C sharp 3, right? There's our second chop. See? Nothing else. Nothing else. So we got 1 chop, 2 chops. There we go. Let's keep going. Key group 3. Bam. Zone 1. Let's put zone 1 on ES3. We in key group 3. We need ES3. Okay. Change it to track. Change from track. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Okay. We need D3. There's our second chop. There it is. Our third chop. There it is. Let's keep going. Key group 4. We need ES4. Okay. Boom. And we on D sharp. We need D sharp. D sharp 3. Our next one gonna be E3. D sharp to E. Then E, there's no E sharp, so we're gonna go to F. Then F sharp. Then you see what I'm saying? Down the keyboard. So we in D sharp 3. We in key group 4, ES4. Boom. We should be good. There's our next chop. Pad 4. Okay. Next chop. Next key group 5. ES5. Boom. We need ES3. And then make sure track is off. Make sure we on constant. Make sure we good with all of that. Okay, and then 5, we should be good to go with pad 5. There's our sprinkle right there. Remember that sprinkle we got? I heard a little something with that. Put some delay on that. That shit gonna go hard with some delay. I hear it. Let's go. Let's get it. 6. Let's get it. Boom. ES. We got key group 6. We need ES6. Bam. And then we need to go to F3. F3. There it is. Nothing else. No more chops. Nothing else. Nothing else. See? We know we on the right page. So here's chop 1, chop 2, chop 3, chop 4, 5, 6. Now we on 7 right here. Let's get 7. Key group 7. We need ES7. Isn't it amazing? We see the workflow, how we made sure that we labeled everything nice to when we get to this, see how we just moving through that fast? Don't get to this point and then be trying to figure out what sample you want to put on the key. Don't get to just do it all in the beginning. Label shit, make sure it's nice, everything is good. So you can move this efficiently when it's time for this. Trust me, you're gonna learn the hard way. You will. Trying to match them key grooves with your samples, with the chops you got. You know what I'm saying? So it just take your time, label everything nice at the beginning, make sure you got the numbers where they need to be. That way when you get to this shit, you could just match key group 1, sample, chop 1, see key group 2, chop 2, key group 3, chop 3. You know what I'm saying? Just take your time and label everything nice. And like I said, take your time and do it. Patience, take your time and do it. Because it's very easy to mislabel a chop and you forgot, oh shit, I was on chop 3 and I skipped to chop 5. I don't even have a chop 4. Because when I was labeling it, I thought I was on chop 4, but I was really on chop 3. So I skipped over 4. Now, so my chops go chop 1, chop 2, chop 3, then chop 5. So you get to this point, you're looking for a chop 4 to go on program for, you ain't got one. You know what I'm saying? See? Now you got to go back. See, there's no undo. So you got to go back to, see what I'm saying? So just take your time, be patient, get all your shit nice and good, like we did. Get all your stuff nice and good. Label everything, get the chops you want. Even if you mess up, stop, go figure out your mess up, go back, get it nice and good, label it how it's supposed to be, check everything if you have to, chop 1, chop 2, chop, make sure it's all good. Okay, that's the chop, and then continue. But you want to do that because by the time you chop all your stuff, when you get to this point, you want to be doing this. Just chop to key group, chop to key group, chop to key group. That's it. No, oh shit, where my chop at? I'm on key group 5, but I ain't got no chop 5. Just go from chop 4 to 7. I ain't got no chop 5 or 6 because I was rushing and I didn't really realize what I did. See, don't do that. Don't be that person. Okay, ES7. We need F sharp 3. We're in F sharp, so we need F sharp 3. There we go. There we go. We good to go. Notice how I'm checking everything as I do it. When I set it, I hit the pad, make sure it's there. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Key group 8. Boom, 8. We need ES8. Okay. Boom. And then we on G. So we need G3. And we should be good. There it is. G3. Boom. Okay. Key group 9. We got 2 more, 9 and 10. See, easy to do, just tedious. Just everything manual. That's the only thing you got to worry. It's just tedious, but real easy to do once you get it and you understand it. G3, G3. See what I'm saying? We got our other chop. There it is. Okay, and then 10. Key group 10. 10. We need ES10. There it is. All right. And then we need A3. There's all our chops, our 10 chops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Done. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Fair notice. When you do this, your chops are not gonna be like this. See how I just tap the pad and it plays the whole chop out? You're gonna have to hold the pad. Remember, I got a template I set up. Part of my template is the envelope setting. I set the envelope already to all my chop, any chop out, all my key groups. The envelope is set. The envelope is your ADSR. That's your attack, decay, sustain, and release. See? So picture your attack. If you know what the ADSR, your attack is the beginning of the sample, the beginning of your chop. So let's say you want to smooth the chop out. You raise the attack up so it won't be choppy at the end. It won't be it'll smooth into the chop. See, that's your attack. Your sustain is the middle, sustain and decay is the middle, and then your release is the end. So I went in and I turned up the sustain in the middle, and the release at the end. I turned it all the way up to 99. See, the release is the ending of the chop. If the release is slow, meaning I'm gonna have to hold the pad to hit a sample. See, I'm gonna have to hold it to play it out. If the release is long at 99, all I gotta do is just tap it. It's gonna play out anything that's on the pad. It's gonna play it out. You know what I'm saying? So just remember when you get to this point right here, you're gonna have to set your envelopes. And that's very easy to do because it's the next button. As you're gonna see E and V right next to what you're doing right now. To all this labeling we're doing, putting the Q, it's gonna be E and V. You hit the envelope button, then you're gonna see attack, decay, sustain. Just take the sustain. Go first. The first thing you do is is the same way on the MPC on the new MPCs. You know how when you go to sample edit, I don't know if y'all ever familiar with this, but when you go to sample edit, whenever you want to do something to all of the pads, let's say you got samples on all your pads or drum sounds on all your pads, and you want to make one move but do it to all the pads. You know how you got to go highlight that thing that say all is on current pad. So any move you make, anything you do is just going to do it to that pad that you got selected. But if you want to do it to all the pads, you got to change that from current to all. Same thing in here. So when you get to the key group page, look for that all thing. It's going to be on current, on one. It's going to be on number one, meaning that it's just going to affect one. Change that one to all. Now, when you set that envelope, it's going to do it to every key group you got. And just remember, after you're done, change that back to one. Don't leave it on all because that means it's still going to be doing shit to all your pads. Just change it back to one. Same thing in here. So just remember that. See, I've already done that in my template, so I don't have to do that. That tedious stuff, I take care of. Make sure that I don't, anything I'm going to be doing over and over again, that becomes part of my template. Yeah. So I don't want to have to keep doing this and then going in there and setting the envelope. Even though it's simple to do, it's literally the next tab and just hit the all and turn them two things up. You're done. Why I keep doing that when I could just do it in a template? See? So now when I get to this point, all my samples, I could just hit them. See? And it play out every pad. Done already. See what I'm saying? So again, you're going to come up with your own way. Working through machines like this, you're going to come up with your own thing that you do and what you want to be there already, just depending on the way you work, the more you do it. I developed this through years of working with these machines. This is not obviously, I hope y'all figured out that just by the way I'm able to explain it to you guys with no notes in front of me, with no cue cards, no thing I'm reading from. Hopefully y'all can understand that I've been working with these things for quite some time. Quite some time, you'll be amazed at how many people just believe that I'm just a software dude. They ain't picked that up yet. That this motherfucker know a lot of shit. Dude, like they ain't picked that up yet. All them years of watching me on YouTube, they ain't picked, just because y'all see me in software all the time. They ain't picked up yet. Though this dude knows some shit. He do. And it amazes me how all of that shit I didn't watch y'all on the YouTube channel. How people still think just because you see me in software, like literally be thinking, oh, this dude just a software dude. You don't know what to do with himself. You don't know. I don't get it, but hopefully this shit cleared up for y'all. Yeah, just because y'all don't see me in this shit and see me doing this, don't ever think for 1 second I don't know how. Don't ever think that, dude. Ever. Literally, you're gonna be all kind of ways twisted, thinking some shit about me that don't exist. See what I'm saying? So hopefully this shows y'all that. I've been working with these things for quite some time. This is just not the stuff I wanted to bring to my YouTube channel. That's what I was telling you guys in the last video, the last time we did it in the stream before. This isn't what I wanted to bring to my YouTube channel. What I wanted to bring you to a YouTube channel is use what you got. You don't have to chase this type of shit. Use what you got. So I know 90% of y'all got softwares. 90% of y'all got some type of software you work. Even if you're a hardware dude, you touching software somewhat to get that shit out of your hardware and track it out. You're doing that. You know what I'm saying? So I wanted to bring something to you guys just to let you know that you're going to watch a bunch of people in all of this shit and doing all of this, but don't ever think you left out of the game because all you got is Ableton, all you got is Logic, all you got is FL Studio, all you got is just the MP. Don't ever think you left out of the game. Hopefully from all them YouTube videos that y'all saw of somebody pulling up a software and going ham in it, y'all understand, yeah, I could do some shit. I could do some shit with that software, with that digital stuff. I can. I'm not left out of the game because I can't afford no $3,000 hardware machine, vintage machine. I'm not left out of the game because I know that's what you're going to go watch somewhere. I know that. You're going to go watch that on some other channel that's going to make you feel inferior that you don't have this type of shit. And all you got is a laptop. It's going to make you feel inferior. And I don't think that's right. You know what I'm saying? Information is what you need. Not the next piece of gear you can get. The information. The gear going to come. You just make sure you get the information. Even if you got a software right now and that's it, you learn that shit to no end, bruh. You learn that shit left, right, center, up, down, all kind of sideways. You learn that shit. You feel what I'm saying? You learn that shit. You saying? I got it's a known fact. Fact. I got to what I'm doing not by the gear that I have, not by the studios I have, none of that shit. All that shit came. All that stuff I got now. All that stuff I've curated over a period of time, over years. That came. But don't ever get it twisted. The way I got where I'm at and be able to make music for a living, to do what I want to do for a living, is because I made sure that I got the information, not another piece of gear. I made sure I knew what the hell I was doing when I touched something. I knew what I was doing, and I took my time to know it. My biggest weapon against anything out here is information. That's my biggest weapon. Not my skill level, not my gear, not the shit in my studio, not the shit that light up in my studio, not how it look, not how many studios I got, none of that shit. All of that shit came. It came along the journey. Not my placements, not my none of that shit. The way I got to where I'm at to do what I want to do is simply because I made sure that anything I touched, I knew what the hell I was doing with it. Not 20%, not 15%, not a little bit, nope, all of it. And I'm gonna take my time. And I don't give a damn if it's 3 months I gotta sit in that shit. I'm gonna learn it every day. I'm gonna learn it and understand it, how it go. That's hardware, software, anything I touch, I'm gonna learn it. And that's how this mind works. That's how I got to where I'm at, not by the next thing I could go get. All of that shit just came along the journey. That's not what I was chasing. I've been chasing information since day one. And hopefully y'all picked that up on this channel. Hopefully y'all did, watching this channel for years if y'all have been. See? And you can go see for yourself. You can go see it. If you ever want to check, you can go see it for yourself. Go look at all of MPC videos. Go look at the comments under them MPC videos. You don't see people talking about my skill and how I made that beat. You hear people talking about the info. Damn, dude, damn, the way you explain that, man, the information your channel got, man, you explain that so well. Man, I know what I'm doing now. That's all you see under the video. Information, bro. That's how I got here. Passing information on to you. Not my skill of what I could do. No, I want you to know what you're doing. You're gonna come up with your skill on your own. However you do, whatever you do, however you practice, or whatever, that's gonna be your skill. And however you're gonna do that on your own. And watching my skill ain't gonna do shit for you. All you're gonna do is just sit there with some amazement in your eyes as to my skill. That's all you're gonna do. So watching my skill ain't gonna do shit for you, dude. Nothing. When I'm making a beat, just watch how skillful I am. Well, that ain't gonna do shit for you, dude. But this information you get, trust me, that's your bread and butter. So that's what I want to bring you guys. I want to make sure that you guys have a shitload of information. And hopefully y'all picked up by now that your information is gonna be your biggest weapon out there. The gear you go buy and the shit you go get, that's just the tool to get it done. That's all it is. But without you behind that and what you know, without you behind that tool, that gear you got is just some nice shit that look good in your studio. But it ain't doing a damn thing for you because you don't know nothing about it. See? Or you know very little about it, thinking you know a lot. But when you see somebody move like this, all of a sudden you're holy shit, wait, maybe I need to go get the instruction manual on my shit. All them years you've been having that gear, see? You can't do it, you can't explain it like this, though, can you? And you've been having your shit for years. See? That's what you need to take in. Gauge your own information when you see somebody moving this efficient at something and able to explain. Gauge your own information. Start asking yourself, if I had this that phantom keyboard you looking at in your studio, or that Triton, or whatever it is, whatever the hell it is you got, that Prophet, or anything you got in your studio right now, them 500 series, if I had to explain that like he explaining that right now, could I? Ask yourself that. If somebody came out that didn't know shit about this, could I explain it like that without confusing the shit out of them? Could I do that? That's what you need to be asking yourself. See, that's gonna gauge. Don't gauge my skill level. Gauge the information you can get. Gauge that. Listen to how I'm explaining this. Listen to how well you picking it up. Listen to all of the things that you're getting from it, and ask yourself. Look at that piece of gear in your studio, and ask yourself, if somebody was to come in my shit right now, somebody was to do that, come in my shit right now, without a clue as to what the hell going on in here, could I explain this synthesizer right here to them like that? Could I do that? And they walk out of here knowing at least 30 to 40% of it. They walk out and know I didn't confuse the shit out of them. So what they looking at me like, yeah, never mind. Could you do that? And if you can't, that should tell you what you're paying more attention to. Maybe you're out here chasing skill and not information. Maybe you're out here doing that if you can't. Or if somebody was to ask you something about a mix you sent them, all of y'all audio engineers out there that's putting that shit in y'all bio, but ain't went nowhere to do nothing yet, ain't went nowhere to get certified, nowhere to do nothing yet. But y'all out here mixing the master. What if somebody came back and asked you after you delivered that piece of work? So what if they came back and asked you, you know, what's the frequency response in your studio? What is it? Yeah, because you mixed my track in it and you mastered my song. So what is it? What's the frequency in your studio? What is it? Yeah, give me the sound stage scale of the area in between your speakers. Give me that. What is that? See? But you mix my track in it, though, and you master my track. Be careful. Be very glad that nobody asking you that. Because a bunch of y'all gonna be caught with your pants down, Mr. Audio Engineer. Mr. I just did this work for somebody. Bunch of y'all gonna be caught with your pants down. Be very, very glad that people not smart enough to come back and ask you that about your mute, about that shit you giving them. But sooner or later, you're gonna run up against somebody that can ask you that. So it's best you stay the hell away from me with that. It's best you do. Mr. Yeah, man, I just missed this track for whoever. Just best you stay away from a dude like me. Because I'm gonna ask you that. I will. Mr. Dude that just mixed your track for somebody, just took their money and mixed and mastered their song and took their money, and you didn't know shit about that. So basically what you did was con them out of their money. That's what you did. You conned them out of their money. Leading them to believe you knew some shit like that. Because when somebody came back and asked you, you didn't know. You couldn't tell me. But you mix and mastered their song on that shit, though. You did that. Yeah, it's best you stay away from a dude like me with that shit, but it's best you do. Honestly, it's best you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, no cap. It's best you do. Then, information. 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 You see what I'm saying? Information. And that'd become the norm out here. That'd become the norm. Everybody doing work for everybody, making beats for everybody, and giving people, you know, mixes and masters and all that. And become the norm out here. And can't answer not another one of them questions, bro. You're gonna get caught with your pants down. And the simple fact is, you have to look at it this way. You got to look at it this way. You go buy shit from stores, don't you? You go buy shit from Best Buy. You go buy shit from Walmart as a customer, don't you? You do that. What if you went buy something from the stores? And on the box, it said black curtains. Black curtains. You went get them black, and on the box it say black curtains. The name of it say black curtains. On the box, they even got a picture of black curtains on the box. But then when you get home, them curtains red. How you gonna feel? You as the customer. That Walmart just did that work for you. How you gonna feel? You're gonna take that shit right back to Walmart. You're gonna ask them what the problem is. Now imagine you go over there and you ask them some shit about their work that they just gave you, and they can't tell you. We don't know what we have no. See, how you gonna feel? Well, that's what the hell you doing out here to people. See, but how you gonna feel if Walmart did that to you and Best Buy did that to you? How you gonna feel? Yeah, when they came back and asked you that shit about that work they just gave you, and you can't answer not a damn thing. You asking them nothing. Hey man, I bought this stereo, bro, and it say surround sound on it, and it says 7.0, but then I get it back to the crib. That's not surround. So I don't what the hell is that? That shit barely even covering my speakers, man. It's coming straight out of them two speakers right there. It said I was gonna get 7 speakers in here, but all I got is 5. What's going on with that? And all they doing is looking at you like that. Yeah, we can't tell. I don't know. We don't know what was it. See? How you gonna feel as the customer? How you gonna feel? But that's the norm of what we doing. That's the norm. Like literally, that's the norm. In your bio right now, you got audio engineer. Ain't with a net nowhere to do nothing yet. That's the norm out here. But just think about how you would feel. Somebody came back. If you had to go back as Best Buy, why the hell is in this box? And that ain't what I got. What's going on? What the hell is in this box? It's not what I got. What the hell is in this box? This thing said I get 6 speakers, man, but all I got is 4. This thing said it do this to do it, but all it do is this. See, you would be asking them questions about your work, about that work they just gave you. You would be asking them questions. What if somebody came to you and asked you them questions about the work you just gave them, and you can't say that, you can't answer not a damn thing. But you mix and master somebody's song, though. You did that. Think about that shit, man. You know, think about that. You see what I'm saying? All right. All right. All right. All right. All right. I'm weak in a software game. I have MPC Beats and really use it so far. Working in a DAW isn't my strong suit. However, I know I'll be using it soon. Well, you just learn. You know, Jay, don't worry about that. That's not a, you know, like you just think about it like that. You don't know until you know. Like nobody pop out of their mama knowing some shit. You know, just keep that in your mind. That's what help you to just push forward and learn something. Just keep in your mind. Ain't nobody popped out of their mama knowing some just shit right here that I know about this, and I'm able to. I didn't pop out of my mama knowing this. I had to learn it. See, nobody you watching that's good at some shit just popped out of their mama knowing that. Nobody. I don't give a damn who they are. Nobody popped out of their mama just knowing it. No, they had to learn it. They had to learn it and know it and understand. So that's where you at. That's it. That's all that is. You know. Now you could prolong that if you want. You could prolong that just depending on if you want to go get information from somebody. If you just want to sit in the background and watch video and see what you could pick up, you can prolong that for however long you want. And you can take, 10 years to learn something or 8 years to learn, That's just you and your mentality. Some people don't want to go get game from nobody. So they're gonna take a lifetime trying to know something. And that's cool. If that's your deal, then do that. Some people gonna understand, man, shit. Look, I'm not arrogant. I ain't got no pride with me, man. I'm going to get some game from whoever got it. Some people like that. I'm like that. You know? I recognize you got some information that I want. You're gonna have a problem getting me out your shit, dog. That's how I am. I recognize you got some information that I want. You understand what I'm saying? You got some information that I want. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem getting me out your shit, dog. Like serious. You're gonna have a problem getting rid of me. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I'm knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I'm here again. So listen, got 4 more questions for you if you if you got time. You see what I'm saying? And after you answer them 4, next day, knock, knock, knock. Yeah, I don't mean to be a bother, but I got about what 1, 2, 3. I got about 7 more questions for you if you don't mind. See, that's me. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem getting me out your shit when I recognize you got some game that I want. You understand? I'm a sponge, dog. You see what I'm saying? But me being that way and me understanding to take the pride off the table, to understand that, people out here at different levels, they got levels to this shit. And sometimes you're at level 2 and somebody at level 7, and you could bridge that gap if you just go get with them. Me understanding and I be prideful enough to do that, that's what put me in the position I'm in, to be like that, to be a sponge, to soak up and not do it from a distance. Most people just try and do it from a distance. Nah, I'm in your shit doing it. I'm like right here, like, what's up? What's up? What? Yeah, I got 3 more questions for you. Yeah, I don't mean to be a bother. I don't mean, and lying my ass off, because I'm a bother the shit out you. But I don't mean to be a bother. But yeah, no, I'm a bother the shit out you. I will. You see what I'm saying? I will. You understand? But that's just me and my mentality, man. I don't ever want the reason why I don't know something to be my pride. Let me say that one more time, slow down. I don't ever want the reason why I don't know something to be my pride. That's the reason why I don't know. It's clearly there. The information is there. The person is there. They are telling me to come get it, but my pride won't let me do it. I don't ever want that to be the reason why I'm clueless to something. I would rather me being clueless something be that it's just too hard for me to understand, or that I didn't have nobody to help me. Or I'd rather that be the reason, but not my pride. My pride will never be the reason why I'm sitting there clueless to something, or sitting there bad at something, or can't understand something. Just my pride that I don't want to go ask somebody for help. I don't want to go help. That will never be the case. That's why I'm like that. You're gonna have a problem getting me out your shit when I recognize you got information that I want. Yeah, good luck getting rid of me, dog. Good luck. You feel what I'm saying? That's how I work. Yeah. Yo, King on some real shit. He doesn't real. Huh? Yo, King on some real shit. He doesn't realize or really listen to how you communicate. If you were really listening to how you deliver, he would understand that he wouldn't have to. I don't know. What we at again, man? We on key group. We already assigned our key groups, right? We got all 10 shops on key group on our pads. Okay, so now the next thing we want to do is we already got everything planned how we want. Now pretty much we set up in the sampler. We set up. See what I'm saying? Now, if I wasn't explaining all this, stopping in between explaining and doing all of it, this would have took way less time. But that's what this is for. This is to take the time to explain it so you could go through it quickly, not me. If you decide to get a vintage sampler or something. And the reason why I explained it the way I did is because you're gonna notice that I I went into some areas of the screen and what I'm looking at and how it works. The reason why is because it just didn't explain this sample. You're gonna find that just if you take in what I talked about and the things that I was saying, you're gonna start to realize that there's multiple samplers that this applies to. Multiple. Because just remember, they were all limited back then. So not many were different than each other. Not many. It's just that company does it a different way, but they all got the same motive in mind, the same motive and the same objective in mind to get samples in it, to assign it to something and have it triggered by something so you can now do what you want with it. See, they were all like that from the keyboards to the samplers to the MPCs to the the ASR10, the Ensoniq, the roller, all of them. All of them. It's just that those companies do it in their own way. But the way it was explained to you here with this machine, it was an overall view of how a sampler works. I just did it with this one. But I made sure I stuck to the way a sampler works, not just the way this sampler works. If you take in how I explained it, the way a sampler works, not just this one. I just used this one to explain it. But if you take in how I did it, that applies to damn near anyone, any vintage sampler you go get. You're gonna find that the same thing applies. They just probably call it a different thing or it's a different way. And I know because I had quite a few of them. You know what I'm saying? I could explain the ASR 10 times is better than this. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I do know is even though that's different companies, they still similar in these type of samplers, the MPC sample is still some very, very similar things, even though they different companies. Very similar. You know what I'm saying? The way it works, the overall view of how it works. It's just that company did it their way, but they still stuck to that same premise. For you to be able to get something in it, make sure that it's put in is assigned to something, and then let you trigger it out of something to something else. See? Same premise, same concept. You know what I'm saying? What's up, Happy for? I made a mistake and didn't really learn my gears. So now I'm backtracking and learning it now. Am I in the manual and have been on your YouTube page? Haven't spoken to you directly. Yeah, it take a little minute, man. You know what I'm saying? It take a little minute. It take a little minute. But what you could do is just, like I encourage people to see if they could maneuver things, in their own space and in their own way, see if they could do that. But on your mission of doing that, on your way of doing that, like you going through stuff yourself, on your way of doing that, you write down the stuff that give you a problem. Just jot it down somewhere on a paper somewhere. Like as you figuring stuff out yourself, if it give you a problem, anything. Just I don't care what it is. If it's a connection, if it's this, if it's that, just write it down on a piece of paper. See what I'm saying? Now, what's gonna happen is now that you done went through it, the parts you figured out on your own, you're gonna have that. But you're also gonna have a list of some shit that give you problems. Now, when you run into somebody, or you could connect with somebody that you got something in mind that you could go there with and fix all of them issues you got. You see what I'm saying? That's my suggestion to you. Just as you figure it out yourself, whenever you run up against something that gives you a problem, or it's a little bit difficult to kind of understand it or figure it out, you just jot that down and then you keep moving. You move to something else, see if you can figure it out. You know what I'm saying? And then if you can't, you jot that down. Kid, you're gonna end up with a list of stuff that when you finally get to somebody, when you finally get to connect with somebody, you got exactly what you need to ask. You got exactly the points you need to, you can go directly to the shit that's giving me problem. That's you can fix a few things quick. You feel what I'm saying? Instead of pulling up on somebody and just asking them to teach me something, teach me, nah, man. You're gonna have some direct shit you need to add, some direct thing that you didn't figured out that you need help with. You need you need help with. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And then, you kind of work like that. What it's gonna do is it's gonna help you out to narrow down what you need help with or what you're trying to do. It's gonna narrow that down. Plus, it's gonna make it easier for the person that you're trying to go lock in with. It's gonna make it easy for them to help you because you're gonna have some specific shit. Like I went over this, and this is these 2-3 things right here I had a problem with. They're gonna be able y'all could both narrow that down and lock in and get and you could get that shit rocking. You feel what I'm saying? Absolutely, man. It's all good, man. Yeah, if you have any problems, man, just reach out. I don't claim to know everything, and I'll never. Y'all hear me say that all the time. I don't claim to know everything about everything. I don't. I don't walk around claiming that I'm Yoda or some shit that I could do with it. But it's very, very obvious that I do know something. It's very obvious. I ain't got to prove that to nobody. It's very obvious. All you got to do is just watch me for 3 seconds. It's very okay. That dude knows something. Like my boy said. My boy said, all somebody got to do is just watch you for 10 seconds, and it's very obvious. Okay, that dude knows something. That dude knows something. No? I don't know everything but you know something. No? You understand what I'm saying? So I don't walk around claiming to know everything, but it's very obvious that I am knowledgeable about some shit though, you know, like how to get some, I just been in this for quite some time, and I just been around some very, very key quality people that they didn't let me leave until I knew something. They didn't let me, they literally they didn't let me leave until I knew how to do this shit right. They didn't let me move from this point to this point until I knew how to deal with this. Till you knew how to chain hardware devices together to create. They didn't let me leave until I knew how to do that. They didn't let me leave until I could break a guitar cabinet down and build it again. They didn't let me leave until I knew how to do that. Like they see what I'm saying? Like they just put me in them situations, and they wanted me to take that in, and they literally did not let me move to something else until I knew how to do it. You know, until I could break down a console and put it back together. You see what I'm saying? Like literally, they die. You can't move. You're not gonna be able to move to the next step till you could do this. And I respect that. It was frustrating me when I was learning, but I respect the fact that they treated me that way. That they did not let me take a step until I knew what I was doing. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate my mentors and the my interns and my internships, my instructors. They just made sure that shit, and there was some old school dudes. Like that wasn't these new dudes that's teaching these classes and that wasn't them that I got shit for no by no means. You know what I'm saying? There's some dudes that after you learn how to work that tape machine, then they gonna show you how to take that shit apart now. That was them dudes. This is what I'm saying. After you learn how to work it and what it does and how it hooks up to it and what it can do and what's the purpose of it and all of the different tape reels and all. After you learn all of that, now it's time to take that shit apart. See, that was them dudes right now. Now it's time. Yeah, we're gonna dive in the inside now. And you're like, what the hell? Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna learn what transistors are. You're gonna learn all of that. You're gonna learn. See, that's them dudes I had messing with me. And you couldn't move till you learned that shit. You couldn't. Simple. You couldn't. Very simple. Yeah, you're gonna be stuck in that class till you learn. Or quit. Either one, your choice. That's literally what I was facing. Fortunately, like I say, I'm the dude that I relish information, so I ain't running from shit. Even if I don't know it, it's a challenge to me now. If I fail it or if that's literally a personal challenge to me now. Yeah, you're gonna have a problem getting rid of me now, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's just how my mind is. But that's how I was, man. So that's the information. It was some quality key people that I made sure that I stuck close to, or I'm not gonna say stuck close. I made sure that I had no I had no pride or no problem asking them. That's how I should put it. Some very, very key people. I had no pride in me or no problem asking them. None. And that's what helped me, just not to have that prideful side in me, to not just go ask somebody for some information. That's literally what helped me, man. I'm serious. I can't even stress that enough, bro. Just to not to be walking around thinking that just because I could do something, that's how it go. One of the most wisest things that I've ever taken in from anybody coming up in my life is just to make sure you see all the angles before you choose one. That's one of the best pieces of advice I could give anybody. Like, make sure you see all the angles before you choose one. A lot of people walking out here and all they see is their angle. That's it. They too stubborn to go see somebody else's angle. See? They too stubborn to go see somebody else's angle. They just walk around thinking the angle they got is it. That's it. That's the one. Nah. That's the most wisest thing you could do is try and see all the angles before you choose one. That's one of the wisest things you could do. So you can't be scared or be prideful to go out here and see somebody else's angle. Can't. If you want to move, if you want to do something, you can't be scared to go see somebody else's angle. Yeah? Because quite possibly, even if the angle that they see it from isn't how you see it, even if it's not, guaranteed you're gonna take something from their angle and join it with your angle, the way you see it. You will. See? And the more angles you can see, that's the better decisions you can make. But when you're only looking at limited angles and thinking that the one you got is how it go, that's how people miss shit out here. That's how they miss opportunity. That's how they miss all type of shit in their life. Thinking that the angle they got in their head that's the one. They totally forget that bro, wait a minute. How long I've been here on this earth? Man, they got people been here for twice my age, twice as long that know this shit. But see, they forget that. They think that the way they got it, that's the way it go. And they forget that whatever you're doing, you're just a carbon copy of somebody else. Somebody done that way before you. Millions of people done it way before you. So they got some angles you ain't got. They have them. Simple. And they've succeeded with them, accomplished shit with them, and done shit with them. So I'd be a damn fool to be sitting down there thinking the angle I got in my head, that's the way it go. Yeah, that's the one. I'd be a stupid ass idiot to keep thinking that. And don't think nobody else could help me with an angle. Nobody else can help me to see an angle. Yeah, I'd be a damn fool. You'd be surprised how many people are that damn fool. You'd be surprised. They are that fool. But you can't force nobody to do nothing. You can't. You let them, some people got to realize that on their own. That the reason why I got all this talent and got all this ability, but I ain't moved nowhere yet, I ain't done shit with it, is because I'm thinking my angle is the one. And it's not. My talent is it. My ability is it. Even a bit of my knowledge, that's it. But my angle not. See? It take them a long time to figure that out. My angle, that ain't it. I ain't the one. So maybe if I go see somebody else angle, who I hear look like they got a good angle on something. Let me go check out the angle. See? Now you start doing some shit out here. 98% of the shit that I know, 98% of the stuff that y'all see me doing, 98% of my beat making skills, 98% of my engineering skills, 90% of my knowledge that I'm showing y'all right now, 98% of that, I'm telling y'all came from somebody else, not me. Came from somebody else. And I ain't scared to say that. How I play that guitar came from somebody else. How I play that keyboard came from somebody else. Them beats y'all see me making came from somebody else. All the mixes I done cranked out that done built Dungeon Palace Studios to what it is now, with them contracts and them clients that keep coming back to get their shit mixed and mastered from, all that shit came from somebody else, not me. See? All of it. 98% of it. The other 2% is me. I figured some shit out on my own. See? But 98% of it came from people wiser than me. And I ain't had no problem taking that in. None was not a piece of pride in me. Like I told y'all, once I figured out that you got what I want, yeah, you gonna have a problem getting rid of me, kid. Literally, you gonna have a problem getting me out your shit. You see what I'm saying? But sad to say, everybody wanna be a chief and don't wanna be an Indian first. And the only way I can put it, everybody pop out of the game wanna be a chief and don't wanna be an Indian first. That's pretty much how it go. That's that pride thing. Everybody want to be a chief for their own thing, don't want to be an Indian first. They don't want to be. That's just how the world works. Everybody walking around thinking they're a chief. Everybody. And don't want to be an Indian first. They don't want to be one. You know? That's it. What's up, the world? What's happening, man? Yep, I love chopping and sampling on my Yamaha motif. What? Am joint, man. Let's not even talk about that motif. I was talking about that motif on the last stream, bro. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm talking about that motif on the last stream, kid. And look, and I know you having fun with it. Like my dog say, look, I know you having fun with that. I know, I know, I know you having fun with that. You feel what I'm saying? I know you having fun with that. Like for real, for real. I know this. Yeah. Okay. Come on, man. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Well, that was our little intermission right there. Y'all know we got to take a little intermission before we handle business. Let's go. Okay. We got this all mapped out. Okay. Now check this out. One of the things that we got to make sure of that's important in here. That's part of my template as well. The template that I told you I created is part of that as well. Is you got to make sure that the MIDI channel is matched up. Okay. It's going to default to MIDI channel 1, so you good. You good to go. Just make sure whatever you triggered it from is on MIDI channel 1. Now, the reason you want to make sure of that is because if you want to do something else and play it on different tracks, you're going to have to play it through another MIDI channel. See what I'm saying? So right now we got the MPC set to track 1. When you turn on your MPC, it's going to default to your drum program, right? You change that drum program to a MIDI program, and you make sure your shit on MIDI channel 1. Make sure of that. See what I'm saying? So when you make sure of that, now you're going to make sure it's on MIDI channel 1. Once you make sure it's on MIDI channel 1, all right, you now going to be able to take your other tracks and put them on your other MIDI channels. So I'm gonna still be able to go in here, chop up some samples on this same thing, right? On this in the same sequence right here. What we did here. Record another sample in, chop it up, do all of that. Put it on some more key groups, all of that. But I gotta set those key group to MIDI channel 2 if I want to play it on a different track on the pads. If I don't, I'm gonna be triggering the same shit over again, even though I got a new sample. I did a new sample. So your MIDI channels is key. to make sure that you put different tracks on different MIDI, whatever samples you want on different tracks, you put it on different MIDI channels. We gonna be dealing with two. This one right here, number one, we got, which we did everything. Right now, we chopped the sample up, and it's been on MIDI channel 1. That's how we could do everything. That's playing through MIDI channel 1. Now we about to chop up a drum break. We about to do the same thing, chop up a drum break right now. The drum break ain't gonna take that long, but right here, now that we got the workflow, y'all understand it. I'm gonna go through, chop up the drum break really, really quick. We're gonna get by 3-4 sounds from the drum break. A kick, a snare, a hi-hat, maybe a ride, just depending on what we could catch from the drum break. See? We're gonna get them sounds. But the trick is we're gonna do that all in the same program right here. We're gonna do it all. I mean, we're gonna make another program, we're gonna call it a different thing, but it's gonna be in the same sequence, right? The same sequence of stuff right here that we doing now, it's gonna be in the same thing. But the only difference is once we chop that up, we're gonna assign that to key group, we're gonna put them key group under MIDI channel 2. So now we're gonna have our sample playing on track 1, but we're gonna have our drums playing on track 2. Without them separate MIDI channels, you're not gonna be able to play it on different tracks. You're not gonna be able to do that. You gotta have a MIDI channel on each track in order for it to trigger differently. See what I'm saying? We could still hit a C3. We could still hit a C3, but it's on MIDI channel 1. If we hit a C3 on MIDI channel 2, we're gonna be triggering that, even though it's still C3. See what I'm saying? We're gonna be triggering that sample, that drum sample. If we don't do that, we're gonna still be triggering this sample, even though we're on a different track. So you gotta have the MIDI channel set up. Very easy to do in here. It's all on the same. That's why I'm going through it. That page that we on, where we just did all the samples and put them on the key group. There's your MIDI channel page. Right? Make sure it's on MIDI channel 1, all them samples. You know, when you do it all over again, do your drum break, you're gonna end up on this same page, assigning your drum breaks to your key groups. Make sure all of them drums on MIDI channel 2. Done. Now you could play your drums on your sample on another track, your drums on another track. And if you want to chop up some more samples and put them in there, make sure that's on MIDI channel 3. You could put a saxophone sample on your beat. You know, record some strings in. Make sure that's on MIDI channel 4. Same exact process, chop it up, all of that, assign it to key groups, make sure it's on MIDI channel 4. Now you can play your strings on another track. See? And I think you got what, 16 MIDI channel or whatever that is. A bunch of, you know, you got a bunch of MIDI channels. So just do your thing, you know. All right. That's what I was trying to say. JJ. EA Ski talks about you all the time and recommends people check you out. I'm going back through the manual again and yeah, he is a gem, man. You know what I'm saying? He is a gem, man. He is a gem. You know, we chop it up on the phone, and um, one of the things I love about E, man, is you know, I like anybody that's passionate, not just skillful or got what I relate to people that's passionate about this. They're passionate about it. And that's one of the things that me and him ain't had no choice but to connect on that. It was bound to happen. When this type of passion meet that type of passion, bro, it's on. We ain't got no choice but to click. You know what I'm saying? So, it might be when you have that type of passion, what that type of passion does is that type of passion, it 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 smooths over everything. Like even if you have differences about things or if you think differently about things, the passion you got for it, when people have that type of passion, it's gonna bring y'all closer together, even though y'all different. And that's what he realized, and that's what I realized. And that's just from us talking, just from us, like the passion we got for what we do. That's what we connect on. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I respect E, and like yeah, he's very passionate about what he do. And sometimes passion is mistaken for anger. Passion can be mistaken for arrogance. Passion can be mistaken for all type of shit when you don't understand what it is. It could be. It could be. Like when you're a passionate person, people gonna constantly mistake you for shit. All the time. They will. They're gonna mistake you for arrogant. They're gonna mistake you for this, for that, for all of it. And it's just simply because you're so passionate about what you do. Your belief system is so ingrained into what you do and where you're going in life. It's so ingrained into that you know, people just can't really they can't really fathom that. They can't really understand it. And that's something that I relate on. I get mislabeled all the time, and I get it. I don't even try and fight that. I get it. I get why somebody would meet me and stay the hell away from me. I understand it. I get it. I ain't trying to tell you to fool with me. I get it why somebody would stay the hell away from me when they meet me. Trust me, I get it. You know what I'm saying? You know, it's like one of the things I told him. I told him when we was talking. I told him, and this even made him think, man. When I told him, I said, man, like most people on their journey, like if you notice, most people on their journey, even on YouTube, they trying to collect followers. They trying to collect more followers and gain more people. And you know, even y'all as the followers, y'all think that same way. You know, like you know that, oh, if you want more, I've had people that comment in my stuff, you know, if you want more followers, maybe you should do this. And if you want more followers, maybe you should do that. If you want more followers, maybe you should do this. Maybe you should try this. Why you always just in Ableton, man? You should show some other stuff if you want some more followers. What people like that really don't understand about me, this is the journey I'm on. Like when you're dealing with a passionate person, they're not on the journey of collecting people. That ain't the journey they on. You on the journey of getting rid of motherfuckers. That's what you know. See, this a weeding out process. It ain't a collection process. Mm-mm. No, bro. This a get the hell away from me process. Whoever don't need to be here, you need to bail quickly. See what I'm saying? Quickly. Like go deal with somebody else somewhere. They'll do something. See, that's what it is. That's what this journey is. It ain't a collection of people that I'm trying to. No, it's a weeding out process, man. You see what I'm saying? And I mean, I think that's kind of odd to look at a YouTube channel like that, or look at anything you doing like that you know you got followers, but that's literally how I look at it. So that's what I mean when I say I understand why people meet me and want to and leave me the hell alone. I get it, dog. I get it, bro. Trust me, I get it. I don't hold you, dude. I don't hold you at all. You see what I'm saying? I get it, dog. Like for real. Trust me, I get it. You see what I'm saying? This is a weed now process, man. This a whoever ain't trying to push forward or trying to do something, yeah, you're gonna fall off some kind of way somewhere along the line. Yeah, I can't rock with this dude, bro. He just too much. He too intense. You gonna look at me like that. You will. Yeah, he just too intense. He too much. Or he too this. Or you gonna look at me like, and I ain't gonna hold you on that. Like for real. When you say that, I'm gonna look at you like, yup. Yup. So I'll see you later. See what I'm saying? I get it. See? And the reason why I'm saying that is because some of you guys may be like that. Like y'all passionate about what y'all do. And you ain't in the you in a space that requires you to collect people or to get more things, but you the person that you so passionate that you on a journey and not collect. You on a journey of getting rid of people. You know, you on a journey of weeding people out, not collecting stuff. You see what I'm saying? So some of y'all might be like that and don't really understand that about yourself. That's why I'm making that known. That might clear up a few things for you and your mentality. That yeah, that's true. I'm in this space of where I'm supposed to be building and collecting something, but that ain't really how I am. See? You know what I'm saying? So I get it, you know, and that's one of the things that when I told him that, you know, you were like, yeah, that make a lot of sense. You like, yeah, that make a lot of sense, dude. That definitely makes some sense. You know, you're in this space that required that the premise of it is to collect, is to, you know, gain more people and again, but in your mentality is, yeah, I'm trying to see how I can get from 10 to 7 by next week. That's your mentality. I'm trying to see how I can get from 10 to 7 by next week. I need to narrow that down to 7 by next week. You see what I'm saying? And then by next week, if I ain't at 5 by the week after that, something wrong. That's how I'm serious. That's how I am. If I ain't at 5 by the week after that, something wrong. You know, if I ain't got the 5 by then. You see, but you're in a space that requires you to look at it the other way, to collect and to nah, that ain't my mentality. See what I'm saying? If y'all can understand how that works, you know? Nah, man. You know, most people, and don't that sound weird? Because the average person you go watch on YouTube, they're trying to figure out how to get from 10 to 20 by next week. How to get from 20 to 30 by next week. how to get from 50 to whatever by they trying to figure that out on their channel how to do that. Man, this don't ever get into this kid trying to figure out how I can get from 10 to 7 by next week. Yeah, let's shrink that up a little. Get down to the people, get down to the ones we want, get down to the true ones, the riders, the soldiers. Let's get down to them. So how we could shrink that 10 to 7 by next Friday? How we could do that? See, that's how this mind works. And once we get to that 7, I ain't finished. Yeah, how we could, I know them 7 prove true, but you know what? 2 of them don't look like they're gonna hack it. So how we can get down to 5 by next Thursday? How we could do that? See, how we can get down to 5 by next Thursday? See, that kind of weird, but that's the way this brain works. All right, cool. We got the samples on there. We got the samples on key groups. We got the MIDI channel all assigned. All right, drum break time. Let's go, man. Y'all ready? That was our intermission. We talked. Now it's back to work. Let's get to the drum break. Let's go. We need to go back to the screen we was on. So let's go back to the sample screen. Boom. To the setup screen. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. You found your pocket in this space, Drink. That's what makes you damn near better than the rest. To me. Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the sentiment, man, but I don't never ever look at myself as a better, different. Yeah, different than a lot of shit you gonna run into. I get that. I'm different. Like what I just explained to y'all, that's different as hell. Like you gotta admit that's different, bro. You don't like go find somebody else on YouTube saying that. Go find somebody right now on YouTube say, see, that's different as hell. And notice when I said I ain't stuttered or held back. No, that's literally how I feel. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate that people keep pulling up and more people keep subscribing, want to be here and want to understand some shit. But don't ever get it twisted. This man always thinking how I could shrink something down and get to the real, the real one, the real, the root of it, the mud ones, the ones that get it out the mud, the ones that's yeah, this brain always thinking like that. I don't give a damn what platform I'm on or how many people do it, So I don't think you'll ever find another YouTuber saying that shit. You see what I'm saying? I don't think you will. You see what I'm saying? So that's different. See what I mean? I don't think I'm better. I'm different. Yeah, I'm different as hell. Damn. That's been me my whole life when I pull up somewhere. Online or offline. Yeah, as soon as I get to the space or whatever, yeah, I'm gonna be different. I will. And I already understand there's gonna be a bunch of people that literally run the other way because I'm so different. They will. I get that already before I even join it, before I've even been in it. I get that shit, dog. Like 100%. But that's the purpose though. The purpose is a weeding out. It's not a collection of shit. It's always gonna be like that. You know what I'm saying? Just different though, man. Not better. Not really better, man. You know what I'm saying? Just different. Just different. And we all build different like that. I don't want to make myself out to be like I'm some big dude or something. We all build like some of us got different things with us than others. We just different. All of us different. Some kind of way. That's my difference. You won't hear somebody saying that. You just won't. I ain't never heard nobody say that. Many people on YouTube as I didn't ran into, seen them, everybody trying to build their stuff. I appreciate people that pull up. Don't get it twisted. I appreciate people that pull up. And if you want to know more or want to learn something, then absolutely, like join and learn and get some more knowledge and some game and all of that. I'm gonna keep sharing it. But I pull up anywhere, at any place, looking to shrink. Yeah, when I see a big mass or something, yeah, we gotta etch all this shit off and get to the root of what's happening. See, I pull up anywhere like that, online or offline. You know what I'm saying? Any meeting I'm in, any business opportunity that's on the table, any people I got to deal with, any partnership I got, yeah, we got to chisel all this fluff off and get down to the root of what's. Let's do that. So let's figure out how we can do that. Let's figure out how we can slim this down and get to the nitty gritty of what's happening. Let's do that. Yeah. I don't want all this confusion with all these people and all this shit that's just hanging around, just here and doing shit. Absolutely fuck all. You know, they doing nothing. You know, and they just hanging around. Nah. Let's get rid of all of that and get down to the nitty gritty of what's happening. What the people that we need. I'm always like that. You know? All right. Let's go. Drum break. Let's grab our card. Boom. Grab our card and get the drum break in here, man. And get the rock and get this shit to rock. And let's go. So we need to go back to, remember, we're sampling back in. So we got to get back to that screen. So we're gonna go back to the sample button, and then you're gonna see record and all that on the screen as soon as you hit the sample button. So we need to get back to record. Remember, you're not gonna be able to monitor nothing until you get to that record screen. So a lot of people, when they get these vintage machines, and even keyboards is like that, they're trying to monitor something going in, but they're just not on that page. They're not at that particular point to where it starts to monitor through here. If I'm on any other page, I could start playing something through any source and you won't hear it. So you got to be on that page to where it engages your record monitor. All right. So we on that record page. We're gonna make sure we hit record. So you got to be on that page to see. Y'all hearing my voice through the YouTube. I got the YouTube video on my phone playing right now. That's how I'm looking at y'all messages on the chat. See, so y'all heard my voice through my phone on the YouTube video. See what I mean? And it's as soon as I hit the record button. See? So now we know that we're now listening through the record game of the machine. We know that now. So now we can play something. Let's get off of this, off of the video, and let's get back to our folder on the phone with the samples on it. The music production phone. I swear that this phone got more samples on it than anything. It ain't got not one number in it. Not one number, like literally it's a music production phone. Not one number, not one app on it, no nothing. Just folders and folders of samples. I got saxophone I got guitar licks, I got wah-wahs, I got percussion, I got symphony, orchestra, I have opera samples, I have vocal melodics, I have bruh, it the folders, and they all full of shit on this phone. Like they all full of sound. All them folders full of sound. Full of shit. Just on the phone, you know? So, you know, all of you, if y'all got an extra phone hanging around or something, you know, if y'all got something like that or whatever, man, do that. Turn that phone into your music production phone. You know, it's gonna help you out because you're gonna be able to do stuff mobily. You're gonna be able to listen to samples mobily. You're gonna be able to take, you know, like figure out what you want to do when you get to your studio and you're doing it out there. When you out there, you could be just chilling somewhere, and now you know, listen to something, you know, a sampler, so you can download that shit, put it on your phone, and listen to it in your car or whatever. Now, when you get to the studio or get to your place where you're making beats, you done took that sample in a lot. You know exactly what you're gonna do with it. You know how you want to chop it. You can even hear the drums on you to listen to it so much. You can hear all of that on. You know what I'm saying? So I do that. You know, my voice memo folder full of shit that I be humming into the phone, just humming, you know. Melodies I be humming. And I told you at the beginning of the stream, that placement a placement a long time ago I got from humming that shit in the elevator, in the elevator of a hotel. I was going up to the suite. I was traveling and I got to the room and I was going up to the suite of the hotel. And in the elevator, the music was playing. You know, the elevator music, just that little tune was playing. You know, it's like a little, you know, y'all know that elevator music, that chill kind of music. And it was this little tune that was playing that was catchy. So I whip out my phone real quick, put it in a voice memo, and I just started humming to the tune. I hum like about 12 seconds to the tune, 12, 13 seconds to the tune while I'm in the elevator. Dude looking at me like what the hell are you doing? You know? Come to fast forward 2-3 months later. Yeah, that was a placement, right? Right now. Literally. You see what I'm saying? So you never know where inspiration gonna strike. You never know what shit gonna pop up. Now just imagine if I'd have just listened to that and just been like, all right, well, see, no play, no money, no check, no nothing. See what I'm saying? So I'm always looking for something. So that's why I got a phone that's dedicated strictly for music production, like strictly for music production. That's it. That's all that's on this phone. That's it. Samples, all type of shit, but all music. Short samples, one shots. I got plucks, bells. I got I got notes that I take on here about music, like stuff I want to check out. So if somebody talking about like if I'm in the studio with somebody and they talking about like a new plugin or something or a new whatever, look, I whip out the phone, let me go to the notes and let me type that in. What's the name of that again? Boom, boom, boom. Let me type that in. Let me set a alarm for tomorrow, around noon, so it could remind me so I could look it up. Like that what I be doing, you know, just to make sure that I never miss an opportunity. That's what you learn in this game whenever you start understanding what opportunity is. Most people talk that word opportunity, but steady just walking around missing it all around. They talk as if they know what that really is, like opportunity really is, but walk around missing everything around. What if I'd have just been in that elevator, not paying attention to nothing? See, placement gone. Never would have had that. You know what I'm saying? Like most people would have done. What if? See? Done. And that came from that voice memo I made when I got to the studio. It was about a week later. I got to the studio, pulled up the voice memo, you know, listened to it, started making some little notes around it, some little notes and stuff, playing a little riff around it, started adding some stuff to add some chords to. Boom, boom, boom. Next thing you know, a track was rocking. In the next 20, 30 minutes, track was rocking. Boom. Placement. Somebody ended up buying it. Placement. See what I'm saying? That's making sure you understand that money isn't the thing that rule the world out here. You know, fame isn't what you need to be chasing, trying to be known or trying, you want opportunity. You want to make sure you put yourself in a position to make sure that you don't miss opportunity. It don't just float under your nose because you sitting there with your thumb in your ass, thinking that this small thing can't do nothing for you. That's a very minor thing to be riding in the elevator and listening to elevator music. That's a very minute thing. Very small, very, very small. Like that could slide under anybody's nose. That opportunity right there. See, that could literally run under anybody's nose. Not mine. See, not mine. Yeah, I understand what opportunity is, and I ain't trying to let not one fall off the table. None. You feel what I'm saying? So that's why I got a phone for that. I dedicate specific things to music. A phone just for music. I got 2 laptops just for music. Like there's nothing else on there, just music. The computer in my studio, that's just music. Nothing else is on that. Just me. See, I got shit dedicated for this thing that I'm on, this mission I'm on. And it's just because I don't want to miss opportunity. I don't want to be sitting there thinking that this small thing right here can't do shit for me. This very, very small thing. It can't do nothing for me. Nah, man. I understand what an opportunity is. And last time I checked, an opportunity don't have no size attached to it. We just do that to it. A big opportunity. This is a big opportunity. This is a small opportunity. This is a big. We just put that shit on there. But the word opportunity ain't got that shit attached to it. The real word opportunity ain't got no big or small attached to it. It's all opportunity, bro. Cause that small little thing right there could turn into the biggest thing in your life. That biggest thing right there could be the downfall of you right now. That big opportunity could be the end of your career. See? So ain't no such thing as no big opportunity, no small. Like it's all opportunity, man. Period. We just put that dumbass shit at the beginning of that. It's a big opportunity, a small opportunity, a big. We just put that dumbass shit on the beginning of that, but ain't got no such thing. It's all opportunity, period. That big shit could turn into your demise just that quick. And that small thing could turn into the rest of your life. The beginning of the rest of your life, just like that. See what I'm saying? And once you start to realize that, you're gonna start to realize a bunch of shit that you've been sleeping on out here. See what I'm saying? A lot. Like literally. The smallest little thing, bro, could have got you rocking right now. But you didn't do it. You didn't. 5 times over again, you could have done it, but you ain't done it one shit. 10 times over again, you could have done it, but you ain't done it one shit. That little small thing, you ain't done it one shit because it's so small. You ain't done it one shit. See, there it is. That could have that could have been the start of your whole entire life right there. That could have been it, but you ain't done it one shit because it's so small. Yeah, this brain does not think in that fashion, kid, at all. Yeah, we ain't leaving not a crumb on the table. What Rick Ross say, we not leaving not a crumb on the table. For real, we want it all. We ain't leaving not a crumb on the table. They got opportunity on the table. I want that shit, man. Ain't no such thing as no big or small opportunity. If it's opportunity, bring it to me. Let's get it. Okay, we're on record. We're on record. We're going to what folder we're going to? Let's go drum breaks. Let's go to this one right here. I got like 6 folders named drum breaks. Let's go to this one right here and just see what it got in it. So we got a few things in it. Ooh, y'all heard that? Y'all heard that? Oh shit. Woo! Woo! Let me listen to the sample. Let me listen to the sample real quick. Real quick. Let me just see something real quick. See, that's them 2 sequences I had in my head. I remember what I told you? I had 2 sequences in my head. I wanted to chop it up. This is one. See, that's one I had. The other one is this. Oh, the other one is this. Love. Oh. See? Something like that. That's the 2 sequences I had in my head. So me having that in my head and being able to lock that in, just play it like that. That's how much has been in my head because I chopped up that sample and kept playing that over and over again. I locked that sample sequence in my head as I was chopping up the sample. That's how I'm able to come up with that just like that on the spot. That's been in my head. Them things as I was chopping up the sample. Them 2 things. That's my reserve way. You remember what I told y'all? I got my reserve way to chop up the sample. That's always in the reserve right now. So I'm gonna see if I could come up with something else. And if I can't, if nothing else don't shake, then I go to my 2 reserves. And that's how I deal with any sample. I always got 2 reserves. Just by me chopping it up and hearing it over and over again as I'm chopping it, I build up them 2 ways I want to flip it. And before I even touch it, I got them 2 ways in my head how I want to flip it. And then after that, that's my reserve. That's my go-to right now. Let's put it there. That's my go-to. So let's see if we can come up with something else a little tighter, something else nice, something else great. If we can't, let's go. Let's pick one of the go-to. See what I'm saying? So them 2 is my go-to right now. So I wanted to play that out to get that locked in my head. Now that I got it playing in my head right now, and know the sound and the quality of it and what it's gonna do, now I can listen to some drums and fit it with what's in my head. I'm gonna listen to a drum break and fit whatever drum break I want in my head. The sound of the drums that I want. But I had to play that so it can get locked in my head. That's all like one shots. See, that's cool right there. See, that'll fit. That'll fit. That one right there'll fit. This'll fit too. That'll fit too. I like that. I like that thicker one though. I like that thicker one though. That thicker one kind of nice. I think that's too hard. That's too hard. That's too hard. Let me see. Yeah, that's a little bit too hard. That ain't gonna work. That's a little bit too hard right there. Just a little bit too hard. Yeah, that's a little bit too hard. A little bit too harsh. A little bit too harsh. Sound too smooth for that. But this right here, I'm feeling that one, bro. I'm feeling that one. I'm feeling that one. Let's do that one. Let's do that one. Let's do that one. I think that one gonna work. Let's do that one. So we're gonna record that one, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You remember what I told you? We're gonna turn this down, and then we're gonna turn up the record gain. All right. And we're gonna make sure we get that sound coming out of there. Get that clip sound coming out of there. You know? Ooh, there it is. Ooh. Oh, dude, let's turn it up a little bit. Look, I'm moving. Let's turn just a little bit more. It's a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? That shit already going, it shit already thundering out of that. Let's just turn up just a little taste more. Get a little bit more out of it. Ooh, that shit cracking. Let's get it. Let's record that and then stop playing. Let's get it. All right, so how we gonna record the drum breaking? We're gonna do basically we start the same process over again, like we started with the first sample. Same process over again. We're gonna record the drum break in. Okay, just remember when you record the drum break in, pick another sound to record it over. So y'all remember when I first started, we recorded our first sample in over the pulse wave. The sampler gives you 5 waveforms as default sound. So you can create more, you can record in empty spaces, but if you want to, you can record over those waves, the wave, because we're not going to use them. So you can record over. So I recorded over the pulse wave and changed the name to our sample. So right now I'm gonna switch it to, let's see, maybe we're gonna switch it to the sine wave. Let's switch it to the sine wave, and we're gonna record over that. And then I'm gonna change the name from sine to drum break to dB drum break. Okay, so let's hit it. 13 seconds. Let me see how long the drum break. We don't need much of the drum break. You don't need to record much of the drum break. So this drum break about 20 something seconds. You don't need to record much. So I'm gonna record probably like, let's say just like 8 seconds of the drum break. Let's even say 5. Let's say 6 seconds of the drum break. Boom. That's just to catch the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat. That's it. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's do it. Let's hit on. We got it cranked up. Man, we got it clipping. Absolutely. Let's get it. That's all we need right there. Boom, we done. We done. Let's unplug our source. Boom. We unplug our source because we don't want don't leave your source plugged in because you don't want no hum from your source. You know, you can get that, you know, just in case you want to, you trying to record something else or that hum could come from your source. So if y'all notice, every time I record something, first thing I do is unplug my source. All right. So we got it now. There we go. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to get that shit rocking? Let's go. So we're gonna rename that, right? Let's go to sample edit. We got that under sign, that recorded under the sign with. So we're gonna rename that sign. Let's hit name, and we're gonna rename that to DB. Let's go to D. D B. Boom. Okay, it's giving it once we hit enter, it's asking us if we want to copy, rename, or exit. We obviously want to rename. We're not ready to copy yet. We just want to rename from that sine wave to this DB drum break. DB is drum break. Just remember that. So we want to change it to this DB name, that sign name. It says SINE. We want to change that to DB name. So we want to rename it. Let's hit rename. Boom. So now it's called DB, that drum break. There it is. All right. Bam. Let's go. Okay, now that we got that. Okay. Now we want to start our process now. Getting our DB1, DB2, DB3. See, same way we did the sample chops. We labeled it ES. And then from that 18 seconds, we got our ES1 chop, our ES2 chop. Now we're gonna do the same thing, but with our drum. So from this DB sample we just did, that's 12 seconds or 6 seconds we recorded. We're gonna go get our DB1, which is gonna be our kick. DB2 gonna be our snare. DB3 gonna be our hi-hat. There you go. Let's get it. So we go to the trim screen. I want to catch that second kick. I like that second kick. That second one got that first one is a little bit muffled. That second one kind of boom. So let's catch that second kick. Let's catch that second one. So I'm gonna go to my thighs. We're gonna go over. There it is. There it is. Go over. Mm-hmm. 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 Holy shit. Holy shit. That's crazy. Okay, we're gonna go down. We're gonna tighten that up a little bit. Make sure we get the piece of the kick we want. So let's go to the end and let's get rid of that snare. That snare that's coming. We're gonna go to the end, get rid of that. So we're gonna scroll all the way over. Y'all remember, bring it in, boom, and then catch the kick. Let's bring it all the way over. We shouldn't hear nothing. Nothing. And then let's bring it out and catch our kick. See? See how the snare coming in? Let's go back and wheel it back. Go down a little bit more to like the 10s and wheel it back. So we get that snare off of there. There's our kick. There it is. There it is. There it is. Boom. We got our kick, dog. Let's go. Let's go. All right. Let's cut it. Cut. And then cut. Bam. Oh, oh, see what I did? See what I did? See what I did? See what I did? What did I forget to do? Holy shit. What did I forget to do? I recorded the dB. I recorded over that sine wave. Check this out. Glad that we had a mix up because this shows you what this shows you. No undo. No undo. Check this out. I recorded over that sine and recorded the drum break over that, right? I skipped the step. I just went straight to the trim and I trimmed it. I had to copy it and call it dB1. So what I did just now is I just trimmed the actual drum break, the 6 seconds, to a kick. That's all we got now. We don't have the rest of the drum break no more. See? I actually trimmed the original sample to the kick. So guess what I got to do? You guessed it. We got to record the drum break over again. We got to do it. See? No undo. We got to record it over again. Fortunately, it's right here. And easy fix. All we do is just wheel that back. Go back here to the sample. Hit record. I'm already on dB where I want to record it. Already got the 6 seconds on. Bam. My record gain is still set. Let's hit on. Right? And then let's play it again. Oh, wait. Why isn't it? Oh, I'm not plugged up. My bad. I'm not plugged up. I'm wondering why the hell it's not sounding. Got to plug up. You got to plug up. You got to plug up. There we go. There we go. Boom. Okay, let's go back. Hit on. Y'all see what I did though? No undo. I recorded that. I recorded our drum break over that sine wave. So that's what I wanted to do. And then I changed the name from sine to dB for drum break. Okay, good, ready to go. But instead of copying that drum break and labeling it dB1 and then going trim that, I trimmed the actual drum break. No dB1, no first chop. I trimmed the actual drum. So now I don't have the rest of my drum break. I trimmed it down to a kick. I don't have nothing to go copy and get a snare from and get is that original drum is now a kick. So I got to record the original 6 seconds over again. And then just make sure I go copy it and get the dB1 for the kick and dB2 for the snare. See? So let's do that. We on arm. Let's get it. We recording in right now. That's it. That's all we need. Unplug the source. We good. And we ready. Let's go. You know, I'm glad we have mix-ups like that to where y'all can kind of see what it takes to do, you know. I'm glad that, you know, that way you can kind of see what it takes to do it. Okay, here we are. We got our recording. It's called DB. There's our DB. Okay, so let's rename that this is the part that we missed. Okay, instead of just going to the trim screen, we gonna rename it DB1. It's already named DB. All right, let's hit name DB. Let's put a 1 at the end of that. This is gonna be our kick. All right, and then hit enter, and then we're gonna get copy. That's what we needed to do. Now we go to the trim screen. Now we have our DB sample, our drum break sample, and we got a copy of that. That's what we're gonna trim, the copy, the DB1. We're gonna trim that to a kick. That we see how we still got our original sample ready to copy again. That's what we need. All right. Trim. Let's go get our kick again. See, easy fix, but You see how that goes to show you no undo. Just we had to record it over, and because we just literally messed up that sample. We recorded the drum break and then clipped the drum break to a kick. To a kick. We cut it. So now that means the rest of the audio, all we got is that kick. That's it. No rest of the drum break that we can go get a snare and a hi-hat. No. So we got to record it again and start all over again. You know what I'm saying? Get ready for that, man. Get ready for that. All right, kick. Let's go. Let's get the kick. Let's get the kicks. Start. Oh, I'm not. Am I not in? Did I set the MIDI channel? Let me check. Let me just check and make sure I set the MIDI channel. Let me just check real quick. Key group. I don't think I set the. I don't think I set the MIDI. Nope, I didn't. I didn't. See, I didn't set the. That's why it's triggering the wrong thing. I was wondering why I was triggering the wrong thing. All right, MIDI channel 1. All right. Sample. Edit. I need MIDI channel 2. I need another mid. I need a new track. Nope. Undo. I need a new track. I need a new MIDI track. And then we're gonna put that on MIDI MPC A and then MIDI channel 2. Right? Right. Oh, what did I do? Go back. I'm just making sure we good before we move forward. Making sure everything is nice and good. That way we don't mess up nothing. I don't want to have to go back and do nothing crazy. Samples in memory. Got it. Multi. Boom. Yep. Sample. All right. Boom. Got that right. Got that right. Got my key groups. Good. Good. Program edit. I don't want to be in program edit just yet. I need to be in single. Two programs. There we go. There we go. Select. Y'all give me a second, man. Give me a second. I'm just making sure everything is good before we move forward. All right. Two. Bam. There we go. That's one. And then that's two. That's two. Okay. Now we want to go to sample, edit. We got dumb DB. Let's go to global. Let's go to sample edit and then go to trim. We need to be on DB1. DB1. Trim. Oh shit. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get our kick. Let's get our kick. I think we there. I think we there. I think we there. Boom. All right. We need to get out. We need to go to our starting point. Let's go to our endpoint. Boom. Boom. Let's get our kick. Let's get it. Mm-hmm. Something is up. Something is wrong. 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 It's triggering the whole sample, and I'm trying to figure out why. Instead of triggering just one. We may have to get rid of DB1. Let's delete it. Let's delete it. Go. Okay, so now we got just DB now. Right? We got that. DB1 exists. DB1 test program. Rename. Can I rename that? Nope, I can't. I can't. I'm gonna need three key groups. Let's do 3 in here, right? Boom. And then main. Ooh. Okay. Rounds 2. Bam. Okay. There we go. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think that's it. I think we got 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 it. Okay. What was happening was I had 2 samples on the same thing. When I recorded the drum break, I didn't delete the first one. I didn't delete it. When I went back and fixed my mistake before, I didn't delete it. I just recorded it again. So I was wondering why I was triggering 2 drum breaks at the same time. I was just trying to figure that out real quick. My bad. I got kind of locked in just to figure out my mistake, but I think I got it. I think I did. So let's see if we're good to go. Let's see. We should be good to go. Should be. If I did it right. So let's do DB. We got DB. Let's do DB1. Let's hit name. DB1. Hit enter. And then I want to copy. And then go to trim. Now we should be good. There we go. We good. We good. Let's get our kick. Let's get our kick. Still not done yet. Still not done. Something is wrong, bro. Something is wrong. I think I might have to just record it all over again. I think I might have to. That way I don't waste no time trying to figure it out. My bad, y'all. Let me go it on and just record it all over again. Let's just do it. I don't want to waste no time trying to figure out what I did. So let's just delete, and record over again. Sample. Is that my drum break? Yep. Let's delete. Edit. We need to delete that. Go. Okay, and then we need to go to DB. All right. All right, we good to go with that. Are we back to what we was? We back to what we was. My bad, y'all. We back to what we was. Okay, with all of our samples. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, so let's go to Square. Let's do it. First, we're gonna go to program. Let's give ourselves a new program, right? It says program. All right, and then we're gonna rename that. Let's rename that DB. Our new program. So we're gonna name that DB. Let's name that DB program. DBP. That way we can make sure it's the program. So D B. Oh, come on, man. D B P. There we go. Enter. Bam. We want to rename. Got it. There we go. We own it. We own it now. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Now we in DB. We in our DB program. Yup. Yup. Okay. So sample. Okay. Can we record that in? Can we record that in now? Can we record it in now? Can we record it in now? Mm-hmm. 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 Bad. Let me make sure I can see you guys. All right, DB1. Let's go. Let's go. We need DB1. DB1. Okay. Let's rename that. I want to rename that DB. This is our first, this is our 8 seconds. All right. D. B. Rename. Right. All right. And then I want to hit name again and then call the next one DB1. And then we should be right on track. Enter. Copy. Yep. Got it. So let's go to trim and let's hit our boom, boom. I don't know what happened, huh? Let me see if I change that. Sample, DB, bam, bam, bam. Let me put it back on my MIDI channel too. There's my sample. There it is, right? Is that what I needed? Is that what I need? I think I fixed it. I think I got it. Let's see. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it, y'all. I think I got it. 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 Yep. We got it. We got it. All right. Let's zoom in. I want to catch the beat. I want to catch that first kick. Let's do it. It isn't triggering to pipe one. I need to go to sample, bam, then hit delete. Hmm. Yeah. I got my sample. I got my sample. It's triggering my sample, but I don't know why it's not triggering the drum break. I can't figure it out. Okay. Boom. That's my sample. Why is it not triggering the drum break? What's going on, bro? What am I doing? What's happening? What the hell? Okay. Sample. Is it my program that I'm not program? Two programs. Yes. Yes. Sample, right? There it is. Okay, now where's my drum? Where's the DP? Drum program. Drum program. Bam. 2, 1. Exist. Okay. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Let's try it again. We're gonna figure it out, y'all. We're gonna figure it out, y'all. We're gonna figure it out, y'all. We're gonna definitely figure it out. We're gonna definitely figure it out, bro. This is a challenge for me right here. All right, we got it. Let's arm. I know I just recorded the drum break in here, bro. I know I did that. Why the hell isn't it playing? Where is it? Where the hell is it? I just recorded that, dude. Is this thing tripping? Is this thing tripping? I know I just recorded a drum break in here, dude. I just did that. I just did that. All of a sudden, it's not playing the drum break. The fuck is this? That's the sample, and there's no drum break. I just recorded the drum break like y'all just saw me do. Let's do it again. Holy shit. What's really going on, man? Let's record it again. Like literally, I have no drum break. It's not even playing, bro. Let's okay. Okay, let's record it again. Let's go. Okay, it's recording. It's recording. Damn. Okay. Done. Okay. Now I know that's recorded. Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you. That's my drum break. Okay, now let's go do this shit, bro. Holy crap. There's my drum break. Thank you. Okay, now let's go do this shit, dog, man. Let's go. That's some bullshit right there. Okay, so that's my drum break right there. Can I rename my drum break now? Can I do that? Edit, rename. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it again. All of this shit I done like twice. I done it 3 times already. D. Let's go. P. P. Okay, and then let's delete all of that right there. Okay, so yes, I want to rename. Thank you. It's still there. Thank you. Okay, now can we go ahead on and get a chop, please? Can we get a goddamn chop? Can we do that? Okay, let's go. Boom. I want to hit the rename again. Let's go. Let's hit the name again. Go down to it, hit the name. We want to call this DP1. Okay, DP1. No. I want to hit copy. Bam. Let's go to trim. Okay, now we there. There we go. Okay, good. Now we getting somewhere. Holy crap. Wonder why that shit wasn't playing my stuff. Thank you. Let's go. Let's get our first kick. Stop playing, bro. Let's get our first kick, man. That's some bullshit right there, bro. All that time we took for that, man. You know what I'm saying? But we figured it out, though. I'm that dude, bro. I'm gonna figure it out. Man. We got it. We got our first chop coming up right here. There we go. See? That's what we wanted. That's what I wanted. Damn it. Now let's wheel it back. Get our kick. All right, boom. We don't want that. So let's go to we don't want that snare on there. And this is DP1 right here coming up. That's our kick, man. Let's do. Cut. Cut. That's our kick. But ooh. That's gonna be nasty right there. Let's go. Let's go. Back to our select page. Let's get it. All right. We want to go back to the DP. Boom. Rename. Let's make up for some lost time. Let me just do it. 3 DB2. Hit enter. We want to copy. Thank you. Trim. Let's catch that snare. Let's get it. Right there. Let's catch that second snare. Oh shit. Nope. DP2. Let's catch that second snare. I want to catch that second snare. Yeah, the one. Oh, that one. There we go. My bad, y'all. My bad, man. My bad. I got locked in. I got locked in to figure out a problem, man. And I just kind of zoned out trying to figure out an issue. But we good. We back on track. Bam, bam, bam. I need to take that tick off of there. Get rid of the tick, and then that's my snare right there. Let's go. Cut. Bam. That's DP2. Let's get it. Select. Let's go back to DP. Boom. Let's hit the rename. Call it DP3. Right? DP3. Let's hit enter. Let's hit copy. Let's hit trim. Bam. And let's catch that hi-hat right there. Let's get it. Want that second hi-hat. Right after that snare. It's two that hit it after that snare. Right there. I mean after that kick. Right there. That's what I want. Bam. No Val, let's go and release it. Let's go. Y'all see the workflow? Let's bring it back and catch it. There's the second one coming in, so let's drag it back. Let's go down low, drag it back. Get rid of it. Almost. There's my hi-hat. Let's go. Cut. Boom. There we go. We got them all. There we go. Bang. Right. We got all three of them. Okay. Now we need to take all three of them, right? And we need to put those. Is there anything else I want from that? Let's just see. Anything else? Okay. Nope. Okay, now we got to take all three of it. We got DP1, DP2, DP3. That's our drum break. Drum break 1 kick. Drum break 2, 3 snare. Drum break 3 is the hi-hat. All right, so we're gonna take all three of those. We're gonna assign them to their own key group. Same thing that we did with the sample. Same thing. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know what happened with that other with what we was doing, man. But it was, yeah, it was. And then all of a sudden, it just I did the same thing over 3 times, and on the 3rd time, everything went smooth. But I did it 3 times. I did the same thing over, and I just did it that 3rd time, and all of a sudden it worked. So I don't know what I don't know. You know, I literally just did it. I did it 1 time. It didn't want to trigger my sample. I did it again. Deleted it, recorded the sample again, set everything up. It didn't want to trigger. So I was like, all right, let me just slow down, try it again. I did everything the same exact way. Deleted everything, recorded the sample, set everything up to, and then all of a sudden it triggered now. So I'm like, I don't know what the hell I just fixed. I don't know. I can't even tell y'all what I just fixed. I just did it 3 times and it just worked on the 3rd time. I have no clue what I fixed. I don't know. I just did it 3 times and it worked. But the first 2, it didn't work. Now all of a sudden the 3rd time it worked. Okay, anyway, key groups. We got to do our key groups now. Okay, so I want to give myself, we need 3 key groups, right? So let's give myself 3. Right. We're going to give ourselves 3. Right. Okay. And then we're going to assign them. Let's assign them in our zones, right? We want DB1. Over the hell it is. There it is. DP1. There it is. We want to put that on from track to constant, right? There's my kick. So my kick is triggering now, okay? Now, the only thing is we need that to trigger on MIDI channel 2, right? Because we're on MIDI channel 1. Let's just set it up and then we're going to do the MIDI channels afterwards. Let's just stay on this. Let's stay on this mission right here. Key group 2. Okay, we need DB2 on that. DP2, right? Then we need C#3, right? That's going to trigger C#3. Right? And then we're going to change that to constant right there. Bam, there's my snare. Let's get it. Let's get it. There's my snare. And then C, we want key group 3. We want DP. DP3. Boom. And then we want that triggering. We want that triggering D3. D3. Boom. This is crazy. Boom, 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 boom. D3. And then we want to change that to constant. And we should have our hi-hat right there. Let's put that on D#3, not D3. D#3. Over here. Skip that one. Put it over here. There we go. All right. Boom. We got all our stuff on now, right? We got them all on now. On a different break. Kick, snare, hi-hat. Okay. Now the next thing we need to do is take all of them. See, this is a good thing. You remember my other samples? When I told y'all when I put them on key groups, automatically I could hit the pad and it would play the whole sample out. My template was like that. Remember, I already used up my template. I already used it up. Remember, the template pops up one time at the beginning. Once you use it, you now back to the beginning. But if you want to create another key group. So I'm creating a brand new key group, not using my template no more. That's already you already used that for the sample. So now I got this key group I'm getting. So it's now back to regular. It doesn't have my template settings. See? So now it doesn't allow me to, when I hit the pad, I gotta hold it to hit a whole kick drum. Which I remember, now I gotta go do the envelopes. That's already in my template. I'm creating a key group from scratch, so none of my template settings are there. I'm gonna have to go do the envelope manually, which is very easy to do. Key group, right? And then you go to envelope right here. And then you change the, remember I told y'all it says edit 1, you change the 1 to all. So when you do it, when you do the envelope, it'll do all 3 samples at the same time. All right, so I change it to all. Then go down here to the attack, past the attack, decay. We want that all the way up to 99. And then we want the release up to 99. And then now we can change that back from all back to 1. Okay, and then when we go back, see, there you go. I don't have to hold it no more. There we go. We good to go. Boom. Now we go to multi. And we set this shit up like this. All right, we go to multi. We need, bam, I got MIDI channel 1. And then I go to my second track, which is gonna be MIDI channel 2. And there's my second stuff. So I'm on track 2. And then go back to track 1, my sample. Everything is set up, ready to go. My bad about the mix up I had before. I don't know what that was. I'm not even gonna sit here and act like I knew what happened. I literally did it 3 times, and y'all, if y'all watch the video, you could see me do it. I did it 3 times. I recorded that sample 3 times, and I did the same thing each time. First time didn't work. I tried to trigger my sound, didn't work. See? Then I recorded it again, second time. Set everything up, tried to trigger the sound, didn't work. So I'm like, you know what? Let me just slow it on and do it one more time. Same way. Let me just do it again. I recorded the sample in. Y'all saw me do. I recorded the sample in, set everything up. Boom. All of a sudden it worked. So I can't even tell you what I did on that third time that just made it. I don't even know. I have no clue what I did on that third time. So I'm not going to even sit here and act like I fixed something or I did. I just literally did the same exact thing 3 times and it worked. Okay? So maybe it was just the machine. Maybe we had a little, you know, a little hiccup in the machine. Maybe it was just being a asshole. I don't know what it was, but we good. We good. Okay, so now we got this. Now we got the sample rocking. We got everything good to go. We should be good to go with our chops. All right, let's go down, lay this down, man. Let's stop playing, lay this down, and stop with the bullshit and get our track rocking. Let me set all this up and make sure we good to go. Let's put this at A. We need to do that. Main, we need to put our bars at 16. We're gonna do a 16 bar loop. What do I need to change? It's not triggering right. It's not triggering right. I think I need to go to 8th. That's what I want to do at the end. Let's record that again. I want to do this at the end. It was still wrong. Still wrong. Undo that. Let's go one more time. Oh! Put that, take that. Just looking for some instruments on here. I don't know what I got on here. Can I get an effect in there? Can I get like an EQ or something? Can I get like an EQ? What's a good EQ in here? I don't really know the EQs in here. I need like a cutoff. Oh. Let's go. I need another plugin. All I'm doing is just using some of the MPC instruments, which I'm not that familiar with. Y'all pretty much never see me cook up with any of the MPC instruments. So I'm going in the MPC instruments and I'm just finding some shit that match the sample that I could just hear that match the sample. So that's pretty much all I'm doing, just having fun with the loop. Let's just find some more shit, see if we can layer it on top of here with the MPC stuff, you know? I think that's the way it go. Let's do that. Let's do that one instead. Let's do that. Maybe it's this one. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Just try it out. If not, we're going to go back to the other one. Yep. Yep. We get that EQ again. Let me get that EQ again. Just some of that high and off of there. Take some of that mid off. Woo! High going to instrument. High going to instrument. Right there. Boom. Let's go on the instrument. Open the instrument up. Open the instrument up. I need to go to attack. Let's go. Can we put a little reverb on that? We got some reverb here? What's a good reverb in the MPC? Like, what's a good one? The air reverb, I guess? Oh. No, sir. No, sir. That's what that air reverb sound like? Ooh. No, sir. What else they got? They got another reverb in there? Some type of other reverb? Let's go with that small reverb right there. That should be good. Let's go. There we go. There we go. That's what we need. It's a damn shame Akai did that, bro. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that reverb worked. Let's go. Can we do some type of high-end instrument? Type of high-end shit. I need an EQ. Give me an EQ. Give me an EQ. Give me an EQ. Give me that power EQ. There we go. Okay. Take some of that high end off. Bring up some of that output. I need a little wobble on that, man. Can I get like a little modulation? What we got? We got some flange or some chorus. Yeah, let me get some chorus on that. Woo! Let's go. Crank that feedback up. Bring that rate up some too. Whoa. Okay. Come on. Give me another plugin. Give me another plugin. Give me another one. Give me another one. I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun with a little something. I need like a little high and something like a lead or something, like some type of lead. What's a good one of these plugins for a lead? Come on, man. Y'all that's good with the MPC plugins and shit. Y'all help me out, dog. Like, when was the last time you ever saw me pull up an MPC plugin on any beat I made? When? So y'all that's good with the MPC plugins, let me know what's good with a lead. Where I could get a good lead from. Nah. I need a good lead, man. I need a good lead sound. Come on. Nope. 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 Oh, no. Come on, Akai. Come on, Akai. What's good? No. No. There we go. What I was playing before? I forgot what I was playing. I forgot. Oh, that's it. That's it. That's it. I got it. I got it. Nope. 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 That ain't what I was playing. That ain't what I was playing. Nope. Come on, man. Let's tweak that a little bit. Let's tweak that a little bit. Let's solo. Let's solo that. Let's tweak that a little bit. What we got in this plugin right here? What we got? What we got? LFO, sync. What else we got? Ain't got no filters in it. Let a filter go. Let's go. We got the high pass right here. Let's turn that down. There we go. We got some effects in here on this thing. Got some mix, echo. Maybe we can do some echo in here. How I do that? This shit look weird. It's on already. How come it's not echoing? I don't hear it echo. Oh, I hear it. I hear it. Nice. Okay. Let me see what this envelope is. Let's turn the envelope. We need to turn down the cut. Where's the cutoff? Where's the cutoff? There we go. I see the cutoff. Damn, the cutoff is already down. How that work? All right, let's do that. Okay, and then let's jump into EQ. Let's jump into EQ real quick. Give me that para. Give me that para. Give me the para. That para seem to be working out nice. Where is that? Where is that? Where the EQ at, man? Where that para? Where that para EQ at? That para. Where's that again? Holy shit, I lost it. Where's that? Where's that? Where that para EQ at? Where it went? Para. There we go. Bam. Gone. Okay, now we need to take some of that mid out. Definitely some of that mid. Right, like that. There we go. We need to make it a hollow. Take some of that mid out. There we go. There we go. All right. And then we need to kind of smooth out that high mid a little bit. Let's make the Q a little wide on that. Then we're gonna take the gain down a little bit. There we go. Let's find that sweet spot. There we go. I like that. I like that. Okay, let's go to that low. We want to boost that low up. So when we boost that low up on that lead, crank that low up, and then that reverb hit it, that shit gonna be dreamy as hell. Right? So we're gonna take that low in and we're gonna boost it. We're gonna crank the shit out of that on that lead. You know what I'm saying? Let's raise that Q up. Look at that. Get that nice little buzzing sound on there. All right, and then let's drop that. Let's drop that reverb. Hold up. Let me see if we got a. Am I reaching for a nice little, am I reaching for a nice little compressor? Let's see what we got. What we got? We got VCA. We got a vintage. What's this vintage thing, right? What's this? What's that? What's that? Let's get it. Let's get what I'm talking about. Let's get it. Threshold down. Let's smush it. Let's smush it. Bring the ratio up. See, it's gonna smush it. See? It's gonna smush it. Right? Right? And let's bring that attack down. I mean up some. And then we're gonna work with the input. And we're gonna release the threshold on a little bit. There we go. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Let's go get that reverb on that now. Where that reverb at? Where that reverb went at? Where it went at? That's a damn shame that air reverb sound like that, man. What Akai thinking, bro? The goddamn as soon as I put it on, it sound all washed out. Like I hope they got like a EQ on that reverb or something to clean that shit up, man. That shit sound all washed out, bro. What the hell wrong with Akai, man? Stop that shit, man. I'm gonna just use that large reverb, this one right here. There we go. Look how smooth. Ooh. Come on. I'm gonna crank that shit up, man. Let's take the reflection down a little bit. We're gonna do the low cut on that a little bit. And then we're gonna take that wet and pull that up. There we go. Let's bring them instruments back in on that and see what we did. Let's see if my ear is good. Can I get a drum program? 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 Let's hit these pads. See what we can get out of these pads. See what we can get out of these pads. Let's go to browse. Let's look up a crash real quick. I need a crash. Let's see if we got something in these samples right here. These Akai samples. We need to check these Akai samples out and see what Akai been serving y'all. I ain't never cooked up with Akai shit like by 3 years, dude. Like never. So we about to see what Akai been serving y'all, dude. Like I ain't never really went check this out to see what Akai been serving y'all when y'all buy this shit, right? Let's see what Akai serving y'all, dude. Let's see. We got a crash, man. We got a symbol or something? Can I get a symbol or something? What I gotta go into, man? What I gotta go into? Drums? Samples? There we go. All right. There we go. Come on, man. Come on, man. Give me a crash, man. Stop playing. There we go. Okay. Come on, man. Give me a crash. I need a crash, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. Give me a crash, bro. Now we getting there. Come on, man. Give me something. Give me something. Give me something. Come on. Nope. Okay. There we go. That's it. That's it. Give me that. Come on, man. That's... Oh, I like that one better. Let's go. Okay. All right. Let's go. What else we got? What else we got? We need like some perks or something. Some type of perk. Some type of perk. Can I get a ride? Can I get a ride? Do we got some rides in here? Can I get a ride? Oh, we got a ride. We got a ride. Let's see. We got some rides. Okay. Okay, let's get down. Let's get down. Let's go to program edit. Program edit. We need to pitch that a little bit. We need to pitch that. Woo! Come on. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Come on, Akai. Come on, Akai. Don't let me down, Akai. What else we need? Let's see what kind of perks we got, man. We got some percussion in here. We working with all Akai stock sounds. So for all of y'all ain't never seen me work with Akai stock shit, here you go. There's the video right here. Ain't never seen me work with no stock shit ever. Here you go. It's all stock sounds right here coming out of Akai shit. Let's see what else Akai got, man. Come on, Akai. Don't do me like that. Don't do me like that, Akai. We ain't got no perks? No perks? What else we got, man? No perks? What else should I look up? What else should I look up in the browser? Like, I got crash symbols, perks. What else? What else? We don't want no breaks, man. There's a perk right there. Oh, maybe I should just type in perk instead of perks. P-E-R-C. There we go. Yes. That's trap shit though. Sub bass. We already got the sample already got a bass in it, man. You want to put more bass in? You want to put bass on top of bass? What? Sub 808s bass concept. What the hell are all of y'all listening? Like everybody just on some bass. Y'all don't hear that bass in the set. Y'all don't hear that? Y'all must be some FL users or some shit. All three of y'all must be some FL users. Ready to go ham and knock the shit out with some bass. 808, dog, 808. Y'all must be some FL users, bro. All three of y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't hit up. Let me just play the sample real quick. Let me just play the sample real quick so y'all can hear. Look. Y'all don't hear that bass in the sample? Like, we need to put some more bass on top. Them dudes told on themselves. They must be FL users. They told on themselves. As soon as you ask them what instrument y'all want to put in there, 808, dog, bass, 808. Y'all told on yourself. Some FL users, bro. Y'all, all three of y'all. Now, anything other than the bass. Anything other than the bass. Y'all could come up with something, anything other than the bass. Let me know. Y'all drop it in there. Anything other than the bass, though. I like that little shaker right there. We can put that shake in there. Can I put that shake up in there? Damn, that shit kind of sharp though, huh? We might need to pitch that too. Let's go to sample edit. Pitch that shit, maybe. Something like that. Yeah, let's drop that in there. You messed that up. Take that out of triplets. We need to take that out of triplets, boy. Take that out of triplets. Stop playing. Let's go. Let's do that one more time. Rob laughing in the chat. Rob laughing in the chat. Rob laughing in the chat at y'all. You picked that up, Rob? You picked that up? You picked that up? Tell the truth. As soon as they said baseline, oh, your mind went straight. Yeah, that's FL. Them FL users right there. There they go. Them FL Wranglers right there. There they go. There they go. They're going to pull up somewhere with the 808, 808, 808, bro, 808. Bang that shit, knock that shit, bro. But just all you do is just crank that shit up and put a soft clip on that shit. The FL users be tripping me out, though. Can I do a delay on that? Let's see if we can do this. I'm just right now. I'm not really making a beat right now. All I'm doing is messing around with Akai shit. Like I'm literally, that's all I'm doing. I'm like, leave it up to me. Leave it up to me. This is the beat right here. I swear to God, this is the beat right here. Look. That's the beat. That's it. Yeah, all the rest of that shit I'm putting on, all of the 4-5 instruments I'm putting, I'm just messing around with Akai shit just to see what they did. You know, like I ain't never really fooled with Akai's stuff, never. And don't plan on it, no time ever. But I'm just seeing what they gave y'all. Like when you buy this machine, what they give y'all, like what y'all be messing around with on this thing, like what y'all be raving about. Everybody be making YouTube. Oh, Akai came out with fabric and yada yada, and then I ain't. So now I get to see what the hell a rage is about. I get to see what it's about. Right now, on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm about at a 2 right now. With all this shit I done clicked on, I'm about a 2 right now. So I don't know if the videos people be making be selling y'all bullshit or if nobody really telling y'all the real. But right now, with my ear, and you know, y'all pretty much know my ear is pretty damn good, you know. So with my ear and what I done clicked on so far, I'm at about a 2 right now on a scale of 1 to 10 when it come down to what Akai doing with these plugins. about a solid 2 right now. I'm not gonna hold you on that. About a solid 2 right now. But leave it up to me. That's the beat. The drums and that right there. That's the beat. That's it. Without all that other shit on there. That's the beat. I'm serious. That's it. Just that. You know, but we're gonna mess with Akai and see what's up, man. We're gonna give Akai a shot and give him a fair shake. I started out, you know, like right now we at a meter, and I'm trying to climb up the meter. I'm trying to climb it up. Okay, so we started at the bottom. Now I'm trying to climb up with all that shit I clicked on, and all them instruments, even them plugins, them reverb, all that shit. I'm about at a solid 2 right now. You done hiked it up 1%, you know, it's about a 2. All right, so hopefully we can get at least a, you know, at least 10-15%, if anything. You know, so let's check out Akai and see what they doing. Let's see what's up. My man said I ain't never used FL before. My man, like, don't get me wrong. I love them FL Warriors, man. I love y'all to death, bro. I do. And you know why I love y'all? Let me tell you why I love y'all FL Warriors, man. Let me tell you why I love y'all. Because y'all united as hell, bro. Y'all united as a bug, bro. The MPC community is broken. It's broken. The MPC community is broken. Pole Native Instruments, they didn't took a goddamn back seat. They was like, nah, we can't hang. We can't hang no more with all this bullshit going on. They done took a damn back seat. Sometimes you gotta know when to bow the hell out of the round. Shout out to Native Instruments for knowing when to sit their ass down and chill out. Shout out. I ain't gonna hold you on that. Shout out to Native. But MPC community is broken, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, it literally broke. It got fractures and shatters in it, and Lord have mercy. I ain't never seen a music production community that just in disarray and all up in the air other than the MPC goddamn community. I don't know what the hell happened with the MPC, but holy shit, the community is broken. You understand? Sometime when I'm in that Ableton DAW and I hear that MPC shit going on and all the people that got opinion and y'all want the MP, Lord, I'm glad I'm in that. I'm glad I'm over there on the Ableton side now. Sometime I'm glad. I'm like, yeah, I'm Ableton Warriors. Let's get it. You know what I'm saying? But let me tell you something I love about them FL users though. When you want to see a close-knit community, close-knit producer circle, FL got everybody beat hands down. I'm talking about they stick together, bruh. You understand what I'm saying? Like, FL Studio users, they like this. It's like they one mind. If one of y'all banging them goddamn drums, all of y'all banging them goddamn drums. You understand what I'm saying? FL users stick together, bruh. We here. So I admire that about that particular producer's community, man. Like, if one person gonna crush that 808 underneath that soft clipper, all of them gonna crush that. Every last one of them gonna crush that 808 under that soft clipper. Every last one. All of them. That's the rule. That's it. That's what we doing. You know what I'm saying? And you mess around and say something other than that, they will toss your ass out that community, out that FL Studio community, because you saying something different. See what I'm saying? They stick together on some shit. Now, I mess around, look at the MPC community, and I love the MPC, but I mess around, look at the MPC community, man, broken. Literally, just broken, just fractured all kind of ways. You know, people fighting, fussing, you know, what you prefer, what you use, which standalone, software, then, like, it's just broken, bro. And y'all know I'm talking. You know what I'm saying? MPC community just broken. For real. You know what I'm saying? You're like one big ass soap opera. You know what I'm saying? Put that shit on CBS right next to Guiding Light, and in between Young and the Restless, right next to that MPC drama coming up next on prime time. You know what I'm saying? Just broken shit. You know, so you know, but them FL users though, I'm serious. I admire it, and I'm not bullshit. I admire the shit out of the FL Studio community. But I ain't gonna use that shit. But I swear to God, them FL Warriors, I'm with y'all, bro. Like, for real. Like, I don't know what y'all did. Like, y'all all just had like a meeting or something, a secret meeting. Y'all met in the hills somewhere, or somewhere away from everybody. Like, all 2 million of y'all met like somewhere in the hills somewhere and had a meeting that all of y'all just gonna band together and just be united, bro. I feel that. That must have what happened, bro. They had a secret meeting that every FL user ever on the face of this earth, and they all met somewhere foreign, somewhere in the hills somewhere that we didn't even know what was going on. Like the Rockefeller meeting way back in the day, where we didn't know where they control the government with that big ass meeting they had that nobody don't want to talk about. You know? when they started deciding who the president gonna be, long before the votes. That Rockefeller, y'all know what I'm talking about. That meeting long time ago, that Rockefeller the man, it was like, hell, we ain't leaving up to the people to decide shit though, but we gonna be deciding who gonna sit up there on the presidency from now on. Y'all must have had a meeting like that. Them FLUs must have had a meeting like that somewhere, way off somewhere, and we didn't know about it. And they must have decided that, you know what? Damn it, we gonna be one. We gonna be one. We gonna be here on this shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't hear one goddamn FL Studio user talking some other shit. Put it that way. I don't hear not one. Not one. Think about it. When the last time you ever saw an FL user break formation? When? Think about it, bro. When? Out of all of the FL Studio users, when the last time you just saw a FL Studio user just break formation, break something other than what everybody be doing? When the last time you just saw that happen? I'm serious. If one person say something, all of them just lock in. Every last 2 million of them just lock in. Yep, that's what we doing. You know what I'm saying? I admire that shit, man. I close them people off, man. Like, holy shit. The MPC community, y'all could take a note from them FL Studio users, man, and start joining the shit. You know what I'm saying? Look, Rob said the NPC community emotionless. That's it. That's the problem, huh? I never thought about it, but that's the problem, though. It's just too much emotion going on in that shit. Just too much. You know what I'm saying? Just too much emotion in the NPC community. I never thought about it like that, Rob. But you're probably right, though. I ain't bullshit. You're probably right. I ain't gonna even hold you on that. You're probably right, though. It's just too much high ass emotion going on in that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, holy shit, Lord have mercy, man. But the FLs did, like, think about. I want you to ask yourself, like, nobody don't really take that in. Ask yourself, out of the 2 million FL Studio users, when the last time you saw one break formation? When? When? They just broke off into some other shit and just was talking some other shit about FL Studio. When? When? Think about it. When? On what video anywhere? On Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, wherever. You understand? When the last time you done heard one FL Studio just break formation from the rest of everybody else? Not one. You understand what I'm saying? Holy. What? 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 My bad. I had to change my microphone, man. I had to change up my microphone. We had to change up the microphone. Oh my gosh. My gosh. Okay, so man, listen. Listen. Listen, man. Is that module a MPC 3000 in rack? Look at the top of the screen, man. There you go. Read the top of the screen, big dog. Well, it sounds great, man. Sounds good. Nah, man, this beat, I mean, this beat is it sound all right, but it's it ain't it ain't all that in the bag of chips, but it was just for tutorial purposes, just making sure we explain everything nice and good and make sure it's good, So, but it's a cool beat, but it ain't all that in the bag of chips though. This is it though. That's it. Like just that alone right there. Just that alone right there. Same thing. Same thing as the video before that we did the last time. The video the other day on Thursday night. If y'all notice, the drums same exact way. Different style drums, but same exact sound. Y'all, you see what I'm saying? Go check them other drums on that other video. Same exact sound. See what I'm saying? That's what this does. If you record it right, if you recorded it right, like we did all that stuff to record it in. You see what I'm saying? We lowered the sound. We lowered the recording at 10 kilohertz. Made sure 16 bit. You see what I'm saying? You're gonna get that sound right there. That sound of the two, like I said, like just because this thing say 3000xl, don't get it confused with the actual 3000 machine. Like it don't have that sound because it say S3000xl. It got more of the sound of the MPC 2000. That's this machine. Like the sound of the MPC 2000 and this machine is virtually identical. Like literally, it's damn near spot on the money. But it's people kind of get that twist because it say S3000xl. They think, it got the sound of the 3000. Nah. This got more of that ring sound. That ring on the drums. That tinny sound, and it's that ring that give it that snap. It got more of that. 3000 got more of that grit. More of that grunge, that grit kind of. It's like dirty. So both of them, everybody. Like I know a lot of people that would prefer the 3000. Like me personally, I like the 3000 a little bit better. But they got some people that would literally fight you like for the 2000. Like they'll if they had the choice between the MPC 2000 or 3000, they like, dude, 2000. That is not even a question. Give me the 2000 all day long. Like I know people like that, and they stand by that. Like give me the 2000 all day long. You know what I'm saying? But obviously the 3000 is a bit more popular. You know, it's more popular than what you know. But I know a bunch of people that would pass on the 3000 just to get the 2000. They would absolutely 100%. They would. You know. There y'all go, man. Let's save this thing up. Let's save this thing up. We had a little mishaps, and that took maybe about 30 minutes, man. Like I looked up at the clock in like 25 minutes that it had before we fixed that. That little mix up that I had, man. You know? And I like I said, I did the same thing 3 times over again. I did not change nothing. I didn't. I just did it over again because I knew that's the work. I know that's the workload, but maybe it was something up with the machine. I don't know. Maybe just a bug, or maybe it just I have no clue with that. You got to remember that these machines, they old. They, you know, sometimes when I turn it on, it'll take a while before it load up the 2.0 software, the 2.0 OS. Sometimes you'll see the 1.5 flash, and then you'll see a switch to 2.0 quick. But sometimes when I turn it on, it'll load up 1.5, and then it'll just sit there. And then when you touch something, then you'll see it switch. It'll like just hang on 1.5, and then when you touch something, it'll switch. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's just the machine that did that, because I literally did the same thing over 3 times. First time didn't work. Pressed the pad, wasn't triggering I knew it was recorded. Y'all saw me record it in. I knew it was recorded in. I pressed the button, no sound. And then I recorded it again. Press the button, no sound. You know what I'm saying? No sound. And then I did it again, set everything up, made it was good, pressed the button, all of a sudden we got sound now. So I can't even tell you what I didn't fix nothing. Like I would love to say, oh, it was this, I fixed that. I didn't fix, I just did it 3 times and it worked on the 3rd time. It did. Just recorded it. But that took like 25 minutes, you know. I don't really, but you know. Patience, man. Patience is a virtue with these machines, bro. That's why that's at the top of the screen. Sometimes it be like that. You know, but the object is just to make sure you know what you're doing and keep it moving, man. Okay, so let's go ahead and save this up. The beauty about it is all you gotta do to save up your program here, to save up whatever you did. I don't even think I went over that the last video on how to save it. You know, like everything we did is gonna be saved to program. All your programs, your key groups, everything is gonna save that. So to save it, there's a save button on here. Like it's just label save. So, or you know, so you go to the save button, right? And then you pick where you want to save it. You could save it to the memory, or you could save it to your SCSI on the back. SCSI drive on the back. I usually save shit to the SCSI drive. That's why I save it. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do. You know, when you go to the save, it's gonna give you your parameters at the bottom. So you hit the SCSI drive right there. And then now that you in that, once you see the drive pull up, make sure you're in the right drive 5, ID 5. Your SCSI is labeled in IDs, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all of that. So once you see the ID 5, that you know it's reading from that. All right. Yeah, ID 5 is what your program will show all your MPC stuff is on. All this stuff is on. You see what I'm saying? Like when you create your partitions on your card for the SCSI, 5 is what the MPC is. Not gonna let you do nothing with 5, because that's all your stuff on the MPC. Like all this stuff, the operators and all that. So you make sure it's on 5. Always look at that, make sure it's on 5, make sure it's down. Boom, so we down. And then we just hit save again. We just hit save. You pick the SCSI because that's what you want it to look at. And then you go to save. Now that it's looking at the SCSI, now you go to the save parameter. All right, so we hit save, boom, and then you just go up to where it say volume, you know, and you just go to the last one, the one that's the last one, the one that say inactive, whichever one say inactive. So I got a few different things saved on here. You know, I got all my different beats I done made so far. I'm gonna go to the one that say inactive, which would be volume 6, inactive. There you go. And then some people do wipe first, like that's the you know, the proper way to do it. Before you just save, you always wipe first. You do the wipe and then save. But I know I ain't got nothing on there, but they tell you to just do the wipe first, just to make sure that nothing doesn't corrupt your file whenever you save it. Because you can have something on there by accident, maybe, or something, and then when you save it to the volume, it'll overwrite that and corrupt it. It'll corrupt your beat. So just to be sure, as a precaution, when you get to the screen right here, what is told is do the wipe first. Just hit wipe, hit OK, boom, and then save it right after. So let's just do that just for shits and gigs. Let's just do it. Wipe. We ain't got nothing on a drive to wipe, so we gonna hit yes, and there you go. It's wiped. That's just to make sure now when we save it over on that volume, it's empty. Nothing is there. So it's like the wipe is like a precaution just in case, just so you you just know, okay, it's all good. I can save it now. Nothing gonna mess up my shit. But most people don't even do. They just save it. All right. So now we're gonna hit save. Boom. Okay. So you hit go. We're gonna save to the partition. Oh. Before you hit go to actually lock it in, you go down to where it says make sure that the selection is on the entire volume. Because you could save different things. You know how like in this MPC, in the newer MPCs, when you go to save, you could save just your program, just your programs. You don't have to save the whole entire beat. I know y'all do, but you don't have to save the whole entire beat. You can save just the programs you made. So if you made some cold ass drum programs or something, like all 16 pads or type, some cold ass drum sounds you put together, and you don't want to lose that, you could save just the program. That's it. So all like you could save different things like that. So this does the same thing, kind of like the same thing. So you could put entire volume, you could save entire volume. That means everything you did finna save, everything. So the samples you chopped up, the samples you saved, the audio recordings, all that by the save. The key groups you made, program, all that finna save when you do entire volume. Okay. Or you could do all programs and samples, programs plus samples. You could do all programs only, just the programs only. And you can do all samples only. That's the selections you got. And then you got one called cursor program samples and cursor items only. All that's saying is just whatever your cursor is on is gonna save. So you can kind of use the you could use the arrow keys, put your cursor on something and save just that. But you gotta make sure it's on that name first, that category first that says cursor items only. That's for that. See what I'm saying? So you can save particular things on the screen. You can say, like, if I want to save this particular thing, you can put it on cursor only and then navigate your cursor there and then hit go. It's gonna save just that, whatever your cursor is on. It's just a way to be detailed with what you want to save if you don't want to save the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Just a way to be detailed. Okay, but we obviously want to save the whole thing, right? So let's go back to entire volume. We're gonna save everything. Obviously that takes up the most memory. Whenever you save or the most space on your drive, whenever you keep saving the entire volume. But the beautiful thing is, you see, like, don't think of it like, oh shit, I'm gonna run out of space. Because you see what we did, all that we did, that's very small. Like all we did was recorded. Think about it. That all we got right now on this machine right now is just 20 seconds of the sample. We recorded that. And then we recorded we broke that up into 6 different or 10 different chops. See? And then we recorded a 6-second drum break. And we broke that up into 3 different chops. So that's pretty much all we got for this program. So don't think, if you make beats simple like that on this and you're doing that, then don't think that, oh shit, man, I'm gonna run out of space. Because if you're doing it that simple, man, you could save a ton of beats, on here. If you're doing it that simple. See what I'm saying? So don't, but if you making some crazy ass shit to where you damn near running out of RAM and your memory overloaded and shit like that, then you might have something to worry about. But we're gonna hit entire volume. All right. And then we're gonna hit go. That's gonna save it. See, it's going through it. Bottom, saving samples. It's going through them all, saving drum program, saving every boom. It's all saved, all ready to go. Okay, so now that it's saved, the name of it is volume 6. That's what we saved it on. The inactive volume. It's no longer inactive, it's active now. All right, volume 6. That's what we saved it. So now after you save it, now you rename it. I know on a regular computer, like our regular computers we do work on, you title it, then you save it. Whatever you want to save on your computer. You'll like if you put a new folder on your computer, you title it first, then you save it. You see what I'm saying? Or if you put a new file on your computer, you title it, then you save it. On here, you save it, save it to your volume. It's gonna be, and then you can rename the volume as to what you want it to be. So right now, I've saved it to volume 6. It's called volume 6. Now we're gonna rename that volume 6 to the beat title, whatever the beat title is, whatever we want the beat title to be. So for this, what we call it ethnic sound. Let's call it ET beat. We're gonna call it ET beat. So all you hit is just the name. Boom. You go to you go to you go to rename. You go to rename button. When you're in the save page, the function buttons you got is save, which that's the page we on now. You got volume, so you can look at your volumes. You can scroll, whichever volumes you got. It'll give you an overview of all your volumes you got, your inactive and active ones. You got rename, which is what we need now to rename this volume. You got rename. You got delete. Then you got the SCSI if you want to look at your SCSI drive again. And then you got, format or wipe and go. Format is obviously if you want to wipe the whole thing, whole drive, done. You can format it. And then you got wipe, which is what we did before, just to wipe the program. Wipe the volume, not the whole thing, just wipe the volume. You can do that, or you can hit go. So right now we want to rename it, right? So we're gonna hit rename. Boom, it's gonna take us to the VOD, to the name. All right. And then it's gonna ask you a new name. You hit the name button, and then it's gonna now you can type in your name. All right, so we're gonna call it ET, or what we said, ET beat. Let's call it ET beat. You don't have to dial this in like I'm doing. You don't have to. I just do that, but you don't have to dial like scroll through the numbers and letters with this knob right here. I'm just used to it, so that's what I do. But you can type in letters. You can. I kind of showed y'all that on the last video, but I'm gonna explain it to y'all again. All of these buttons on here is a letter. All of them, from the right, from the left, all the way over here, all the way to the right. All of these buttons is a letter. So the buttons that you have over here, your main buttons, your operating buttons over here, that's as them buttons that light up red over here, all the way, if y'all can see it. They light up red over here. Right now it's just one lit up red, but that's like your operating button. That's your main button you to go through the pages and stuff. But all of these buttons, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 buttons right here. That's 8 letters. See what I'm saying? So the 8 buttons is the single button, the multi button, the sample button, the effects button, the edit button, the global button, the save button, which that's the one that's lit up right now. That's the page we in save to save the volume, the save button, and then the load button, to load your stuff. Whenever you turn it on, you can load whatever you want. Like if you want to go to a beat and load it or whatever, you can load it. So that's the 8 buttons right here, right? So these 8 buttons got letters attached to them. So this is how it works. On the single button, that's single, the button that's labeled single right here, it says single/A. Then the next button is multi. It says multi/B. The next button is the sample button /C. The next button is the effects button /D. So every button is a letter. See what I'm saying? So picture this. You got 8 buttons right here. 8 menu, but 8 I guess you can say menu buttons. No, for lack of a better term, menu button. This right here, you got eight menu buttons right here. So you got A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Yeah. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. There's your 8 buttons. All right. Now you see your function buttons right here. That's 8 more. See? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 function buttons. Those function buttons is your next set of 8 letters. So you got your stop on H right here, H. Then the function button is I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. That's your 8 function buttons, right? Okay. Now from your function buttons, you go to your dial pad right here. That's your number pad. Okay. Now if you know a number pad, your number pad got nine buttons. See what I'm saying? So you stopped on P right here, but the thing is, a number pad goes up. 1 is in the left corner. If you know how a number pad works, like look on your MPC right now. See that number pad you got right here. See, 1 is down there, 1 is down there. You know what I'm saying? Oh no. Oh, 1 is up. 1 is actually up at the top. They actually did it right way. 1 is at the top. But on here, the number pad goes up, not down. Meaning that on your MPC right here, on the MPC X, 1 starts at the top. So it's 3 rows or 4 rows. But 1, 2, 3, then 4, 5, 6, then 7, 8, 9. See what I'm saying? That's how it go on this MPC. But on this number pad, 1 start at the bottom. So it go 1, 2, 3, then up, 4, 5, 6, then upper row, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. See what I'm saying? So the top row is 7, 8, 9, 4, 5, 6, then 1, 2, 3. That's how it go from top to bottom. All right. So from top to bottom, you're starting at the top with the next level. Okay. So after the last function button, which is P, the letter P, then 7 is Q, then you got 8 is R, then you got 9 is S. Then you got 4, 5, and 6, that's T, U, and V. Then you got 1, 2, and 3. That's W, X, and Y. And then the 0 key is the Z. You know what I mean? So you got all your letters right there. All of them. All of these buttons is a letter. So you don't have to dial in your numbers like that. You don't have to dial in whenever you're trying to name something, you could just hit if you hit the name, hitting the name button right here is when you want to name something. It has a button right here called name. So that's whenever you want to name something. Like, so if you want to name a program, you hit the name button. If you want to rename a sample, you hit the name button. If you want to see. So if you want to name something, when you hit the name button, long as you in the name button function, and that's activated, you could use the letters. Long as you in that function. You know what I'm saying? And if you tap it again, if you tap the name button again, it's going to use the numbers. So you can use the number pad. Instead of this number pad being letters, it's going to be the numbers you could use. So all you got to do is just keep tapping the name button to switch from letters to numbers. But if you don't want to do that, all you got to do is just scroll through the letters and numbers manually to name something. Just in case y'all didn't know that. So when you see me scroll, don't get frustrated by that. Oh shit, you got to scroll letters. You don't have to. You can actually type in the letters. So for instance, let's do it. If I wanted to type in what we say ET beat or ETB. Do you say ETB? ET beat. Let's go. ETBEAT. ET space BEAT. So we're gonna type that in with letters. Okay, so let's go to the beginning. Okay, so let's find. We're gonna hit the name. Make sure we in name. Okay, and we good. So all these letters is active. Now that we in the name feed, the name function, all these buttons is letters now. If we tap the button, it ain't gonna do what the button says. It's gonna be the letter now. So the E is over here. Let's go. E. T is over here. See? T. Then we're gonna do a space. Boom. Then B is right here. B, E, A, T. See? ETB. We got it already. I think I put 2 B's. Let's back up. I think I put 2 B's. B, B, E, A, T. So you could label it that quick, just like that. If you get used to what the numbers and letters are, you don't have to scroll through every letter and every number. You don't have, or you could if you want. Me, I'm just kind of used to scrolling, but you could type shit in just that quick if you get used to what the letters and numbers are. You know what I'm saying? Boom. We good. Now, once you save it, it's gonna ask you. It's gonna ask you if you want to save the volume or if you want to save the file. We want to save that volume. I mean, we want to rename. We're renaming something. We're not saving it. We already saved. Remember, we already saved it. We just need to rename it instead of volume 6. We need to rename it something that we're gonna recognize when we look for the beat again. We saved it under volume 6. Remember, you got to save first, then you can rename the volume that you saved it to. You can't rename an inactive volume. See what I'm saying? You got to activate it, which something got to be on it, then you could rename it. All right, cool. So something is on it. All this shit we did is on the volume. We saved it to volume 6, then we just renamed it ET Beat. So now when you hit enter, when you name it and you hit enter, it's gonna ask you, do you want to rename the volume or do you want to rename the actual file? We want to rename the whole entire volume. That way, when we turn this off and turn it on again, and it show all of our volumes gonna be beat names. Okay? So all you gotta do is just scroll to the beat name you want. Hit load, boom, everything pop back up. Okay? So we're gonna hit volume. We want to save the volume. There it is. And we good to go. There it is. ET Beat. That's the name of our volume. Instead of volume 6, it's called volume ET Beat. There we go. And we got some other beats on here. We got the one we did yesterday, which we called SB12 beat. I got one called string sample beat. I got a bunch of them on here, man. String sample beat. I got OSKL beat. So that stands for old school beat. Old school beat. I got old school beat 2 because I did 2 beats that night that I made. I did 2, so that's old school beat 2 for that night. And most of them got a date at the end, like 7-11 or some type of date. Just 2 numbers for the date. I do that because it helped me to narrow when I did it, how old a beat is. Like if I did it last week or last month, so I try and put 2 numbers at the end. Like just the month and the date. Like 6-9 or 7-11. That's July 11th, whatever, something like that. 8-1, August 1st. You know what I'm saying? Just 8-1 or whatever the date is. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna kind of help you keep track of when you did it, not just the beat, the name of the beat. So that's kind of what I do when I'm saving stuff on these old machines. All right, so we good. So we got it saved in here. Now remember, next is here. See, we put some sounds in here. We got some sounds running in here. The programs we made, the 2 MIDI tracks. We got our sample on MIDI track 1. That's our sample on MIDI track 1, and that's being triggered from here. See, and then we got our drums on MIDI track 2. Okay, that's being triggered from here. So now that we got everything saved in here, you got to save your beat in here. So what I do is whatever I named it in here, that's gonna be in the name in here. So it might be slightly different, but that name gonna be in here. That way I can match it. You know what I'm saying? You can match whatever is in your whatever you did in here. You can match it with whatever you pulling up here. So I named this. What did I name it? ET Beat. That's what I named this. ET Beat. So we're gonna go here. We're gonna go to menu. We're gonna go to save. We're gonna go to project, and then we're gonna call it. I'm gonna go to my hard drive, my internal hard drive. Boom. I should have a folder in there called I made a new folder on the hard drive called s3000xl projects. So I know anything I do on the SL3000, I got other folder. Like I got an MPC 2000 folder in there. Because when I hook the 2000 up to this, I do the same thing. I got my sounds running through the 2000. I got a 5000 folder on here, MPC 5000 folder. So if I hook my 5,000 up to it, see what I'm saying? My MPC 5,000, I could do the same thing. So all of them, I got them folder names on here on the hard drive. You know what I'm saying? So I got one called S3000xl projects. So I'm gonna go to that folder, make sure I open up that folder, and then I'm a title the beat the same thing right here. So ET beat, let's title it that. Let's go here. Same way y'all doing the MPC, how y'all label y'all projects. ET beat, EAT, and then this is where I do the date. See what I'm saying? That them two numbers at the end. See what I'm saying? So today, so we're gonna do 613 at the end. 613. There you go. Do it. That's our beat. Save. See? Now if we want to pull it up again. All right. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's turn this off. Let's shut this down. Right. And then now we can shut this down as well. Now that we got everything saved, let's shut this down. Boom. We turn it off. Click the switch, turn it off. So everything is shutting down. This MPC X is shutting down. This is already shut off. So let's say we want to pull up our beat. Let's say we want to do that. Want to come back, work on it, do whatever, yada, yada, whatever. All right. So everything's shut down. Everything is off. Everything is off. All right. So we turn on the MPC. Boom. Make sure that's fired up first before you turn this on. Make sure that's all fired up. Anything you got connected to it, make sure, because sometimes what happen is if you turn this on first and then you turn on this machine or turn them on at the same time while they booting up, your MIDI won't fire up in the back. They're known for that. So the way you avoid that is anytime you got something connected to this machine, just turn on whatever it's connected to, make sure that's running first. So we're gonna make sure the MPC is running first. Now we're gonna turn on this. That's to make sure it connect every time. So now we're gonna hit the power button, turn it on. Boom. So it's gonna load up. My template gonna load up. See, my template is loaded up. It's finding my template. It's going from the 1.5 to the 2.0. I'm on the 2.0 solver. That's because I got this card in here. This 2.0 card. So I got 1.5 OS is on here. It's on the machine. The newer 2.0 is on this card right here. So it's going to load to 1.5 on the machine. Then it's going to go to this card and find 2.0. So that's what it just did. Now we running. We up and running. Everything is nice and good. There we go. So we go to the load button. We go to the load button. I mean, wait. First we load our project here. Let's go to menu. We go to project. I think, is that the way you do it? Nope. Nope. How you do it again? How you pull up the project? Oh, browse. Places. Go here. Go to my drive. Bam, there it is. Go to my S3000 projects. Right. There we go. S3000 projects. There you go. Boom. I don't know why they wasn't pulling up. Okay, so now we in the S3000 folder, that S3000xl folder. That's all our projects right there. We find the one we just did. ET beat 613. There it is. We hit enter. That's gonna load on the MPC right here. Okay, make sure that's up and running. It's loaded. There you go. Now we're gonna find it on this machine right here. So let's go. Let's hit load. Boom. And it's gonna take us to our volume. Then it's gonna ask you where you want to load it from. We want to load it. Remember, we saved it on the SCSI, so we want to load it from the SCSI. Let's pick the SCSI. Boom. Make sure once you hit SCSI, make sure you have that 5 lit. Make sure that 5 is lit. Remember, it's gonna look for it in the internal system. So make sure that 5 is lit. You know what an MPC operating system is. If that says anything else, then something is messed up with your connection. You know, you probably a SCSI drive or something. If that don't say 5, all right, something is messed up. So anytime I hit SCSI, I always glance. I make that I just glance and make sure that say 5. Boom, you're good to go. There it is, 5. Bam, you're good. All right. And then once you hit the load screen again. All right. Now you find your volume. See, it changed to volumes. See, not because I'm on the SCSI now I can see my volumes now. When I go back to the load screen, you can see your volumes. Remember what we saved it under? We changed the volume name to ETB. So let's find that. There it is, ETB. There it is. And then you hit go. Bam, it's gonna load everything, put it back how it was. Bam, it's putting all the samples back how it was. There it is. Right? And then when you go back to your program, your multi button, if you got anything saved on MIDI channels, remember we got 2 MIDI channels, 1 and 2. We got the sample saved on 1, and we got the drum saved on MIDI channel 2. That was to play them on different tracks. Gotta have different MIDI channels if you want your things to be on different tracks. So we got the sample on track 1, we got the drums on track 2, 2 different MIDI channels. If you want both your MIDI channels to play once you load everything like this, like we just did, go to the multi button. Press the multi button. That way you can see both your any MIDI channels you got active, and it's gonna activate them all. So we on the multi button. All our channel, we got two different things activated. You remember our programs? We title one program, my template program, which always pulls up. That's what the sample is always on. Then I made the DP program, the DB program, drum break program. Those 2 is active with the different MIDI channels. There you go. So we should be good to go. Wait, hold up, something's wrong. What's wrong? Did I press the right thing? Did I load it? I loaded it, right? Let me go do it again. Let me make sure. Let me just make sure. Clear. Okay. Loading samples. Yes, yes, yes. Oh wait. Whoa, whoa. My bad. I gotta go to sampler and turn on my ends. There we go. There we go. We good. We good. You gotta go to your when you got your stuff hooked. That's why I wasn't playing. In the remember, this is hooked, the MPC, the out of the S3000 is going to the end of the MPC right here. And then from the MPC is going here to my audio interface so you guys can hear. So if you don't go to the sample screen on the MPC and activate your monitor to hear it, put it on in, it's gonna be off. Whenever you turn the MPC off, it's gonna default to off. When you turn it back on, you gotta make sure you go back and turn it back on to in, to monitor in. Now whatever you got hooked up to the end of this is gonna play through your headphone. That's this hooked up to the end of this MPC, the input. It's gonna play through your headphones. So now that it's on in, it should play. There we go. There you go. And you can get back to work. There you go. Boom, boom, boom. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. There you go. You can work on your stuff again, or track the beat out, or whatever you want to do. A lot of people the reason why I want to go over that is because a lot of people get that confused on how to pull their stuff back up on these 2 machines. You gotta make them, remember, you gotta make your sequencer work in tandem with this, with your sampler. The sampler don't have a sequencer. So because this is our sequencer, we gotta make them work in tandem with each other. whenever you load up your stuff. So just make sure you remember that. This is how you made it, so this is how you got to pull it up with these things in tandem with each other. So just make sure your input is on, make sure all of that is good. You know, that way when you start up to everything play, anything you got coming out of this, you're gonna be able to hear it through here, through the inputs on here. And you're good to go. Boom, 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 boom. What's up, Aaron? What's happening, man? What do you think about the new? What do you think about the new Akai MPC XL? Um, same thing. Same thing. I think about every MPC. It's the same MPC. It's the same one you bought the one before. It's the same one. Same sound. Same as this. Same sound. You know? Same sound. Any MPC they make, any one they make from here on out, until they change the sound of it, I will not be purchasing. Simple. I will not. Until they do something with the sound, I will not be purchasing the same machine over and over again. Just with more workflow. But it's the same exact sound from the last MPC I got, and the same exact sound. Yeah. I'm not a workflow person. I'm not a person that you're gonna mesmerize me with more shit that you allowed me to do to the machine. I value my sound. That comes first and foremost before everything. Before the workflow of it, before how you're able to do it, before what you're able to do, my sound. And the reason why that comes first and foremost is because that's what people are going to be listening to out here. Nobody out here is going to ask you about your workflow. Whenever they purchasing your beat or want to buy your stuff or want to deal with you on some business about your music, nobody's going to give two shits about your workflow. Nobody. That's the producer community you guys are trying to impress with more workflow and how you do this and how you do that. That's the producers. That's these other but when you're doing, I'm not in this game to impress producers with what I do. I'm in this game for a business. See? So I value that thing that people are going to be buying from me. They're not buying my workflow. They are buying my sound. That's what I'm contracted with companies to present, not my workflow. So I don't give a shit what new features Akai keeps coming up with on these machines. I need them to change my sound. I need them to do something with the sound. That's going to help me. That's when I'm going to buy something again. They need to help me with that thing that I actually give a shit about out there, which is my sound. Not more buttons and lights so I could play around with this shit some more. That's not what people buying out here from me. Now, maybe the person that sits at his house and don't have no business with this and don't have nobody purchasing music from him, don't have no business out there with it, don't have nobody that's requesting anything from, maybe you could sit there and give a shit about all these lights and some more USB-C and it does this now and you can make a beat like this and you could do it like this now. Maybe you could sit there and worry about that because you're not really out, nobody not really asking you for no sound. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you could do that. But for the person that actually has something going out here and people requesting you and they present something, I'm not really worried about no workflow shit. I'm worried about if you're gonna give me a different sound whenever I hook this thing up and run some shit to it. Is it gonna sound different than the last MPC? So far, no. You can go load some shit on this MPC right here. Go load some shit on that MPC XL and press them buttons at the same time. Press them pads at the same time. Load a kick drum on this MPC and load a kick drum on that MPC, on that MPC X, and press them both at the same time and tell me what you hear. So you paid $2,000 for that same exact sound. That's what you did. And all they did was gave you some more shit to do on it, but not a different sound. Not a different sound. They just gave you some more shit to do on it. That's what you paid $2,000 for or whatever. Just give you some more shit to do. So like I said, maybe to the person that doesn't sell music or doesn't have anything going on, you could do that and you don't worry about that. You mesmerized by the workflow and all that shit. But trust me, to a person that people are asking them about sound and hey, that thing that you did, man, that sounded amazing. And can you get us another? Can you send us another one like that sounded like this? See, that sounded like this. And man, you remember when you did that such and such? Man, we like to order some more that sounds like that. When you got people that's in your that's over you like that want that type of shit from you, you're gonna stop being concerned with your workflow and you're gonna start being concerned with my goddamn sound. You're gonna stop, like literally. And that's usually the difference between the people. That's the difference. But it ain't the fact that one group of people are worried about they sound and one group of people are worried about workflow or mesmerized by more workflow. That ain't really the problem. The problem is where the is what's the outcome of this music? Where is it going? That's the riff that people have a little bit of controversy over. See, if you ask that, if you present that same thing to those different group of people, you're gonna get a different response. See, the person that doesn't have none of that going on, he is thrilled to death about the next piece of workflow Akai gonna get it. He's thrilled to death about that and ready to go purchase the same MPC, same sound, just if it give him 3 USB ports. Oh shit, well, I'm going to get it because it got 3 more USB ports. So he got it. Oh man, let me connect this to that. See, like he thrilled to death with that. See, none of that has shit to do with your sound. None. But that person is thrilled to death because he doesn't have anybody that's worried about his sound. He doesn't have anybody out there that's worried about the beats he finna deliver to him. His sound that he nothing. So he's thrilled to death about that next piece of workflow that Akai finna get. But they got some people out here that they make a living off of their sound. That's how we eat. That's how we survive. We ain't going to no other job nowhere where we get a check. See? So that person is gonna be concerned more about his sound, not about workflow. He's gonna be concerned that thing that he eat off of. He don't eat off of workflow, he eat off his sound. How it should sound. And if he able to get it to these people and make it sound hot. That's how you eat. See? So I always remember the 2 sets of people that own this machine. A lot of y'all buy this machine and don't give a shit about your sound. You don't really care. You just really give a shit about how it look, the next thing they finna put on it, the next, see? And the reason why you could do that is because when you turn this machine off, you go somewhere else to get your money. You go to a job somewhere and get your money. See, you're not really concerned if it sounds good, if it don't, just long as it's an MPC and it's nice and everything is good, and I could do this with it, you know. See, you're not concerned because you're gonna go somewhere else and get your money. So you're not really concerned about that. But they got some people, they eat off this shit. And that's why we concerned about that. That's why we put that first and foremost. This is what we eat off of. No beats, no check. No check, no food. For that other person, no beats, no check. No check, he don't give a damn because he gonna go to work and get he gonna go to Mr. Feinstein office and get his check. See, so he don't really give a damn. But see that person with the MPC. See? So when you ask them different people that's the responses you're gonna get. And a lot of people get that confused because they think somebody is being like you doing too much, or you know, like why are you always concerned about the sound? Like just enjoy the thing that they gave, just, you know. But what you don't understand is, see, that's a person that's talking like he gonna go to work and go get his check somewhere. And he talking to a person that eat off that sound. That literally he eat off that eat. Like no beats, no check, no music, no check. No check, we starving. Some people, no check, oh well. No check for music, oh well. I got this job, well, let me go to work and get my money. See? You feel what I'm saying? If y'all can understand what I'm saying. That's why, so just remember, whenever you hear people talk along them lines, just try and put yourself in their shoes. Try and put yourself and understand that might be one of them people that got to eat off this shit. That's why you think like that. You yourself, you probably in that position. You probably could go somewhere else, get your money. And that's cool. Go to whoever office and get your money. Or go, you know, get your. But they got some people you're going to talk to where this is it. This is it right here. This is it. This is what they do. They wake up and do this. And they put themselves in position to do it very well and make money off of it. They did that. So that's the people that you're gonna run up against, that they concern more about their sound, not the next thing you could put on this shit. Give me something that sound good so I can make sure them people that give me money out there, they keep giving me money. Because Akai helped me with, they gave me something that sound nice and something that sound better. And then they push something that sound better in that thing. See, they helping me make my money out. They helping me do that. They're not helping me make my money with this workflow shit. They're not helping me do that, you know? But that ain't what people buying from me out there. They buying my sound. You see what I'm saying? So I hope that kind of, you know, I don't really see too many, I don't really hear too many people explain it in that fashion to make you think a little bit more of what somebody might have on their mind. I don't see people explaining it. You just hear the two different opinions, the two different ways of thought. But I figured I'd break it down that way you guys can understand that is not really what side you fall on. Just understand the mindset that you're talking to. You could be talking to somebody that eat off this, and that ain't you. So you ain't worried about it, see? Because you don't eat off it. You don't. You ain't worried about it. You know, whatever they give you, if they give you, you know, they make it a little bit bigger and give you some more flashing lights on, hell, you're gonna be ecstatic about that. You know, 18 more flashing lights on it, man. Then they got another speaker on it right here, and they put some, you know, they made it a green color and put some handles on the side. You're gonna be ecstatic as shit about that. Ready to see. None of that shit got nothing to do with your sound. None. Not one thing. But you're gonna be ecstatic and say, hey, I'm gonna get that shit. I'm gonna, you see? That might be that person that don't eat off this. He ain't really concerned about no sound, none of that. Because he don't eat off this. He don't. He go make his beats, have fun at his house, making his beats, do whatever, and the beats sit on his hard drive all day long. That's what they do. See what I'm saying? And he have fun, do his thing, and enjoy his MPC. See? But you got some people that's not what happened when they make music. That's not what happened. They do this for real, for real. And it's a matter of if we gonna eat off this. And if the people that's under their roof gonna eat. Or if they got a company or people on that company, people that they gotta pay if they gonna get a check. That's all gonna be dependent on this thing we deliver. And if it sound tight, if it sound hot. So when somebody helping me with that, I value that. When somebody helping me get that check, I value that. Right now, Akai ain't helping me with that. They not helping me with that. They not. Simple. Mm. I really, really wish they do though. I really wish they do. I really wish the next NPC they make got something on it that, or something in it, not on it, in it. Like pop the hood on that mug and give me something in it that like I could be like, oh yeah, man. Like shit, if I cook up with that, people gonna definitely wanna hear that. See what I'm saying? Like make me say that. Shit, if I buy that thing and I cook up on it, yeah, people gonna want it. They gonna want that. My clients that I got, oh, they gonna want that if I cook up on that thing, right? They gonna see, like, make me say that about. But as of right now, I can't say that. I can't say nothing more about that new MPC that I can't say about this one. See, understand that when you bought these machines right here, just in case y'all don't know, the new person, just in case, you know, and I'm gonna show y'all old schoolers know what I'm about to say. But when you bought these machines, you know the reason why you collected these machines, why you collected them, you had a bunch of them or different ones. You know why? Because every single one gave you a different sound. It was no different than a synthesizer. You could hear the sound. It was no different than going to get a different synthesizer and another synthesizer. That's why you went collect synthesizer, because this one give you this sound, that one give you this sound. See? So that's why you had the MPC 2000 and MPC 2500 and the 3000 and the MPC 60. See, you collected all because you got a different sound from all of them. So this week, if you wanted if you wanted to make some hard hitting boom bap beat, you know, you plug up that 3000, the way you could get that gritty, dirty sound. You know what I'm saying? If you wanted that clean kind of chill sound, you plug up that 2000xl or that 5000. So you could get that kind of digital sound, but it's still grimy like though, you know? If you wanted that old school tinny sound, you hit that 2000 or that MPC 60. You see what I'm saying? If you wanted that, so that's the stuff you plugged up in your studio, and you took one off the shelf, you plugged it up, depending on what you wanted to make, and you plugged it up and you got to work. Then if you want to switch up, you take that one out and you plug this one up to get this sound, and you get to work. Plug up your keyboard as well, your synthesizer to it, and you get to work. You know, no different than buying a different synthesizer. You got this motif for this, and you got the rolling whatever for that, because they sound good. They got different sounds in it. See, so you're collecting them. But see this shit right here, these right here, you collecting this for something else. You're not collecting it for sound. You collecting them for something else, not because they sound different. So think about it. Like, think about what I'm doing. Let's say I got this MPC, the MPC Live 3, and the MPC 1. Let's say I got all of them. All right. What's gonna be my reason if I'm sitting down at my desk and I got this one plugged up, this MPC right here plugged up? What's gonna be my reason for plugging up the MPC Live, the MPC Live 3? What's gonna be my reason for saying, okay, let me switch out today. Let me take this one out today. Let me put my MPC Live 3 on the desk now and get on. What's gonna be my reason? See, whatever the hell that reason is, it ain't gonna be sound. Because they both sound the same. It ain't gonna be sound. Whatever that reason is, you're finna come up with. It ain't gonna be sound. That's what I mean. See, so you're collecting them MPC for something else. It ain't sound. That's why you're not. That's not why you're collecting. Maybe because you want to look nice with them. Maybe because you addicted to that shit, or maybe it's something. But it ain't. You can't say that you buying that. Oh, because yeah, this one got a different sound. Or this one got. You can't say that about these MPC. You can't say that. See? And that's the truth. You can't say that. You collecting them things for something else. Something else in you is getting that. But it ain't sound. It's not. Now, when I talk like that, notice I ain't saying these machines sound bad. I'm not saying that they sound bad. I'm just saying that the sound ain't changed. It's the same one. It just ain't changed. See? It's the same over and over and over. It's the same one. So think about it. Why would you, if you had this MPC plugged up on your desk right now and you getting out, why would you come in your studio tomorrow and say, all right, today I want to be in the Live 3. So let me take this one off the desk, unplug it, boom, boom. Let me go grab my Live 3 off the shelf, put it in this place and get down. What would be your reason? Whatever the hell it is, it's not going to be sound. It's not. Whatever the hell that reason is, it ain't going to be sound. That's my point. Very, very simply put. And that's the honest to God facts that you can't get around, no matter how much, what you say, what you try and come up with in your mind. That ain't sound. That ain't why you're switching them MPCs up, because you finna get a different sound when you put this one in its place. Nope. So you collect an MPC for something else. It's something else that you collecting. Something. I don't know what it is, but it ain't sound. It ain't sound you collect. It's not. You know what I'm saying? And that's everybody's choice. That's everybody's choice. That's everybody's whatever. That's everybody's choice. How do you want to get on? I ain't even saying nothing wrong with that. That's you and how you move. Ain't nobody can tell you how to spend your money, how to do what you want to do. But no matter your choice, that fact still remains. That sound ain't what you buying. So go buy it. But that ain't what you buying. You in that store buying something else. You ain't buying a new sound. Yeah, you in that store buying something else. You in that store buying maybe some more feel good for yourself in the studio because you got a new one, or you buying some more show off on Instagram with some videos, or you buying some something else you buying in that store when you go get that. But it ain't sound. That can't come out your mouth and be true. That I'm going in the store buying a better sound when I get that new MPC. Hell no. You buying the same sound. That's what you buying. Simple. All facts. And anytime you want to pop the hood on this machine and find it out for yourself, go do it. Because I done already done it. Trust me, I wouldn't be talking this shit if I didn't know what I was talking about. I done already done it. So until they decide to do that, see, now let's let's put these machines now in the place of that example. Let's put these. You collecting these machines right here. You're collecting quite a few of. All right. Now let's put these machines in the place of that same example. You got the MPC 3000xl. You got the s3000xl hooked up in your, and that's what you've been making beats on. So you come to your studio the next day and say, you know what? Shit. All right. Yeah, I gotta make this. I gotta make such and such and such and such. Let me rock with the 60 today. Let me rock with the MPC 60. So you undo your rack, you undo your cables from this, and then you plug up that MPC 60 and you get out, and you plug up your keyboards or whatever, and you get out. See, what's your reason for switching them MPCs out? See, a different sound. See what I'm saying? That's your reason for switching them MPCs. That's your reason for collecting. That's your reason for spending all that money. A different sound. But when you switching out your MPC XL for your MPC Live 3, what's your reason? What? Whatever that is, whatever, and you probably got some. I ain't saying you ain't got, you probably got some, but whatever that is, it sure the hell ain't a different sound. It sure the hell ain't that. See? All facts. And you can take that and do what you want with it, man. You know what I'm saying? You can get pissed off at me for saying it. You can get upset with it because you got both them things right now, or all three of them. All the live 3, the live 2, you collected something else, bro. That's what you did. You bought something else, but you ain't bought sound. You did. So that should tell you a little bit about yourself. What the fuck am I chasing out here? It should tell you a little bit about yourself. What the fuck am I chasing at? What? It ain't sound, whatever it is. Whatever it is I'm chasing, whatever it is with all these NPC, it ain't sound. I should tell you about yourself. That ain't the sound better. That ain't what I'm chasing. Spending all this money. Ain't what I'm chasing. I'm chasing something else. And you figured it out for yourself, whatever that is you chasing. But it ain't sound. It's not. Get that out your mind, partner. See what I'm saying? My boy said debt. You're chasing debt. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. But y'all get what I'm saying? You know, a lot of y'all gonna take this truth right here. It's a hard pill to swallow, I know. Because you're looking at all three of them machines in your studio right now. About $7,000 that you could have went get some rack gear to change your sound. You could have went get another synthesizer with more sound, with a different sound. See, you could have did all of that with that 6,000-7,000 with all if you add up all the money on them MPC. I know you're sitting there with it, you know, and it's dawning on you. See, I bought all this shit and the sound ain't changed. All of them. When I could have took $2,000 out and went upgrade a rack. Now I got a different sound. Now I got a punchier sound or something. I could hook up and get a different sound. So today I want to roll like this, but tomorrow I might want to go through this rack again, just punch my shit out. I might want to do that. See, now you got a reason for switching them cables out and switching the machines around. You got a reason for that now. You could have done that, but what's your reason for taking that MPC XL off your desk and putting that Live 3 in its place? What's your reason for that? Whatever it is, see, whatever that reason is, sound ain't it. Facts is not it. Whatever that reason is, you doing. If sound ain't it. Yeah. Maybe it's to make another video. Maybe it's to, to show off on Instagram. Maybe it's to, show off on YouTube. Maybe it's to, just make yourself feel good. Or maybe it's to, give you a sense of, okay, I got shit in my studio to play with. I don't know what it is we chasing out there, but whatever the hell it is, it ain't sound. Is what I'm saying. It could be any one of them. But I don't know what it is. What it is people chasing out there. But I do know what it's not. See? Process of elimination. Sometimes we can't figure out what it is, so we figure out what it's not. That's what I'm saying. Process of elimination. I don't know what the answer is, but I damn sure know it ain't that one. See, so that's the way I'm approached. I don't know what the hell it is, people. I don't know what it is people chasing. I have no clue. My boy say debt, some more debt. I don't know what it is people chasing out with them MPC, but I do know what you ain't chasing. I do know that. I know that for a fact. What you not chasing. See what I'm saying? Nah, we ain't chasing this right here. We not chasing this right here. We not chasing this right here. We not chasing that. That ain't what we chasing. That's not what we chasing. Let's pull up the other beat, man. Let's get the other one. Let's get the other one. Let's load up the other one. The one we made from the other night. From the last stream. Let's load that one up real quick, just so y'all can see, just so you can see sound. You know what I'm saying? Same is the sound still immaculate, still handling business with a whole different beat. So let's pull it up. Let's go. Let's grab that other one we did. What it was called again? Was this one it? I think this was it. I think that was it. I think that's it right there. Let me see. Yup. So let's go to the load. Pull it up. 3-7. Go. Let's pull that up. Let's load down. Boom. She loaded up. That ain't what you chasing when you buy them new MPCs, dog. That's not what you chasing, dog. You chasing something else, bro. This ain't what you chase. No. It's something else that's on your mind when you in Guitar Center with that box in your hand. It's something else on your mind. Or when you sitting outside waiting for the UPS dude to pull up and deliver your shit. It's something else you waiting on, but you ain't waiting on sound, dog. It ain't what you waiting on. Something else. Whatever the hell that is. I don't know what it is you waiting on. I don't know what it is you buying in Guitar Center. I don't know what it is you ready to go get. I don't know what it is, but I do know what it's not. I do know what you're not going to do. I do know that. You see what I'm saying? What? 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 Come on, man. Come on, man. Running right off here. No mixing, no effects, no nothing. See? You see why I'm able to talk that confident? After knowing the sound of all these machines and understanding that sound of these new machines, you see how I'm able to talk that confident? That I know what you're not going by? Whether you pissed off at me saying that or not, just be pissed off with it then. But I know what you're not going. I don't know what the hell you're going to purchase in that store, but I know what the hell you're not going to purchase. I know what the hell you're not going to purchase. I do. Yeah. Yeah. Hardware first or plugins? Which one? Both. We don't divide. We don't divide here, man. On this channel right here. We don't divide. We don't divide. We don't look at things versus we don't divide. Both. We add. So if you're using software, add hardware to it. If you're using hardware, add software to it. Don't stop thinking about division. Stop trying to divide it. Which one? Either or. Which one? Stop trying to divide it. We think addition on this channel right here. So when you pull up here, always remember that. Addition, not division. Both. Both. I want them both. I want it all. Both. All of them. Everything. Software, hardware, the whole nine. Everything. The whole shebang. Give it all to me. There y'all go, man. There y'all go, bro. We got a whole beat in. We got a whole beat in. We got a whole beat in. A whole beat in. Let's clear some shit. Let's clear some shit, man. Browse. Let's clear some shit. New project. Wop, 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 wop. We want to load this. We want to hit load and we want to go to my auto load right here. Go. All right, we good. We good. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We own it. We own it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. All right. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? What are we going to do? Let's put our sampler on. Let's monitor. Let's go. Woo! What y'all think about that? What y'all think about that? Yeah? Shit, let's mark down. I kind of like that. That's kind of fire. Ooh. That's sense right there. That's sense right there. Mm. We just looking for something nice, man. Oh, woo! Oh, I think we found it. I think we found it. I think we found it. Let's get it. Let's get it. That's the one. That's the one. That's the one. That's it. Yeah, let's get it. No, not that. This one. No, that ain't it. Where it went? That's it. Right there. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's it. 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 That is definitely it. Let's go. Woo! Let's go with that. 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 Definitely, we got it. We got the one we want. Let's get it. Let's record that in. Record that in there, man. Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh, we're gonna have some fun with that one. Arm. Make sure we got the record gain up. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it in there. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Let's erase that. Let's erase that just by turning it off and on again. Let's erase that. I wasn't ready. 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 Come on, come on, come on. Load up, load up, load up, load up. There you go. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Load. Fuzzy. Load. Volume. Fuzzy. Low. There we go. Bam. There we go. Auto load. Go. Boop, 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 boop. All right, we ready? We ready? We ready? We ready to do it? I think we ready to do it. Let's do it. Record. Record. We are ready. Let's go. Let's get it in there. Let's get it in there. We won't. Let's get like. Let's get the whole. Let's get the whole 40 something seconds, man. Let's get the whole 40 something seconds. Let's do it. Might as well. 40 something. 47 seconds, man. Let's go. A lot, but you know, it's a lot. But hold on. Let me just listen to it and see. Let me see. Yeah, I need everything. I need everything. Definitely need. I think I need everything. Man. Let's go 38. We need 38. At least 38 seconds. Let's go. And then let's do it. Let's get it again. I need everything. I need all of that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We about to have some fun with this shit here. I'm trying to whip through this one, but we finna have some fun with this. See that right there, that sax part? That little oh dude. That's why I wanted it. I was gonna cut it short. But you see that little sax part at the end? Right now, a little flutter with the sax, but that's what I want. But I was just gonna take like 15 seconds of it and just work with that. But that little sax part is way at the end, so I had to take the 30 something. So let's get it. But definitely want that though. That little sax part gonna be the part though. That's gonna be the one. I always listen for. When I deal with a sample, I always listen for a little for something that could be like the standout part. Like it could either be one or two chops I'm gonna use, but it got to be the part that's gonna stand out. That's gonna make it do something. Not a whole section, just like one or two chops that I could take, and I know that's gonna be the part that kind of make my sample sequence do something. So that little sax part right there, absolutely, that's going in. That little saxophone part, that little flutter, that's it. That's the part. That's it. All right. We did that under the pulse. So now we gotta change the name. Y'all remember we gotta change the name. Change the name from pulse. We're gonna call that. Let's see what we're gonna call that. That's like elegant. That's real elegant, but it's dark though, kind of like, you know. It's almost like on some spy type shit. You know, some James Bond type shit, right, love? You know? Like some spy type stuff, you know. So let's call it spy. Let's call it spy. 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 Let's call it that. The spy sample. Let's call it SPY. Let's rename it. Bam. Call it SPY. Let's use our number pad. Let's get used to this number pad. S P Y. Bam. Enter. All right. Holy, let's do it. Let's do that one more time. My bad. S P Y. We're gonna call that spy. Let's do it and hit rename. Our sample is now called spy. So we need spy 1, spy 2, spy 3, spy 4. That's gonna be our chops. Let's get them. Let's get it. So we're gonna rename, and then we're gonna go to the end and put a 1 at the end of spy. That's gonna be our first chop. Boom. Put a 1 at the end. Hit enter. We're gonna hit copy. All right. It's copying. It's copying. Get our hand on the trim, ready for the trim. Bam, trim button. Let's go get our first chop. Let's get it. We remember we need to trigger our MPC if we want to trigger the pad. We could do it from here, but we want to trigger from the pad. So we're gonna change our drum program, our startup drum program. We're gonna change that to a MIDI program, right? We're gonna put the MPC out on MPC A, put the MIDI output on MIDI 1, channel 1. Boom, and then we're gonna go to the pad perform, right? And we're gonna put it on chromatic, put it on C major, and then we're gonna do it up to C3. There it is. So we should be able to trigger our sample. There we go. We could trigger our sample. Let's find our chop. Let's get it. I want both of them chops right there. Boom, boom, boom. It's 3 chops. Boom, 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 boom. Listen to it. Bum, 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 bum. So that's really 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how I count chops. I count chops melodically, but I give it a number. That's how I know how many chops I want. 1, 2, 3, 4. He said that's 4 chops right there. All right. I want 3 of them chops. I want the boom boom, then boom at the end. Not that middle one. So boom boom, boom. I want them. Let's go. So we got it starting where we want already. Let's just zoom in. Zoom in, make sure we at the front where we want it. Right? We're gonna try and get this one done. There we go. We got our start point, ending point. Okay, we're gonna put it on 1,000. Zoom all the way in. Right? Zoom all the way in. There we go. We are there. Now let's get our first hit. Let's do it. There it is. Cut. Cut. That's our first hit. Boom. We'll go back to our spy program. Rename. So we're gonna kind of do this one a little faster. We need 2. Enter. Enter. Copy. Get our hand on the trim button, ready to go to the trim screen while it's copying. Copy, copy, copy. Come on, trim. Come on, trim screen. Bam, there we go. Let's get our next chop. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get through this one kind of. There we go. There we go. I got my beginning chop. Got my second chop. Cut. Cut. Got my second chop. Boom. Go back to the select screen. Go back to the SPY sample. SPY, SPY. We need to put SPY 3 on that. Let's get it. Rename. I need a 3 at the end of that for my third chop. Let's go. Enter. Copy. And let's get our hand on the trim ready to go. Copy. Come on. Come on. Busy, 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 busy. Boom. Trim. Let's get it. I need that thumb, that long hit now. There it is right there. There it is. There it is. Got the beginning. Need the ending. Yeah, we're going to move through this one. We're going to move through this one. We're going to make up for lost time on that first one. We're going to move through this one. And we're at the ending already. Are we there? Damn. Come on. Are we there? There we are. We're there. We're there. Let's get it. Oh, I want that. I want that. Let's tighten it up. Tighten it up. There it is. Got it. I think I 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 got it. Got it. So we're going to go. Let's go to cut. Cut. Got my third chop. Back to select. SPY. SPY. We need a SPY 4. Right? Enter. Copy. Let's get back to the trim. Let's go. Back to the trim. Trim. Let's get it. Busy, 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 busy. Give me the trim. Let's get it. Boom. Go back to our starting point. Starting point. Bam, bam, bam. Let's move that over. See, we caught that one. Let's see what's next. That. Dun, dun, dun. That little melody right there. There it is right there. Like it, like it. Dun, dun, dun. Get our ending point. There we go. Let's get it. I want to stop it right before they hit. Keep going. Keep going. There it is. Cut it off. Cut it off at the end. Come on. Almost. There it is. Boom. Got my chop. Cut. Cut. Bam. Got my fourth chop. Let's get it. Boom. Back to spy. We need 5. We need 5. Rename. 5, 5. Enter. Copy. Let's go. Busy, busy, busy. We need to trim. We need to trim screen. Busy, 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 busy. Copying, copying. Let's go. Trim. Let's get that next hit. Let's do it. Put our starting point. Move our starting point and get to that next chop. Let's go. Right there. Let's zoom in. Chop it. Yep. We need right before that sax. Right before that sax. Let's get it. That sax is gonna be our next chop. But we need to get this hit right here first. We need to get that hit first. And then that's where that sax take over gonna be our next chop. Boom. We should be there already. There we go. We're there already. We're there already. Let's go. Right before the sax start. Right before the sax start. There it is. Boom. Cut. Cut. There's our chop. Back to select screen. All right. Spy. Back to spy. We need spy 6, right? We on 6. Spy 6. Yep. Enter. Copy. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Y'all feel it? Y'all get the workflow? Y'all kind of get it? Like when we're not really explaining something we're explaining it too tough. See how quick it could go if you just know what you're doing. You know? Okay, we got 6. We got 6. We back to the trim screen. We got our 6. Yep, back to the trim screen. Let's get that sax part now. Let's get it. Go to our starting point. Move our starting point. Let's go. Where's that? There it is. Should I break that up into 2 chops? Dun, dun. Should I do that? I'll just leave it. Or 3. Dun, dun, dun. And then the bass start. Let's catch all 3. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. You might be able to do something with all 3 of them. Let's do it. Catch all 3. You got our starting point already. So let's get our ending point. Let's do it. All right. Let's do it. We already there. Oh, that's too much. Too much. That's our first chop right there. We're gonna break that sax up into 3 chops. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3. Cut. Cut. That's our first sax chop. Let's go to select. I need spy again. Rename. We need spy 7. Spy 7. Enter. Copy. Let's get back to it. Busy, 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 busy. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Trim. We're gonna get that second sax hit. As the first one. Y'all hear the second one? It has a click at the end. I'm gonna try and get that click off. Did that click on that second one? Let's get it. See, let's try and get that click off of there. See if we can do that. There it is. That's good. That's it. That's it. Boom, boom. Ending point. Let's go. Let's wheel that all the way, right? And we should be there. We should be there. There we are. We're there. We're there. We're there. All right. Start wheeling it back and catch that hit. There it is. Right before that hit. Yep. Let's zoom in. Get a little tighter. Uh-oh. There it is. Let's chop it off. Zoom in a little bit more. Chop it off. You want to chop that little tick off at the end. Keep going. Almost. Almost. Nope. There it is. Almost. Almost. There it is. That's it. See, I like to get details. See, I know how to move through them numbers. You know, go work the thousands, then go down to the hundreds, and then get detailed with the tens. I know, you know what I'm saying? So you just got to know how to, you know, you just got to be used to chopping samples for quite some time. You know, if I had to count how many samples I did chop, it's probably the 13th million samples I've chopped in my life. 13 million samples. You know what I'm saying? So I'll catch anything in the sample. The smallest little hit, I'll catch it. I'll get it. All right, so cut, we got it, and then cut, boom, we got that. So we got 7. All right. Let's go back, select screen, boom. We need our spy sample, boom. Let's hit rename. We need to put 8 at the end of that. We already on 8. We already got 8 chops just that quick. Let's do it. Enter, copy, let's get it. Let's get it. Stretching my back out real quick. Oh, yeah. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. We already on 8 trim. Let's go back to the trim screen. Now we need, I don't know what we need next, but we're going to see. Determine what we need next. Let's see. Is it that? I think it's that. Yeah, it's that. That's our next hit. Yep, right before that hit, right before the bass. So let's get that tick off of that. It got a tick on there. Got a little tick on there that we don't want. Let's see if we can get that, see if we can narrow that down, get that off of there. So let's go down to like the 10s, fine tune it. See? There it is, nice. Get that tick off the beginning of that. We got it, boom, ending. Let's go. Zoom into that. We there already, see? We there already, let's get it. Zoom out. We want to zoom out and catch that hit. Let's do it. Right when that bass come in. There it is right there. Let's fine tune it. Go down to like the hundreds. Keep going. Chop it off at the end. Chop it off at the end. Almost. Almost. Keep going. There it is. There it is. Let's fine tune it. Go to the 10s. We're good. Boom. Get that little piece off at the end. Just that little piece. There it is. Nope. Nope. Right there. There we go. A little bit more. Got it. Cut. Cut. We good. All right. Select. We on sample 9. Boom. Let's go back to spy 1. I mean to spy. Bam. We need to put 9 at the end of that. Chop 9. We good. We already got 9 chops. Let's get it. Exit. Copy. Let's get ready for our trim. Trim screen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Trim. Bam. Let's get it. What we get next? Let's see what we get next. Oh, we might have to get that. What did we end on? Did we end on now? So we got the 3 hits, the 3 saxophone hits. 3 saxophones. What's after that? The bass sound. Let's go. That bass. Let's scroll all the way over to that bass. That bass. There it is. All right, I may get that bass in 2 hits instead of 3. It goes boom, 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 boom. 1, 2, 3, 4. I may break that up into 2 hits. Get that boom, boom, then boom, boom, and another hit. So you make that 1 hit. Boom, boom. Nah. Let's just do the same thing we did before. Let's catch the 2 hits, leave out that middle one, and then get that last hit. Let's do it. We did it earlier. So let's catch the 2 hits. You need to catch that first hit. Go to the end. That's our first hit. Cut. That's our first hit. And then 10. Select. 5. Rename. We need 1. We need 1. Oh, 10. 1. Oh. Enter. Copy. We need that second bass hit. Then we gonna skip that third one and catch that last one at the end. Back to the bass sound. Coming. There it is. Zoom in, get tighter. And that second hit right there. Yup. Almost. There it is. Cut, cut. And then I need that last hit. And I think we almost done. We almost done. We almost done. We almost done. Rename. What we on? 11? Top 11. 1 and 1. We on 11. Exit. Enter. Copy. I need that skip the third base hit, catch that last bit. I already know where I'm going, so let's go to the starting point. Boom, go to the 1000, zoom over there real quick. Where the bass part at? Where is that? There it is. That part. Right there. Let's fine tune it. Oh. I like that sprinkle. Y'all hear that sprinkle? See, I like that chop and then that. Y'all hear that? That's the chop right there I want. And then let's catch that. Let's catch it. So I want this chop. I want that one. And then I want that sprinkle next. Call it a little sprinkle. Want that little sprinkle next. Get that little sprinkle. Then let's fine tune it. See, right before that sprinkle start. Nope. Keep going. Nope. Keep going. Come on, catch it. Catch it. Right before the sprinkle start. Nope. It's almost there. There it is. Fine tune it. Let's go down to like the 10s. I want to be able to hear it, and then I'm gonna start dialing it back. There it is. See how it's coming in? There it is. Let's dial it back. Get rid of that little click. There it is. Boom. Cut. Cut. Right? Select. Got it. Go back to spy. Rename. And I want spy 12, right? We on 12. Chop 12. 1 and then 2. Chop 12. Let's go. Let's go. Now let's get my sprinkle. Let's get my sprinkle. Copy. Get my sprinkle. Busy, busy. Trim. Let's get it. I know we know where we going. We know right where we going. Let's go. Boom. Let's go. We're using the 1000s to get that quick. There it is. There it is. That the sprinkles in. Let's catch that ending point, ending chops. I want it to end right before that next part, next chop. There it is. Let's tighten up. There it is. It's coming in. Let's tighten up and get rid of that at the end. A little bit more. Got it. There it is. Cut. Boom. All right. What else we got, man? What else we could get from? I think we good, man. I think we good. We should be able to come up with something just from that. We should be able to. I'm not gonna use all them chops, but I kind of don't want to leave. Did I catch that sax part? I caught it, right? That sax part that I wanted, I did catch it, right? That. We definitely going to get that. Definitely, let's go get that. We're not wasting no more time with that. I knew I didn't get to it yet. So let's go get it now. Select page. What we on? Let me see. What we on? We on 12? So we need 13, right? We need 13, spy 13. Rename. Spy. 1. 3. 13. Enter. Copy. We're going to get that sax part way over there. That sax flutter. We're going to call that a little flutter part. That sax when it flutter. We're going to get that. That definitely, that's going to be like a turnaround. Like, then turn back to then come back to the 1. That's what I kind of hear. So let's go get that. That's way over there. So we're just going to keep scrolling. It's way over there. It's coming. Yup. After that. And we're going. Where's that? Come on. After that. It's coming. Coming. There it is. There it is. Let's tighten up on it. Tighten up on, get that little click off at the beginning. There it is. That's it. That's it. Ending point. Right before the bass. Almost. Let's tighten up on it. I want to be able to hit a bass, then I'm going to start backing off on it. I want to be able to hit a bass. There it is. Hit it in, that click it in. Let's tighten up and start backing up on it, cutting that off. Gonna cut off that little click and then where that bass start. A little bit more. A little bit more. A little bit more. Almost. Let's go. Almost. Boom. There's my chop. There it is. Let's get it. Wait, a little bit more. Still got to click. There we go. There we go. Cut. Cut. Bam. All my chops. Good. All 13. Let's get it. Whew. That was crazy right there. All right. So let's go through the chops. We got chop 1. Chop 1. Chop 2. Chop 3. Chop 4. Chop 5. Chop 6. Chop 7. Chop 8. Chop 9. Chop 10. Chop 11. Chop 12. chop 13, and then we good. What's up, Don Gordy's? What's up with you, man? Boom. Okay. So we got all our chops ready. So now, next thing, what's the next piece of the workflow? Can anybody tell me? That's listening right now, that's been checking out the workflow. Now that we got all the chops, I'm not moving till somebody tell me what we gotta do. What we do next. Now that we got all the chops, what's the next piece of the workflow? Let's get it. What we gotta do next. We got all our chops, they all labeled already. What we gotta do now? Drop it in the chat who been paying attention. Whoever could drop it in the chat, you will earn my eternal love and affection for all times. Let's hear it. What's the next part of the workflow? Now that we got all the chops ready to go, they all labeled 1 through 13, nice and good. What's the next part? What we doing now? Bam! 10 flutter, boy. 10 flutter, dog. Remind I owe you a hug when I see you, dog. Let's get it. Key grooves. We gotta put them bad boys in the key groove. My boy been paying attention. He like, man, I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready when I get mine. I'm ready. Key groove. We gotta get them all to a key groove. Let's get it. All of them to a key group. Let's get it, man. So we're gonna go to, remember, we're gonna go back to our single page, hit our edit, key groups, we good to go. Bam, key groups, there we go. Right? Okay. And then we could do it from the sample page right here. Now remember what I said, each sample gotta have its own key group. So that means we got 13 chops. We gotta have 13 key groups to trigger all them samples. All right. So in my template, which I'm on right now, y'all remember my template? I got 16, so we good. We're gonna need 13 out of them 16 to put all these chops on. Let's go do it. Okay, y'all remember when we go to a key group, it got 4 zones in the key group. The 4 zones is just like being able to trigger 4 sounds at once. We just need zone 1 out of every key group. Zone 1. That's what we're gonna be putting our chops, zone 1. So the reason why we label the chops one, like at spy 1, spy 2, spy 3, spy 4, spy 5, spy all the way down to 13, is because now it's gonna be easy for us to match the key group 1, spy 1, key group 2, spy 2, to match them chops with the key group. See what I'm saying? Make sure you title your shit to where you can always find it when it's time for you to put it on key groups. That way you're not triggering, you know, sound 1 or chop 1 all the way on pad 10 or some shit like that. You're doing it, and it's all because you didn't really figure out the naming system. So again, the way I do it is I make sure when I name my chops, I put a number in there somewhere. That number is going to help me to know what key group to go put that chop on. So key group 1, spy 1. Key group 2, spy 2. Key group 3, spy 3. See what I'm saying? And so forth and so on. Let's get it. You can't hear me very well? Can barely hear the chops. You can barely hear the chops. We just played them all. We just played them all. Let's see. Tell me as we doing. Let's go. We're gonna put them all C3. Can y'all can hear me? Yeah, my microphone is good, huh? So C3, remember, we got the way we gonna line up our chops on our pads right here for the MPC. We got the MPC in chromatic. We got it in pad, we got it on the MIDI program. We in pad perform on the MPC, and we got it set to chromatic on C major. The reason why is because C major is gonna give us, in chromatic, is gonna give us all the notes in a row. So C, C sharp, D, D sharp, E, F, F sharp, they're all the way down the line. And it's gonna be all our pads right down the line, chromatic. See? So if we keep it in chromatic, C major, we should be able to line everything up right down the line on every pad. Nice and good. Okay. So we need C3. We got to go to our MPC, take key group 1, spy 1, that's our chop on key group 1, and we got to set that to C3. I remember C3. And then our next chop gonna be C sharp 3. And then our next chop gonna be D3. And then our next chop gonna be D sharp 3. Next chop E3, F3. See? All the way down the line. Let's go. So first chop, C3. Okay. You remember when we do the chop? When we do the chop, we gotta take it off a track and put it on constant. Track is gonna track it down the keyboard. We don't want that. We want to make sure it triggers one note. So if you take it off a track and put it on constant, it's gonna trigger just that note. You're gonna know when you set it up, when you set your cue group up right, because when you hit the pad, it should be on point. There's our first chop. That's our first chop. Put our full velocity on. There we go. Boom, first chop. Okay, so we're going to key group 2, next chop. Key group 2, boom. Okay, key group 2 will be spy 2. All right, and we need that on C sharp 3. We had the first one on C3, we need C sharp 3. All right, put it on from track to constant, and there's our next sample chop. Right, let's keep going. Key group 3, we need spy 3. Spy 3, boom, track to constant, and then we need what we need, D3. D3 is next. Let's go. There we go. We already got 3 chops. We got 13 to go. I mean, we got 10 more to go to make 13. Let's get it. 4. Patience is a virtue when working with these machines. Change the track to constant. We need D sharp 3. Boom. There's our next chop. Our D sharp. Okay. Next chop is 5. Spy 5. Key group 5 on spy 5. Change track to constant. All right, and we need E3. Bam. There's our chop. See, once you get to see how I'm speeding up as I'm going. I'm speeding up and speeding up. That's how you're gonna get. The way you just boom, 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 boom. See what I'm saying? 6. Spy 6. Change track to constant. Boom. F6. F6. We good. I mean, not F. What I'm doing? F3. My bad. You know, the F3. I'm getting the chops mixed up. F3, and we good. There's our next chop. Nothing else on the other pads. See? That's how we know we good. See? So we got first chop, second chop, third chop, fourth chop, fifth chop, sixth chop. And now we on 7. So key group 7. We need spy 7. Change track to constant. And then we need F sharp 3. Bam. There we go. See what I'm saying? Key group 8. We almost there. Almost there. Patience is a virtue when working with the machine, working with these old machines. Constant. We need G3. There's my G sample. Boom. Right? Okay. 9. Key group 9. SP spy 9. Change track to constant. G sharp 3. G sharp 3. There we go. All right. 10. We almost there. Spy 10. Change track to constant. We need A3. Went from G to A. A3. There's our chop. All right. 10, 11. 3 more. We need spy 11. Change track to constant. A sharp 3. A sharp 3. There's our chop. There it is. Key group 12. Boom. 12. Spy 12. Change track to constant. We need B3. There's our chop. Right? And then our last chop, key group 13. Spy 13. Change track to constant. And then we round in C again. C, A, B was our last note. So we back on C. So instead of C3, we did all of the C3s. and we went all the way through 12 to 12 notes. See, 12 notes an octave. See, so now for our 13th chop, we got to go. Let's see if y'all can figure it out. Who got it? We did all of the C3s. We did all 12 of them. Where we going next? What's our next note we on? Who got it? Who following? We did all of the C3, all the way down, all 12 notes. Now what we going to? Who got it? Who got it? Who got it? Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. Who got it? Who on it? We did all the C3s, all 12 notes. Now we looping back around. We did A, we did B. Now we back to C. What we need? Who got it? Who following? Come on, come on, come on. I know we got some people that's paying attention out there. Come on. We did all of the C's, C3s. Now we got to put our last chop. We did all 12 notes of the C. Now we got to put our 13th chop on the pad. What's our next chop? What's our next letter? What's our next note we going to? Don't worry, I'll wait. All the C3s, all of them we did, all 12 notes. See, now we just got to our next note. What's our next note? If we do all of the C3s, what we going to now? Anyone? Anyone? Oh, we gonna wait. Yeah, we gonna wait. We gonna wait. Yeah. We gonna literally sit here all goddamn night. I'll wait. I'll go eat and everything and just wait for somebody to put it in a check. Oh, let me take a little rest while y'all think it over. All of the C3s we did C3, C sharp 3, we did D3, D sharp 3, we did E3, we did F3, we did F sharp 3, we did G3, we did G sharp 3, we did A3, we did A sharp 3. See how we circling back around? So that's all of the octaves from note to note, from C, and we circling back to C. So we did all of the C3s, all of the 3s. Now we getting back to A3. We did A sharp 3. We did B3. And there is no B sharp. So now we back to C. So what are we doing with C? What's the dope we doing C now? What's C we doing now? Which one we landing on? C what? Oh my goodness, it's on your keyboard, man. It's right on your keyboard. It's right underneath your fingers, baby. It's right underneath your fingers, man. It's on your keyboard, bruh. D note, D note. No, check it out. Look, 10th, look 10th, follow it, 10th, follow it. Follow it. We started off on C3, right? C3. Follow. You're gonna get it. You will. Just follow it. C3. All right. So C sharp 3, that's the next note. Then D3, see? Then D sharp 3. See, all of them is threes. D sharp, all of them going up. Then what's next? D sharp 3. Then E3. There's no E sharp. Then we go to F3, F sharp 3, G3, G sharp 3. Then now we at A sharp 3, A3, A sharp 3, B sharp 3. Now you see how we started on C? Now we back to C now. So we need that 13 chop. That last chop we did, that's 12 notes. We got 13 chops. So we need one more chop to go on a note. But we already at the end of our scale. What we going to now on our scale? What's the next note? A sharp 3, A3, A sharp 3, B3, and there is no B sharp. So now we looping back around. What's our next note? C. There you go. But see what though? We can't just say C. We need to see what? Follow it again. C3, C sharp 3, D3, D sharp 3. What's our next one? There you go, my boy. Who that is? Who that is? Don Gordy's. Let's go. We on C. We on C4. See, we did all of the threes. See, 3 is just that. 3 is just the octave that you own when it come down to your keyboard. You got the first octave all the way down there in the low tone. You got the second octave in the mid. You got the third octave, fourth octave, up your keyboard. So we did all of the threes. So now we looping back to C. We got to go to C4 and C sharp 4, and then when we get back to C5, C sharp 5, C up the keyboard. When you do all 12 notes, see? So now we did all 12 notes. We got a 13 chop. We couldn't fit everything in that 12 because we got that 13 chop just chilling. So that means we got to loop back over and go to C4. All right, boom. There you go, man. At least y'all in it, man. It took a minute, but we got it. We got it. So let's change it to C4. We did all the 3. Let's change it to C4 and see if we correct. C4. 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 We got it on constant. Spire 13. E group 13. Spire 13. Let's hit the C4. There's our chop. And as our chop right, y'all remember that set, that flutter sax? That gonna be the one. That gonna be the one that do it. That's gonna be the one. Now I'm hearing that. That's gonna be whatever sample sequence I laid on. This is gonna be the turnaround back to the one. Boom, then back to the one. You see what I'm saying? That's that little flutter sax right there. So that's the chop that's gonna bring it all together. That last little chop. Now they got. I remember what I said when I didn't spent this much time chopping up a sample. I already got 2 patterns in my head, all from chopping that up. I literally got 2 patterns up here, 2 sequences that I could play that's gonna fit just by listening to all them chops as I chopped it up. I got 2 nice and good in here that both of them gonna fit nice over some drums, and they locked up here. You know what I'm saying? So what we're gonna do is with them 2 I got locked. That's my reserve. That's my go-to. I can do them at any time I want. So what we do is we're gonna try and find another sequence that's a little bit better than them 2. If we can't do it, we're gonna grab one of our reserves up here, one of our reserve sample sequences. You know what I'm saying? That's how you do that. The reason why I'm telling y'all that and I want y'all to get used to that is because when you chopping samples, that's the way you push yourself more. You push yourself to figure out new ways to flip something. See? You get 2 ways locked in your head. That's easy for you to do it. Easy. I could flip it this way. Boom, boom, boom. Or I could flip it this way. That's the 2 you got. That's easy in your head. Easy to do. Real easy to do. But then tell yourself, you know what? That's my reserve. Let me see if I could push myself and see if I could figure out some crazy way to do it. Then you try, and if you can't, see how you could jump into one of your reserves. You could grab one of your reserves, just flip it like that. See, but if you just keep chopping and going with that first flip you get, or even that second flip you give, you keep doing that, you're never gonna push yourself to figure out new ways to flip stuff. You're never gonna do that. You're just gonna constantly keep flipping it the way you do. See what I'm saying? So that's a and somebody, again, that's not my thing. Somebody taught me that. The second dude that taught me how to flip samples years ago, about 10 years ago, taught me how to flip samples. That's exactly what he showed. And when he showed it to me, it made sense. You know, he said, okay, see this little simple way? I can flip it like this. Boom, boom, boom. Then he did it. Little simple way. And then he said, okay, that's one. Now you see this little way? I can flip it like this. Boom, boom. Little simple way. That's two. That's my reserves that I could do easy. If I want to just flip it. Easy. But let me see if I could come up with something a little crazy. Just a little crazy. And if I can't, if I do it a few times and I can't really hit on nothing, then I'm going to grab one of my reserves. And I'm going to just flip it like that. You know what I'm saying? So they got two ways right now that I can flip this shit real easy. But I'm gonna try and come up with a third way to just kind of see what we could do with it. And if we can't hit on nothing, I'm gonna grab that reserve. I'm gonna grab one of them reserves and handle that. I'm feeling something like that. Dum 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 dum. See? Ooh, these chops right here, I gotta put these in. See something like that? Appreciate the love, Don G. Don G, appreciate that super chat, man. Thank you, man. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. Let's go with this. Something like that I'm feeling. Something like that I'm feeling. Something like that. Something like that. Let's get the drum break. Let's get the drum break. Now that I know the chops, that I know what I'm gonna do with the chops, I kind of know how, I kind of know what. You know, the reason why I was doing that, and I did it so much is because I'm trying to lock the sound that I want in my head. So when I go get the drum break, I come with that sound that I got, that the sample is making in my head right now, I could go match the drums to it. I'm not just gonna pick a random drum. I'm gonna pick some drums that match that thing that I was just flipping in my head, just not that. I got that playing in my head, this right here. So yeah, I got that playing in my head right now. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna find a drum break, listen to a drum break that match that. You know what I'm saying? And we're gonna get it going like that. We're gonna get it rocking like that. All right, so we need to go back to sample, right? Right. And we need to get us a new program, right? There's our test program, right? Our test, let's change our test program to DB drum break, DB, and then we're gonna have DB1, DB2, DB3 for our kick, snare, hi-hat, all that. So let's do it. See, same type of workflow, same thing we did before. We're gonna change the name of this test program. Remember that our default program that to give you a test pro. We're gonna change that name to DBP, meaning drum break program. And then from that program, we're gonna record our drum break, which is gonna be DB. That's gonna be our full drum break. Then we're gonna get our chops, DB1, DB2, DB3. See what I'm saying? So let's change our program to DBP, meaning D drum break program. So hit name, rename. Boom. Let's see if we could type it in real quick. D R, where's R? R U M is right here somewhere. M. Nope, that's N. Go back. M right here. Drum. There we go. I need a space. Oh, no. We're not spelling it out. We're not spelling it. My bad. We're not spelling it out. So we need DBP. DBP. Let's just call it DBP. So D, B, P. Like that. Bam. DBP. And then get rid of all this. There's our program right now. Let's do DB space P. Space P. There we go. Bam. There we go. And then we're gonna hit rename. We just renamed our program. There it is. Now we need to go get our drum break. Let's go to sample. We're gonna hit record. And now we're gonna hook up. Let's plug up. Plug up, right? Boom. And let's get our drum break. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. We're gonna grab a cold little old drum break and handle business with that. Let me go to my drum break folder right here. Where is that? Let's use folder 6. Let's just pick a random one. I got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I got 11 drum break folders. And all them folders filled with drum like literally like 50 drum breaks in each. So we're gonna just grab a random folder 6. Let's do it. And we're gonna just kind of scuffle through there and see what's up. See what we got. See what we got. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Wait a minute now. Mm-hmm. We will still need a hi-hat. I'm liking them. I'm liking that. That's fitting what's going on here, but I ain't got no hi-hat in that though. Ain't really got no hi-hat in there. That's cool. I like that one. I like that one. This one right here. We could get away with that one. If we record it, like if we kick the if we clip it and kick that shit in the overdrive to get that grit on it, oh, we'll be able to do something with that. See what I'm saying? I think we're gonna do that one right there. Let's do that one. 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 I like that one. Let's do that. Let's get it. 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 All right, let's get ready to record. Let's arm it. Boom. And we're ready to record. Let's turn this shit up. Let's do it. We're gonna catch that shit. We're gonna catch it. We're gonna catch it. All we need, let's abort that. Oh, we don't want to save that. We don't want to save that. Okay. All we need is the drum break is 21 seconds. So all we're gonna need is like 5 seconds of the drum break. That's gonna give us everything. Our kick, snare, and hi-hat. Let's take this from 38. So you remember we recorded 38 seconds of our sample. Let's take that down to like 5 seconds. That's all we're gonna need. We ain't gonna need too much of this, too much of that drum break just to catch them three, our kick, snare, and hi-hat. Let's take that down to about 5 seconds. Let's do that. About 5 seconds. Boom. That's all we're gonna need, literally. Boom. Let's get it. Let's wheel this back. Let's wheel this drum break back and let's catch it. Let's catch it. We're gonna record that shit. And I'm clipping that mug hard, boy. Let's get it. Where's the arm? Arm. Let's get it. Woo! I know y'all heard that. I know y'all heard that. I know y'all heard that, bruh. Let's not even bullshit on that one. This y'all see what I mean? I don't know what y'all chasing with the new MPC, but I know it ain't that. I don't know what it is, but we know it's not that with the new MPC. It's not that. When you are standing up in Guitar Center, you got that big ass box under your arm waiting to check out. That ain't what you finna buy. That's not. That's not why you drove all the way there, grabbed that box, put that under your arm, and went stand up in that line. It's not for that. It might be for some, for something it do, something it work, but it ain't for that sound. It's not for that. I'm telling you. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know what it's for, why people go and get the same MPC over and over again. Keep buying the same sound over and over. I don't know what it's for, but I know what it's not for. I do know that. I figured that one out. Now as soon as I figure out what it's for, I'm gonna let y'all know why people do it. I'm gonna let y'all know. But I have figured out what you not going to do when you go to that store. You are not going to get that. No. See, I have figured that one out. You buying something else when you go to that store, dog. It's something else. All right, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get the rest of it. Let's get the rest. We got it. 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 Are you kidding me? I did it again. I did it again. I did the same thing we did yesterday. I recorded over the last chop. That 13 chop. Y'all remember that 13 chop? I just recorded the drum break over that just now. I just did that. I recorded the drum break over that 13 chop. That our nice chop, that saxophone flutter. I gotta go get that shit again. Damn it, we gotta go get it again. Because I recorded over it. All right. So we're gonna delete. We're gonna delete that. We're gonna delete that. Let's delete that. We're gonna hit go. All right. So we back to we need a 13 chop now. Holy shit. So let's do that real quick. Let's go get our spy program. It ain't gonna take that long, but we gotta do it. Let's go get our spy. Boom. Rename that spy 13. Spy 13. Do our 13 chop over. I just recorded over it. I did it again. Same shit I did last night, the other night. All right. Boom. Enter. Copy. Let's get it. We're gonna go get that last little chop. You know that little saxophone flutter that we got? We made sure we got that on that 13 chop. We're gonna go get that again. Put that back on that 13 pad. All right, trim. We already know what we're gonna get, so let's go get it. There it is. Let's tighten up on it. Let's go to the end. We're gonna tighten up on it. We got it. We got it. There we go. There we go. Now let's release it. Get that hit. Keep going. We want it right when that bass sound starts. See, there it is coming in. Let's go. Let's wheel it back. Tighten it up and wheel it back. Come on. There it is. There it is. We almost there. Tighten it up. Wheel it back. Get rid of that click at the end. There it is. There it is. Cut. Cut. We got our 13 chop back. There it is. There we go. Okay, let's go back to sample, and we need to record over something else. Holy crap. Let's record over something else. Let's record over that sine wave, right? Let's do that. Hit record. Okay, we're going to hit arm. We're going to hit arm. And then we're going to grab that drum break again. We're going to grab it again. We're going to grab it again. Hit arm. And now we ready. Let's go. How many seconds? 5 seconds. Let's get it. Oh. Oh, are we on? Arm. There we go. There we go. Arm. Let's get it. Hmm? Oh, shit. We're not plugged up. My bad. Damn, we're not plugged up. We got to plug up. We got to plug up. My bad. My bad. Let's plug up. Let's plug up. There we go. Now we ready to go. Let's get it. Let's get it. 5 seconds. Let's go. Oh, no. We need to. Abort that. On. Abort that. On. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. That's all we need right now. That's all we need. That's it. We got our sign. We got it. We got it. And we got it over sign. Let's go. We got it. Let's go back to program edit. That's our drum program right there. Okay, we're gonna rename that. Let's do it. So let's hit rename. Let's call that DB for drum break. Let's get it right here. DB right there, and then let's clear the rest. Enter, and then we're gonna hit rename. So now we good. Now let's go get DB1. Let's do it. Rename, put a 1 at the end. DB1, and we're gonna get our kick first. DB1, copy that 5 seconds. Trim, let's get our kick, bro. Let's do it. I guess I could catch that first one. I like that first one. That first one is cool. First one was pretty cool. That's what I need right there. Let's catch that second one, man. Let's catch that. That second one seemed like it got enough. It got a little bit more space in it. Let's catch that second one. Let's catch that second kick. There we go. Let's tighten it up. Ooh, that shit gonna hit. That shit gonna hit nice. Boom. Let's wheel it back. There we go. And then let's wheel it in, catch our kick. We want to stop it right before that hi-hat. See that hi-hat right there, see? Let's dial it in. Boom. Almost. Let's get tighter, a little bit tighter. Get that click off at the end. As our wait, oh, a little bit more. There it is. Woo! Let's go. Let's go. That's our first one. That's our kick. Cut. Cut. Holy. I know y'all hearing that. Let's go. Let's get it. Select. Oh shit. Oh my gosh. Let's go to DB. Back to DB. We're gonna put a 2 at the end of that, and we're gonna get our snare. Our snare gonna be DB2. Let's put a 2 at the end of that. Bam. And oh, oh, no. Go back. Go back. DB2. 2. There we go. Enter. Copy. Copy that 5 seconds. Hit the trim. Let's get our snare. Let's get our snare. Let's get it. There we want to catch. They got a snare that hit right before the kick. See, this is the snare, and then you're gonna notice the kick come. See that kick come right after the snare. But if you listen to that next snare, there's a hi-hat that comes after it. So we want the snare with the hi-hat coming after. So this is the one with the kick. Now watch the one after that. See, that's the one we want. The one with the snare and the hi-hat. Now, why do we want that? Can y'all figure that one out? There's this snare right here, and the kick immediately follows it. But then our next snare got the snare and then a hi-hat followed. Why do we want the snare with the hi-hat following it and not the snare with the kick following it? While I go get it, somebody drop that in the chat. See if y'all can figure that out. Why not the snare with the kick following? Why not that? Why we go get the snare with the hi-hat following? See this one right here. See the hi-hat come next, see? See the hi-hat come after that? Why the one with the hi-hat, not the one with the kick? Why? Y'all let me know. Let me know what y'all believe. Why? This is for people that don't really, you know, they don't really know this about sampling or chopping around stuff or getting to stuff. They don't really know too much about that. Why we want the kick, why we want the snare with the hi-hat after and not the snare with the kick after. Boom. Let's dial it in. Let me see what you said. What you said? Better transient? Almost, but not quite. Transient is the beginning. Both of them have the same beginning. Both of them. But see, think about the question we asking. We ask, think about after. Why do we want the snare with the hi-hat after? You thinking beginning of the snare. Both of them have the same beginning. That's the transient. Both of them got that. But think after. Why do we want the snare with the hi-hat after it and not the snare with the kick after? See how we talking about what's after? You talking about what's before, what comes before, what happens first, the transient. Think after. Why do we want the kick, the snare with the kick after? I mean, we want the snare with the hi-hat after it, not the one with the kick after. Why? Transient, what you talking about is what happens at the beginning. The question we asking is what happens at the end of them. At the end of the snare, not the beginning of the snare. Both of them have the same beginning as the transient. The question we asking pertains to what's happening at the end. Why do we want the one with the hi-hat at the end, not the one with the kick at the end? See? Anyone? 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 Just think about it. Just roll it over. Just roll it over and just think about it. Why is he worried about some shit at the end? Why would he be worried about that? Some shit at the end. That happens at the end. Why? All right, check this out. Check this out. See if this makes sense. All of y'all choppers out there, y'all choppers. Y'all like to chop, 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 chop. If we trying to chop a drum break and we want clean sound, a clean sounding whatever, a clean sounding snare or a clean sounding kick, you know, it's in a drum break, which means it's in between a bunch of sound. See? So whatever sound you choosing, whatever follows it, you always want to make sure that it's closer to the tone of the sound you choosing. It's closer to that tone. See? So we got one, think about it. We got a snare with a kick after it. Those two tones is totally different from each other. But we got a snare with a hi-hat following. See how they closer together? Them two tones closer together. A snare and a hi-hat versus a snare and a kick. So the reason why we want the snare with the hi-hat next to it is because when we chop around it, you see how easy it is, how easy it's gonna be? It's gonna be easy to get that hi-hat off the end than it will be to get that kick off the end whenever you chop around. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? So you pick the drum hit, with, and whatever follows it, you want that to be the closest to the drum hit you hit, the closest tone to it. So for instance, if I'm chopping if I want to get a hi-hat, out of the drum break. And I got the choice between a hi-hat with a hi-hat a hi-hat with a tom sound next to it, or a hi-hat with a kick sound next to it. Which one I'm going to get? Which one is closer? The hi-hat with that perk sound next to it, or the hi-hat with that kick next to it? Which one is closer to my hi-hat? Which one? See if you can figure it out. Which one I want when I'm going to get that hi-hat. Do I want the hi-hat with the perk next to it, or do I want the hi-hat with the kick that come after? Which one? Think about it. Which sound is closer to the hi-hat, a perk or a kick? Which one? There you go, my man. You just learned something new. You just learned how to chop a drum break, how to chop a clean drum break. You just learned. There you go. Sometimes that's the reason why people can't get the hit they want, is because they're not chopping the right thing. They're not chopping. They just trying to chop. Oh, I need this high, so they go grab any old high. No. Think about what come next. After, when I listen to that hi-hat, what's the sound that followed? Okay, let me listen to another one. Is there a sound that follows this hi-hat that's similar to it, that comes right after? If there's one that's similar to it, any sound that's similar to the hi that come, that's the hi-hat you want, with that similar sound coming right after. It could be a ride, it could be a cymbal, it could be see, all of that is closer to the hi-hat. But you want to stay away from a hi-hat and a kick. A hi-hat and a ghost kick, a hi-hat and a something like that. See? Because them sounds far away from you. You're gonna play hell trying to get that kick off of that hi-hat whenever you chopping. Because the sounds vary. One way over here, one way over. You see what I'm saying? They vary in tone. So you trying to chop around that hi-hat, you're gonna play hell trying to get that kick away from that. See what I'm saying? You're always gonna have a little click on it, a little click at the end. See? And you're gonna have to keep eating into that hi-hat to get rid of that kick at the end. Versus if you go get the hi-hat with the perk sound, or the hi-hat with the cymbal next to it, see, it's gonna be easier to chop that cymbal off, because it sounds just like the hi-hat. See? It's in the same range of the hi. It's gonna be way easy. See what I'm saying? You just learn how to chop a clean drum break. There you go, man. See? See how I got that snare clean up. I'd have been, if I would have got the snare with the kick after it, I'd have still been chopping into that snare, trying to get rid of that click, the kick of that click that's coming next. That kick gonna have a click coming next. See? So I'd have been still eating into that snare, trying to get rid of the beginning of that kick. See? Trying to get it and let's wheel it back to where you don't hear that click of that kick starting at the beginning. You don't hear it no more. I'd have still been eating into that snare. But see, with that hi-hat after that, with that hi-hat coming after that snare, see, I don't have to worry about that. See? See? It's clean. Because that next sound after that snare sounds just like the snare. See? Get the game, man. Y'all get the game, man. Get the game. Get all of it, man. All of it, man. Y'all lock in with somebody that can show y'all all them little bitty small things, man. Sometimes those little bitty small, to somebody that might seem instant. It's a good tip to know. Very, very good tip when you chop in drum breaks. You don't just go get a random sound in a drum break because that's the sound you want. You go get the sound that's closest to the sound you want. That's the one you get. See? So if I want to chop a snare, I'm not going to chop a snare next to a kick. I'm going to chop a snare next to a hi-hat, next to something that fits a snare range. Because I'm not going to have a problem getting that next sound off of that snare. Getting it away from that snare, chopping it out of that snare. I'm not going to have a problem. It's literally going to blend in at the end of the snare. See what I'm saying? So the reason why you want to know all them little tips like that is because that's something slight, something simple. It's a very, very good tip, but it's something simple to know how to get clean chops off of a drum break. It's not only where you chop, is what you chop. I mean, it's not only what you chopping, it's where you chopping. You know what I'm saying? Am I going to get a hi-hat next to a kick, or am I going to get a hi-hat next to an actual cymbal that sounds like a hi-hat? That way I don't have no problem getting them clicks off of that thing. I have no problem. See? What am I going to chop? Okay, now check this out. As simple as that is, and as beautiful as a tip that is, so you can get cleaner chops from drum breaks, even vinyl. You know what I'm saying? It's clean, you know, if you use that, you're gonna notice your chops come out cleaner when you chopping drums from vinyl and all that stuff like that. You're gonna notice they come out a little cleaner because you now got a purpose for picking them sounds. Now, as simple as that is, the reason why you want to know them small things is because that's simple. And then you learn another simple tip and another little simple tip like that you didn't know. And another little simple tip like that. And another little simple tip. See them 5 simple tips you learn? That's what's gonna equal up into something that makes something big in your music. When you get a bunch of them little small things down. You don't look for something big to impact your music. You look for them little small tips, like, and you get a bunch of them. A bunch of them tips gonna make something big happen in your music. You know what I'm saying? Not something big that's gonna make my music do something. No, I need 10 of them little small tips like that. That's what's gonna equal up to something amazing in my music. And the reason why is because one big thing is only gonna happen there in your music. So you don't look for one big thing to change your music around. One big thing is just gonna happen there in my music. But see, if I got 10 smaller things that's happening, see how that's gonna happen all over, all over them, 10, all over, everywhere. It's more of them, 10. 10 little small things to equal one big thing. You know what I'm saying? So you want is the little small things you want to learn and understand about your music production. Because when you piece them little small things together, that's gonna be spread out through your music because there's a bunch of them. If I learn one big thing that changed my music, it's only gonna happen there. That one big thing happens there. Because it's just one. But if I learn 10 little small things, that shit happening all throughout my track. All throughout. Put them 10 things together, something big happen. There you go. So you get them little small tips like that, man. How to chop, like the specific way to chop a drum break. You know, they got a way that they got a way that you could chop a sample to where you don't need you don't need the zero crossing. You don't need it. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta know that way. You gotta know that way to listen to a sample and get it. That way you don't need the zero cross. That way you ain't never gotta worry about a click. See? They got a way you could do that to a center chopper, and that's just something small. See, but you learn them little small thing, and all that's going being able to chop a clean drum break, being able to being able to make your sample fade at the end instead of revving up. Sometimes you don't have to have a click at the end of your sample chop. You don't have to have a click, but the sample revs up. It don't go down. You always want your sample chop to go down. All your chops to go down, not rev up at the end. See, you could be chopping a break, but some chops you're gonna notice go up. Whoop, they go up and then. It's not a click, but it just goes up. Now, in order to get rid of that rev up at the end of your chop, you're gonna have to eat into the sand. See, you're gonna have to eat into the chop. Eat more into it to get it to. You see what I'm saying? But there's a way where you could chop your sample to get all your chops to go down. It's like they all fade, they all going down. That make your chops cleaner and smoother when you land down your sample sequence. See? All that shit, man. That's the way, like that's them, that's them little tricks that I didn't know shit about. But I'm glad I was around the people who knew that. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad I was around, like them old school. I didn't learn how to do this from no new dude doesn't know, bro. I got this from the dudes that was actually doing it back in the days. Right? And you could tell just by them tips I'm giving you, you could tell. See what I'm saying? Okay, we go. We got that sample chop done. DB2 done. Select. Wait, did I get it? Oh no, I gotta cut. Cut. Now we got it. Now we got it. Boom. There we go. Okay, and then we need a hi-hat, DB2. I mean DB3. So we go back to DB, drum break. We rename it to DB3. enter. All right, and we want to copy. Bam, back to the trim. Let's get our hi-hat. All right, so we're looking for a hi-hat that doesn't have anything heavy at the end of it. See? See how you see it? Now that you know that trick, when you're chopping shit, you're gonna start to pay attention now to what you're chopping. I want a hi-hat that don't have nothing heavy at the end of it. Whatever is at the end of that hi-hat need to sound like that hi-hat. See what I'm saying? It need to do that. So we're gonna see what we got. See, see them two hi-hats they hit together? See, they got a hi-hat, that hit after a snare. That the snare come after. So that's the first hi-hat. See that one right there. Pow. Pow. That's the hi-hat, pow, then the snare. See? But if you notice, that next set of hi-hats, it got two hi-hats that follow each other. See? So which one am I gonna go get the hi-hat that's next to the snare? Or am I gonna get the hi-hat that's next to the other hi-hat? See what I'm saying? See? That's how you keep clicks and pops out of your shit. See? So I could go get this hi-hat right here. See this one right here. Look. See that one? This one right here. I can get this hi-hat right here. See? Down. But you see what's next? See? You can hear it gearing to come in. You hear gear, that snare gearing to come in? See? See? That snare coming in right now. Check this out. Let's go over to them other hi-hats. Watch. Look. Look. See two hi-hats next together. See? That's the one I want. I want that hi-hat that lead into that next hi-hat. That's the one I want. It's gonna be easier for me to get that next hi-hat off of that other hi-hat to make sure it's gone. It's gonna be way easier than to make sure that snare is gone. See? I'm going to it. I'm making sure I can hear it, and then I'm gonna dial it back. Okay, let's tighten up on it. See how it's coming in? See? There it is. Let's dial it back. Get rid of that hi-hat. See, I'm trying to get that hi-hat out, but it's gonna be easier for me to make that next hi-hat sound disappear than it will for me to make that next snare sound disappear. It's gonna be way easy. Let's do it. Just need to get that click off at the end. Just that click. They got a little click at the end. Let's get rid of that. See? Now, if that was that snare, that click would be way louder. If that was that snare at the same, that click that we listening to at the end of that hi-hat would be way louder. I would have to eat some more into that hi-hat to get rid of that snare. But it's easier to get rid of that hi-hat next to it. It's way easier. See? Look how it just fade out. See? Look. See? It's virtually gone. Boom. There's my hi-hat. Clean. No click, no pop at the end. And I got the full amount of that hi-hat, literally the full amount. See? Cut. Cut. There we go. We got our kick, snare, and hi-hat. Is there anything else that we want? Let's listen to the DB sample and see. There's a ghost kick. There is a ghost kick. See, that ghost kick, da-dum, da-dum. Let's get that ghost kick. Let's not play around. Let's get that ghost kick. Let's get it. The ghost kick, a ghost kick, you're going to have to deal with. Because a ghost kick going to follow, a kick going to follow a ghost kick. It's going to follow it. So you, regardless of, you're just stuck with it. You got to just make sure you get a clean ghost kick whenever you're chopping around a ghost kick. But the reason why it's called a ghost kick is because another kick gonna follow. So you ain't gonna have another, you ain't gonna have a, you know, a lighter sound to follow that. You're not gonna, it's just gonna be a kick. But, you know, you just gotta deal, some things you gotta deal with. So to get that ghost kick, we just gonna have to make sure we chop a clean one out of that. But we're gonna get it though. We're gonna definitely get it though. They got enough space in between it to get it though. So let's get that ghost kick. Let's do DB4. DB4, enter, copy. Let's go get that ghost kick trim. Let's get it. And I may not use, I don't really, the drum pattern I got in mind, I don't really hear a ghost kick in the drum pattern I got in mind. But I'm gonna get it. It's, you know, it's better to have it and don't use it than to need it and I don't have it. So let's just get it. Since we here, let's just grab it. There it is right there. Let's go. Let's go. Let's grab. Let's zoom in. They got enough space in between it to get it though. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna be tight, but we're gonna get it though. It's gonna be kind of tight though, but let's get it. See, it's already coming in. See, you hear that click at the end? See, it's already coming in. See what I'm saying? So we got, you know, it's gonna be tight, but we gonna try and get it though. See, cool. Let me see if I can go a little bit more. No, nope. See, I can't. That's it. That's it. It gotta go right there. Gotta go right there. Let's zoom in. Let's get that beginning part a little tighter than that. I can hear like it's like lagging a little bit. Let's get that beginning part just a little bit more tighter than that. There we go. There we go. And a ghost kick support. Don't think that just because your ghost kick not a long sound, it don't need it. A ghost kick not supposed to be long. It's supposed to be like a little tap. Just a little tap. It ain't supposed to be as long. It ain't supposed to linger like your main kick. It's just supposed to be a little tap. I know a lot of people kind of bypass a ghost kick because they like, oh man, that's just a little tap. Like it just sounds like a little tap, but that's how it's supposed to be. That's what's gonna make it bounce. You don't want a long ghost kick. You just want a little tap right before you kick. See? See? Just a little tap. So, but like I say, the pattern I got in mind, I don't hear a ghost kick in the pattern that I got in my head. I don't really hear a ghost kick, but you know, who knows? Let's get it. Cut. Cut. We got it. All of them. There we go. We got all our samples ready to go. Right? Okay. Next, we chopped our samples before. The next thing was to get them to a key group. Same thing here. We chopped our drum break. Next thing, we got to get it to a key group. Let's handle business. Let's get it. We're gonna go back here. Get that. We're gonna switch our key group to DBP. Switch our program to DBP. We got four drum sounds, so we're gonna need 4 key groups. Let's go. Let's hit this plus sign. 1. Oh, nope. Nope. Oh, key group, my bad. I'm in the wrong page. All right, there we go. Let's hit this plus sign. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Got all 4, and then we hit the sample page and let's assign them. Let's do it. We're gonna assign our drum sounds. So we need key group 1. We need DB1. DB1. All right, and then we need C3. All right, so remember C3 to put on our first pad. C3. Bam, C3, and then we change that from track to constant. There we go. Something ain't right. Oh, all of them are. Oh shit. Oh shit, I got them all set. Nope. They're triggering all on zone 1. Let me just clear the other zones out real quick. Let me just do that real quick. Name. I'm clearing the other zones out so it doesn't play while I'm doing this. Name. Boom. Key group 4. Let's do 2. Name. Key group 3. Name clear. If I don't clear the other zones, it's gonna keep triggering. It's gonna keep triggering them zones while we trying to get our chops. We're just clearing out all of the other zones before we move forward. Bam, and then 4 is 4 clear. Yep, so they're all clear. So now we should have just our kick. Let's go. Just our kick. Let's get it. Boom. Okay. So next, key group 2. We need DB2. DB2, change that track to constant right there. And then we need C#3. All right, C#3. There's my snare. And then we're gonna skip the D. I just do that because I like my hi-hat on pad 4. I'm just like that. I can put it on right next to it on pad 3, but I just like it on pad 4. So we're gonna skip that. We're gonna skip pad 3 and pad gonna be our D sharp. We're gonna skip D and put the hi-hat on D#. D#3. Key group 3 and DB3, right? And then we need D#3. D#3. 3. D#3. And then we put this from track to constant, and there's our hi-hat. All right. Now you remember our sounds, we gotta hold the pad. See? If we don't hold the pad, it's gonna just play sharp. Okay? So we want it to play. That's what we want. So we gotta go do our envelopes, you remember? So we're gonna go back to the key group page. There's our envelope tab right there. We're gonna hit our envelopes, but before we change the envelopes, we want to make sure we do all of them, all our samples, not just one at a time. One, the kick, the snare, all that time. So you change that, you go up here to where it says edit 1, you change it to all, edit all. So change it to all, and then you go change the decay, bring the decay all the way up to 99, and bring the release all the way up to 99. Now, there's our sample. We could just hit the pad and it's gonna play the full sample. That was our hi-hat. Damn, that's woo. Hold up, we missing a sound, huh? We missing a sound. I forgot we got 4 sounds, bro. Let's go back to our key group. I forgot our ghost kick. You remember we got a ghost kick? I almost forgot all about it. Y'all didn't remind me, man. We got a ghost kick. We did get a ghost kick, dog. We did. Let's go to key group 4. We got to get DB4. Didn't we have a DB4? There it is, yep. Saying that the track. Yeah. And what I do with my ghost kick is I put anytime I got a ghost kick, I always put my ghost kick right on top of the pad. On any pad my kick is on, my ghost kick go on the pad right on top of it. Because that make it easier to play your ghost kick whenever the pad is right on top. You know what I'm saying? Make it easier to play it. If you're going to freehand play it, which that's what I'm going to do. Makes it easier to play it. So I'm going to put my ghost kick on E3. Here we go. Oh, nope. It's triggering something else. Make sure we good. What did I do? What do we got? Something else is triggering something else. I heard it. DB1, DB2, DB3, DB4. Why is that playing a kick at the same time? What is this? Huh? Oh, I didn't take it off of all. It tweaked them all. Oh man. I didn't take it off of all. You remember when I switched it with the envelope to affect all the pads? You remember what I told y'all? Whenever you change it from 1 to all to affect all the pads, once you do that, change it back to 1. Change it back to 1 to affect 1. It turned all them changes I was making just now, it did it to all the pads, to all of them. So I got to redo the key groups. Not all of them, just the drums, just them drums, fortunately. So I got to redo them all. It changed all of them, all of the pads at the same time. So let's put that back to 1. Let's make sure we do that. I was wondering why the hell did that change? But that's why. So key group 1, boom, DB1. It changed them all to E3 instead of just changing 1 to E3. It changed all of my So I had the kick drum on C#3. It changed that to E3. I had the snare on C#3. It changed that to E3. See, it did all of my samples. It did the same thing to all my samples. So let that be a lesson. Whenever you change that thing to all to affect all your stuff, after you do whatever it is to affect all your pads, the next thing you do, change that thing back to 1. That way you could just affect the current shit you own, whatever you dealing with. It's not gonna do it to everything. Change it back to 1. I didn't do that. So it changed all my shit. Let's just change it back real quick though. For the first pad, this one right here, C3 is gonna be DB1. Let's put that back on C3. Let's put that back on C3. We're there again. Boom. Key group 2. Let's put that. It changed that to E3. Let's put that back on C#. Bam. C#. There's my snare. We didn't have nothing here. We didn't have nothing on this one right here. And then our hi-hat is D#3. So that's gonna be D3, DB3. So that's D#3 we need. Our hi-hat, D#3, and then D#3. There's my hi-hat. And then there's my ghost kick. Now my ghost kick is by itself on E. There it is. But you see, I need to make sure that we got the envelope rocking. So let's go back. Key group. Envelope. I don't need it to be on all. I just need it to be on that on key group on the key group 4. The E3 one. Put everything on 99, and we good to go. There's my shit. See? There's my ghost kicking my kick. Yeah, so what I'm saying, it makes it easier to play if you put it put your ghost kick right next to your kick on the top of your kick. All right, next thing we need to do is we need to take the MIDI channels, make sure that our drums is on a different MIDI channel than our sample. We need to do that to make sure we can put when we do it in the MPC, we could put our sample on one track and our drums on another track. If we don't change, if we keep everything on MIDI channel 1, which they all are, then we're not gonna be able to do that. Everything will be triggering from MIDI channel 1. But we need to be able to put our sample on one MIDI channel and then our drums on another MIDI channel. That way we can separate the tracks. All right, so let's do that. Boom, real easy to do. You go to multi, boom, and all you do is just change channel 1, change that to our 16 group, my template, which is what my sample is always on, my template that it starts off with. My sample is always on that. So that's the name of my template right there. And then on channel 2, you put the DP, the drum break program. Boom. On channel 2. And there you go. Done. Now we're literally done with the machine. We done. Now let's get our MPC set up. Okay. All we got to do is just give ourselves another MIDI track. So let's go to new track. Give ourselves another MIDI track. This is our second track. Put the MIDI output on MPC A. Put the MIDI channel on 2. First track is on MIDI channel 1. Second track gonna be on MIDI channel 2. So we're gonna put this on MIDI channel 2. Boom, and this should be our drums. Our drums should be here. That's our drums on MIDI channel 2. And then if we switch it to track 1, MIDI channel 1, there's our sample. So we good to go. Let's lay down the drum sound, the drums this time. Let's do that. Let's do that. Now that I'm playing it with the ghost kick, I kind of like it now. Let's play our hi-hat first. Take that off full velocity, bam. So I'm gonna play my hi-hat. The reason why I take it off full velocity is because I want to play my hi-hat like hard, soft, hard. So I want to be able to change it. You know what I'm saying? So I take it off of full velocity. That way I can hit the pad hard and hit it soft. And I'm gonna kind of make my hi-hat kind of bounce with that soft high, so soft hard, so make it bounce a little bit. So I got certain patterns in my head that I play it. Like sometimes I play it soft, 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 hard, soft, 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 hard, soft, hard, soft, hard, soft, 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 hard, soft, 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 hard, soft, 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 hard, soft, hard, soft, hard. See, that's a pattern I play. And it's gonna give it that nice look, give your hi-hat that nice groove. Or sometimes I play it soft, soft, hard, soft, soft, hard, soft, soft, hard, hard, soft, soft, hard, soft, soft, hard. So see, it's gonna give your hi-hat a little groove. So you come up with little rhythms in your head using that soft, hard kind of thing, so where you can make your hi-hat kind of groove a little bit. See, so I'm gonna do it. See? So let's get our track set up. So we're gonna put this like on. Let's do like 8, like 85 or something like that. We should be good. Let's change this to 8 triplet. That way we can get our bounce in it like that. Boom, boom, boom. We're gonna go to our arrangement right here, and we're gonna give ourselves more than this. Extend our arrangement out like that. Go back here and give ourselves 8. We're gonna change 6 to 16 bars. Let's get it. We should be good to go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's put it a little bit quick. Let's go. Yeah. Oh shit. What did I do, man? What did I do? I gotta take it off of that. My bad. Let's do that again. Let's take it off these triplets real quick. My bad. My bad. We don't need that just yet. Let's go. Yeah, a little something at the end. Just a little spice at the end. Which I, you know what I'm saying? Da, dum, dum, da, dum, 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 da, dum, da, dum, da, dum, 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 da, dum, 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 da, dum, 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 da, dum, da, dum, da, dum, 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 da. See? Give your hi-hats a little groove, you know? Instead of just tick, 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 tick. Nah, nah. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Why did I miss that? Why did they got one I missed? Oh Lord, we missed one. Do it again. Oh. Mm-mm. Mm. Mm. Woo. Mm. Mm. Let's go to mid. Let's go to the other track. Let's get it. Ooh. Ooh. Oh snap! This gonna be crazy. Let's get it. I'm nervous. Oh. There we go. Come on. Come on. I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing. What we want to do now? I think we do. I think we could do a bass line with this though. We could do a bass line. We could do a bass line. Let's get it. Let's get it. New track. New track. Let's do a bass line. Plug in. Let's do a bass line. Let's do a bass line. Boom, 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 boom. What's a good plug-in for bass lines on that come with the MPC? Like what's one of the ones that come in like that's good for bass line? Oh shit! Well, why not use the one that says baseline? Why not? Why not use the one that says baseline? How about that? Let's go. Shout out Akai for making it that simple. Oh shit! Wait a minute, we might have spoke too soon. Don't sound like no baseline. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's find out what let's find out what we doing. Let's mute the Track mute. Let's mute the drums, right? And then we're just gonna try and see if we can play something around the sound. So we in D. We definitely in D. Definitely in the key of D. Let's get it. That D or A? Oh, we need to be in notes. Let's go. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. Let's mix that. Let's mix that a little bit. Let's tighten that up just a little bit. Effects. The first thing we're gonna need is we're gonna need an EQ on that shit. Oh, we got some harmonics. Let's see what we got. What we got? We got a drive. We got a drive. We got a tube drive. Let's get it. We got a drive on that. Shout out to Akai. We got a drive. Let's put that drive on that bass line. Oh. Let's get it. Okay, we want to overdo it. We want to overdo it a little bit. And then what we want to do is we want to put an EQ on that. Right? Let's get that para. Boom. We want to EQ that. We want to take a little bit of that bite off on the top end. Make it a little smooth. Yeah. Let's get some of that high and mid too. Make it a little smoother. Nice. Okay. Okay, I like that. Maybe a little bit more of this right here. I like that. I like that. Okay, and then we're gonna put that under a compressor. Let's go. We're gonna kind of keep that under control. Hell, you know what? Let's push it a little bit. Let's push it a little bit. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. Let's push it a little bit. Let's go back to that drive. We're gonna crank that. Push it a little bit. And then we're gonna have it, we're gonna slam it underneath that compressor. There we go. There we go. Dynamics. We need something heavy. We need something like a FET. All right, that opto would be nice. That opto gonna be good. Let's get it. All right. We're gonna put that shit on a harsh attack, right? We're gonna release some of that knee a little bit. And then we're gonna crank that ratio up to about 5. We're gonna drop that threshold, see? We're gonna squash it. Okay, you can't hear it now? Can't hear that bass line. You squash it underneath that compressor. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring that input up so we can barely hear it in the background. See? Got that tone in the background. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Go to track mute. Look. Just that tone. That's all I need in the background. That right there. Just to follow the sample. Boom. Let's turn the sample back on. Go back to it. Right? And then now that we got it squashed, that we got that bass line squashed under that compressor, now we're gonna take that, we're gonna use the threshold to mix it in. To mix the bass in with the sample. Let's grab the threshold and we're gonna mix it in. Let's do it. Let's play the drums so we can hear the whole thing. And let's bring that bass line in under that threshold. Let's do it. Woo! What we gonna do next? What we gonna do next? We got bass. We got bass. The Jura plugin. Jura, let's try that. Which one that is? Which one that is? Let me see. I didn't see no Jura on my stuff. Let's get myself a new track. See what that got to offer. Plugin. I can plug in. Let's see what we got. Let's see what I got. What I got. I don't see no Jura. I got all of the MPC plugins, and I got drum. It say drum plugins. That's all I got. So maybe that's some paid shit I ain't got. But all I got is bassline, electric. All it say right here is bassline, electric, hype, Mellotron, Odyssey, Selena, whatever that is, tube synth, and that's it. That's all I got. That's it. Yeah, whatever else that is, we ain't paying Akai for that shit. Nah. Not till they do something about that sound. No more dollars for Akai until they do something about that sound, man. No more. Ooh. Let's see what this electric thing got off. What this electric thing hitting on? Why everything sound the same? Why everything sound like a buzz? Everything sound like a buzz. Everything. Okay, well that don't. See, everything sound like a buzz. Everything. Almost all the plugins is a buzz. There we go. That's a damn shame, Akai. Ought to be ashamed of y'allself with that buzz. Ought to be ashamed of y'allself with that buzz shit, Akai. Come on, man. Come on, man. Like, for real? Y'all kidding y'all? I can't. That's how we gonna do it? That's how we gonna do it? Yeah, that's cool. I ain't got no cutoff. That's a damn shame they ain't got no cutoff in here. They ain't got no cutoff up in here. Let's see, let's activate that chorus, see what that's about. Oh. Okay. I like that chorus. I like the chorus. Let's go. I like the chorus. Let's EQ that. Let's put that in the pocket with the EQ. We're gonna put it lightly in the background, just like a little melody. Right now it's too much in the full front. We're gonna put it in the background, like a little light melody that's playing in the background. We're gonna do that with the EQ. I was hoping it had a filter on it, but it ain't got no filter on that plugin. So we're gonna take some of that high end off. See? Make a little dreamy. Yeah. Nice. Let's take some of that mid off. Yeah, right in the background. Nice. Nice. We might need another little chorus on that. Let's go grab some of this. Let's go grab some of them dynamic, them harmonics. We might need a little bit of nah, that ain't it. That ain't the one. That ain't the move. That's not the move. Let's get some of that modulation. There we go. Let's get some of this multi-chorus. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, let's go. I like it. Let's put a little delay on that too. Can I get a little delay on that? Let's get some of that tape delay, that tape delay sync. Let's get it. I need to just hit a sound. I just need to hit a sound. Oh shit, that's it. We got it. Yeah, let's go. Give me another one. Give me another plugin. Give me another track. Give me another plugin. Now what we gonna do? We're gonna do what else we got? Let's see what this let's see what this Odyssey is about. What is this Odyssey about? Let's see what this is about. Okay, we got some basses, leads, plucks, synths. Ooh, we got some pads. Let's see what's up with the pads. Give me some pads. Give me some nice little mood shit. Nope. 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 Hell no. Come on, man. Nope. 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 That's okay. Nope. Nope. Nah, this ain't it. That ain't it. Nah, that shit went left. That ain't it. Odyssey not the move at all. Nah. Odyssey need to go back in the bag. Nah. What else we got? Let's check out this electric. What this electric got off? Oh, that's what I was just in. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what the pads is in that. We might be able to give it some chords with that. Let's see chords. Nope. Nope, we can't. Let's keep going. What else we got? I think that's it. What's this hype thing right here? What we got with this hype thing right here? What we got? On bass, sub bass. Oh, this bass right here. That hype got about 4 or 5 different basses, man. I've got about 4 or 5 different basses. Maybe you should have started off with hype with the bass, bro. Like hype got a bunch of bass. They got bass warm, bass sub, bass summer, bass hard, bass fuzz, bass basic. Maybe you should start off with that. Man, what the hell is up with Akai, man? This sounding like classic gold. What? I mean, if we could find something else to put on it, like, you know, shit, we might have to sample something else to put on this thing. We can't find no damn instruments from Akai to put on this thing. Let's go back to Mellotron. Mellotron kind of has some nice shit going on in it. Had them violins and shit going on, you know? See if we can do that. Ooh. That's it. That's the airy ones. Let's EQ it. Let's EQ it. Let's EQ it. Let's get an EQ. Let's get our EQ. Get our para. Boom. Take some of that high end off. Yup. Some of that high end off. Take some of that mid off. Yup. Woo! Let's give ourselves an effect on that. Let's go to modulation. Let's go give ourselves some phaser. Oh, they got a sync on that. They got a sync on that phase. They got a sync on that phaser? Please say they got a sync on that phaser. They do that? Do they got a sync on it? They ain't got no sync on there. Great. Oh. Nope. They ain't got no sync on there, man. Come on, man. You can't sync it to. Oh, dude, you can't sync it. Oh, man. They got another phaser? They got another one. Let me get rid of this one. They got another one? Any type of other phaser? Stutter, wild sync, auto pan, voices, sync, fade. There we go. Phaser. Phaser 1, phaser 2. Let's see. We got a sync on these? Nope. Phaser 2? I don't like that one anyway. Phaser 2? Oh, phaser sync. There it is. Phaser sync. I just saw it. I just saw it. They got a plugin called Phaser Sync. Love it. Love it. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Let's do it. Ooh, let's sync that. I need the soft, the lowest one, 1/2. Let's go. Yeah, feedback up. Delay probably a little bit. Ooh, width. We're gonna bring that down some. Let's go. Let's play the track. See what we doing. See what we doing. See what we doing. We need a compressor on that. Definitely need a compressor to control that. That shit getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Dynamics. I need something light. I need something light. Let's do. I ain't got no light kind of deal. Let's do this bus compressor thing. It's gonna be a little light. That should be a little light. Let's go. Tack down. Tack kind of down. And then we're gonna drop the threshold on it. Yeah. And let that shit just kind of peek through. Bring the output up a little bit. Let's play the track. Let's play the track and mix it in there. It's too harsh. We need a reverb on there. We need a little reverb on there. We need a little reverb on there. Let me get a little reverb. Go get that. Go get that medium reverb. There we go. Nice. Bring the density down. Early reflection down. Pre-delay. We're gonna bring that down a little bit. Bring that diffuse down a little bit. Bring that dry wet up some. And now we're gonna go back to the bus compressor. We're gonna raise that shit up now. Do the reverb. Oh, that's dreamy. Love it. All I did was just gave the track a little background. So you got this swimming around in the background. And it's hollow. I made it. I pushed the compressor down so much in the middle, and then I brought up everything else to where now it sound hollow. So watch this sound right here. Look how hollow it sound. See? It didn't sound like that before. Let's take off the effects. Watch. Take off the effects. Take off all the effects. I delete all the effects at the same time. Hide disengage them all at the same time. Can I do that? Can we do that? Can we disengage them all at the same time? See, that's how it sounds. Look. See how it's is up the middle. No sides, is up the middle. You know what I'm saying? It got a lot of middle information. But what I did is I reversed it. I ended up taking what I did is I carved the space in the middle with the EQ, pushed it down with the compressor, and made it come out through the side. So now you got this hole in the middle of the sound, and now everything spread to the side. So check it out how it sounds. This how it sounds. That's how it sounds. See, right up the middle. This how it sound now. See? It's like there's no middle now, and it did this. See? So now it ain't gonna mess with the sample too much. We just trying to do a little mixing right here in the box and see what we can do, bro. You know, I ain't never really done it, but if you know how to work certain compressors, certain EQ, and which ones, then it don't never change nowhere. Just depending on what they give you to work with, though. So let's see when I play the sample up. See, the sample is up the middle, see, and that surrounds it. See. If I wasn't able to, I could have done that way better than that. But you know, but you could tell though the sample now in the middle is not mixing with that violin sound. That's the melody in the background. See, in the background, spacious, real spacious. Then you got the bass line. Let's go. Now we need something like a lead or some type of high-end instrument. So we need another plugin. Let's go with that Mellotron again. Let's find like a lead or something. Or that flute. Nope. Boy, if I had a saxophone right now, shit, let's go. That sax will go clean right now. They ain't got no plugin with a saxophone in it. Oh, if I had a saxophone right now, boy, shit would go ham. Back to the 80s. What's this? Nah, that's too retro. Too harsh. Too harsh. Way too harsh. Nope. Uh-oh. Nah. We need like a lead or something. Bring that EQ out, and we're gonna filter that. Let's filter that. Let me use a filter. Let me use a filter, man. You got a low pad filter? LP filter sweep. Let's go. Nah, I don't want to sweep. I don't want to sweep. I just want a regular low pad filter. Let's go right out. There we go. We need to EQ that a little bit, take that low end out. Yup. Nice. A little bit too much low I took out. Let's bring that back with the compressor. Let's bring it back with the compressor. Let's bring it back. I just need to hit a lead and a sample. Just need to hit a lead and a sample. Let's get it. Let's get it. Where the compressor at? Give me the compressor. Give me the compressor. Dynamics. Give me the compressor. Let's grab that. Let's grab that. Let's grab that opto. That's gonna make sure we keep it tight. Bring that threshold down. Bring that ratio up to about 4. Bring that tech less. Release that knee a little bit. We're gonna crank that output. We're gonna crank the output up, right? And then we're gonna release that threshold. Let's play the rest of the beat. Now let's bring it in. Let's bring it in. We might put a little reverb on it to kind of soften it a little bit, but let's bring it in and see what we do with that compressor. What we're gonna do is we're gonna release that threshold on that compressor, let that lead slide through there. But pick, we gotta make sure that lead don't mess with that violin. So when I bring it in, I'm gonna be paying attention to how that lead deal with that violin. If it's nice, we're gonna keep it like that. If it's not, we're gonna blend that in with some reverb or something to kind of get it out the way of that violin. Let's release the threshold and bring it in. It's not on top of the violin. It actually complements the violin nice. Let's see. Yeah, let's go. We can still put some reverb on that. Let's go. Let's do it. Just a little taste though. Let's get that low one. I mean that light one. Let's get that light one. We doing a little mixing inside of the MPC with the stock MPC plugins. We mixing sounds, bro. You know what I'm saying? Putting shit where it need to be at. Kai, you ought to be a damn shame of y'all self, man. We want just a little. We don't want all of that on there. Let's bring that down. Bring that down. We're gonna cut them lows out of that mug. Bring that decay down. Bring that pre-delay. Ooh, we're gonna bring that pre-delay up. Bring that diffuse down. Bring that high cut down. And now we should be good. Let's play the damn sound. Play the sample. Sample. We need to bring that compressor out a little bit more. Let's go. Let's release a little bit more of that threshold. Let's get it. I like it. I like it. A little bit more. A little bit more. What? We're gonna bring in that output. Bring that output up some. Let's go. Let's play the sound. Hmm. Got it. 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 There y'all go, man. Two beats, two nice little grungy boom bap beats, man. The premise of what y'all saw here today was the fact that number one, again, takes time to work with a vintage sample. It takes patience. When you mess something up, get ready to bite the bullet and just do it again. Hopefully, it's not too much to where you can't you can just kind of plug in what you want. But get ready to bite the bullet, do it all over again. Don't be pissed off when that happens. That's just part of the game. When you decide to get one of these papers, part of it. That undo button don't exist no more. So You know, second thing is, of course, second thing is, or I should say, first thing is the sound quality. Obviously, that's just the obvious one. That's why I didn't mention it. Sound quality. I'm more than sure y'all can hear that. That's not. You know, you don't have to have good ears to recognize the difference of what that's doing. Just the way we recorded it in that snap. You know, plus you get that tinge on the drum. See, love. You know, you don't have to be no. You don't have to have no crazy ass ears to hear this right here, dude. Like you don't have to, bro. My bad. I keep forgetting I gotta put it on C1 or C3. My bad. C3. C3. There we go. There you go. So you don't have to be no rocket science to figure out love. You don't have to be no rocket science to hear that, man. You don't have to have no crazy ass ears to hear the difference in love. It just speak for itself. Simple, simple. All out of here. I was mixing them instruments, doing some shit with them instruments, but I ain't touched them drum at all. Not at all. Nothing. And that came straight out of here. So you don't have to be a genius to figure out how this what this does, how it does. These vintage machines, you know, from the MPC 2000 to the 2000xl, the 3000, the 4000. You don't have to be no genius to figure out what that does. The MPC 60. You don't have to be no genius to figure out what that does. The rack samplers, S3000, the S2000. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully with these videos, with just these two videos, long ass videos at that, it just kind of showcases a little bit of what's the power of it, you know, new and old, what you could do. You know, on the last video, I just made the boom bap. On the video before this, I just made the boom bap beats. On this video, I actually used some of the MPC plugins just to show y'all it's possible. Now, is that the best shit in the world I could do? No, not at all. You know, if I was to track this out in Ableton, if I was to track it out in Ableton, track all, which I can. Remember, this is running through Ableton. That's how y'all hear it. So that means the signal is in Ableton right now. It's actually pulled up on my screen, on the computer screen. You know what I'm saying? So the signal passed through Ableton. So I could take this shit, record it out through Ableton, and then really get busy playing some keys on, you know, doing my thing like I do in Ableton. Really get busy on it and start making that shit pop. But we just kind of work with a few things in the MPC. Again, I'm gonna be honest with you. This like probably my out of all of the years of messing with Akai stuff, all of the years of having the MPC, you know, this MPC and you know newer MPCs, this probably like you can count on one hand how many times I done pulled up Akai plugins to mess with instruments and shit. So that's why I didn't really know what, you know, what's in there or what, you know, none of that. You know what I'm saying? But like any VST, anything, you know, you can make it work if you know how to just, you know, do a little something to the sounds, make the sounds pop a little bit, do a little something to them. You got a good ear. You can pretty much make anything work. You know, will it be cold? Will it be off the chain? You know, it's up for debate, but you can make anything work, man. So what y'all saw here is like just another add-on, just taking the MPC, the tracks out in the MPC and just pairing it with the sample, you know. But I will tell you this though, if you listen to the beat, if you listen to it while it's playing, you could tell the instruments that came out of here. The bass, the sample, and the drums. It sets away from the all that shit I added. That's in the MPC, all them tracks. Like if you just listen to it, it sets apart from the rest of that. It does. And it's just you can just tell. I could tell like right out of the gate. The two tracks that came out of here, and then all them instruments that came out of here that we put on there. Yeah, it's like if I was to mix that, if I was to like really, really mix this track, I would have to bring, what I would do is I would have to bring all them instruments. I would have to bring some type of some type of fullness to the instruments to match what I'm hearing with the sound I'm hearing with the sample and them drums. I couldn't keep them instruments like that if I was to mix this. Like literally like go in the studio, mix all these tracks and try and get them to be cohesive. The first thing I would have to do is bring something to them to them instruments. I would have to give it something. You know, possibly I'll probably start off with saturating everything. And the reason why I start off doing that is because that saturation on everything gonna tell me the harmonics I need to bring to what instrument. It's gonna start to pop out what I need. So first thing I'll do is saturate everything and just make sure I can hear everything that needs to happen. You can't really do that if you just jump in and start mixing. So you saturate everything. You don't even have to keep it like that. You just saturate the hell out of everything. You're gonna start to hear what the mix needs. You know, saturation brings harmonics to a track. So a lot of people really that's like an old school trick that people would do on old school consoles. You know what I'm saying? When the sound will come through them consoles, they will saturate all of the sound. And the reason why is because that's telling them how to mix the track. You're gonna hear shit pop out that just sounds nice if you do this. You're gonna hear shit pop out that don't sound too nice, so get rid of that. You know, EQ that out or something. You know, that saturation is kind of like it's like a map. If you know how to listen, it's like a map that tell you what needs to have. So that's what I do to these sounds right here. You know, I saturate the shit out of all them sounds, and I try and after I do it, it's gonna tell me what type of fullness I can bring. But absolutely, I will bring some fullness to the instrument to match the sample and them drums. And these drums and the sample is just too heavy for these. It's just too heavy. It sets like all the way over. If you listen to the track, right? You got to just listen to it really good. Like, look, watch as I bring the tracks in. Watch. I'm gonna start with the instruments first, and then I'm gonna bring in the sample and the drums. Now with them last two tracks, the sample, you're gonna notice the track change. It changes. See, that's how you know it's them two tracks sit far away from the rest of the instrument. Okay, so let's just start with the instruments. Look. Let's start with this one. Okay, check it out. Let's bring the bass. See? Let's bring the lead in. The pad sound. See? Bring the lead in. Now you see with all that playing, watch when I bring these instruments in. The track gonna change. Literally, watch. Watch. Get used to that. Put that in your ear. Get used to this sound right here. Now watch. Watch. Look how the track changed. Watch. See? See what I mean? Them instruments sit far away from these sounds. So I would have to bring something to them instruments that bring it closer to the fullness of these sounds right here. Like all that's thin. All of them instruments thin compared to what come out of it. So if I was to mix it, that'll be the first thing I do. Before I even start diving into the mix, I would bring as much, you know, I would use that saturation to guide me and tell me how much I could bring to the track, to bring to them instruments. How much can I do? And I just try and push it to the brim to make them sounds match up, at least somehow match up to that. You know what I'm saying? But just that alone should let you know what this does. Like, you know, the sound that you could get from it. It should let you know that. The fact that, yeah, if I was to just put dry instruments or, you know, digital instruments on top of this type of shit, oh, it's go poke out like a sore thumb. To me, it does. Now, I don't know if y'all got them type of ears, but to me, that poke out like a sore thumb. You know, that just don't, yeah, them things sitting far away from them digital instruments. The other ones hitting far away from that. See what I'm saying? So that'd be the first thing that I address. Could you put them through an analog chain? Those digital instruments, you could, but if you're gonna take digital stuff, especially stuff like this that came clean off of something, if you're gonna do that, then it's not about what you do to the sounds, it's how you prep the sound. If you're gonna bring it to some type of analog console. You're talking about a console? Did you say a console? Or a chain, an analog chain? A chain is just effects. Like if you're saying a chain, that's just effects. So you could run it through that and just see what the effect is gonna do to it. You could, but if you're talking like a console, an analog console, if that what you talk, yeah, you gotta prep them sounds to run them through that. You can't just run them. I mean, well, you could, but it ain't gonna really sound too good if you run them sounds like this. You gotta prep them sounds to run through that. And if you do that, then you stand a better chance of getting what you want off that console to mesh with these sounds. You gotta prep them. You gotta prep the sound. You know, like some studios have people for that. Like I got two people that do that. Like let's say somebody want like an album, and that album calls for me to mix it on the console. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna be sitting at that console mixing the track, then I don't want to prep this. I don't want to have to prep the sound and mix the track. So I got like two people, or right, three now. Now that we added one more, he could do it as well. But they could prep tracks really well. So the lead engineer don't have to do that. Whoever the lead engineer is on the project, they ain't got to do that. They could just mix it. So they'll prep them tracks really well to where once they hit the console, all the lead engineer got to do is just mix that shit. So if I sit down at the console, that shit up that I ain't got to worry about prepping the sound. You feel what I'm saying? So that's how most studios run. They get like the intern or something to prep the sound and make sure they teach them that and train them on that to where they can prep the sound. I had a lot of training on prepping audio. That way, whoever the lead engineer is, they could just sit down in that chain and get to work. You know what I'm saying? So if you're talking about a chain or like an analog chain, like on like a rack, then that just depends on what you got on the rack. But a console, see, that's different. Analog console, that's different. Yeah, so I don't know what you mean by a chain if you're talking a rack or a console. Yeah, a chain. That's just what you put it through. You don't really have to prep the sound on it. It's just gonna be solely based on the effects. When you say an analog chain, it's gonna solely be based on the effect itself. That's it. So what that means is you put them sound through an effect chain or any type of effect chain. How it comes out is based on the effects you got, the chain you got. See what I'm saying? It's based on that. See, that's what I mean. It's based on that. Solely based on the effect. That's how your sound gonna come out. But the thing is, you put it through a console. See, that's different. That's not, like the console gonna take care of most of the work. The console gonna give you a certain sound. As long as you prep the sounds well. So I see a lot of people running sound through like they'll run a track through a console with no prep to the audio at all, man. They just mix it like you want some DAW mixing shit when they go on a console and throw shit in there, mix it, start plugging shit in for it to run through the console. I done seen people do that and they no prep on the sound, no nothing. It's almost like they treating that console like they in a DAW. Like what the fuck? What you doing? You ain't gonna get the console. Just go mix that shit in Pro Tools or something if you're gonna do that. You ain't gonna get what the console got to offer. You don't prep that sound first, man. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, run it through a preamp or something to get some saturation on the. Nah, I wouldn't use a preamp for that. Like when I was talking about saturation earlier, like the saturation to kind of guide the track, I wouldn't use a preamp. A preamp is a way to get saturation. It's not a saturator. It's a way to get saturation. Remember that. Not a preamp isn't for saturation. It's a way to saturate a track, but not an actual saturator. It's not. You know what I'm saying? So I would actually use an actual saturation, an actual saturation effect or a saturation module, or even possibly a tape head or something. You know, just depend. Like this song, I probably wouldn't put this song through tape, but you know, but something like that though. Yeah. Certain plugins, I mean not plugins, but certain pieces of gear, you gotta always realize when you mixing on hardware, certain pieces of gear provide a way to saturate them. It doesn't mean it's an actual saturator. It doesn't mean that. It just provides a way to do it. Meaning that, for example, um, let's take a preamp for example. Let's take like a Neve or something like that, or a 1060 or something like whatever, anything like that. Um, if I run a track through there and I crank it up and I start getting that sizzle on it, see, that's not actually a saturator. That's just me pushing the preamp to saturate. See, it's a way to saturate something. Now here's the difference. I go get like a exciter, you know, some type of exciter. See, that's a saturator. I don't have to push anything to do that. I don't have to make the module do anything to do that. That's what it's for. It's gonna do that. See what I mean? So it's a difference. So you won't when you looking for a saturator to guide your mix. If you're just looking for effect just to bring something to your track, then yeah, push it through whatever you want. Just to bring, you know, a little bit of pop to your track, a little bit, push through whatever you want and saturate it. But if you're looking for that guide trick, that guide to guide your mix, yeah, you need an actual saturator. You need that. Because you're not gonna hear what you're supposed to hear if you use something to act like a saturator. You're not gonna hear what you're supposed to hear. But if you actually get a saturator, some type of exciter or some type of, you know, something like that, what it's gonna do is the harmonic is gonna attach itself and it's gonna literally give you a roadmap to how to mix the track. You know what I'm saying? If you kind of know what I mean, it's gonna give you a roadmap to mix it. All that shit you hearing. Basically, what it's gonna do is this. This is the premise of it. You ever heard of go like when you mixing? Like most people when they start off a mix, and this is just the average mixing the person that's mixing the track. Most people, what they do is they start fixing the track, thinking that they mixing. That's what they jump in the track and start fixing shit. Think like only like 10 minutes, they could spend an hour and a half, quote unquote, mixing the track. But only the last 15 minutes was them actually mixing the track. That whole other 45 to 50 minutes was fixing everything. And they think they mixing. But they was fixing a bunch of shit. See? Believing that they was mixing the track. I've seen multiple people do like more than a lot of people do that, you know. But that's an amateur mixer. Like he fixing a bunch of shit. He ain't mixing. Like literally, the last 15 minutes is kind of some mixing going on. But the rest of that hour and whatever was just fixing a bunch of shit. That's all it was. You ain't mixed the track yet. You ain't even started mixing the track yet. You just think you're because you're in front of a DAW and putting plugins on. You just think you're mixing the track. But you ain't mixed shit yet. So I'm about to see that. You ain't mixed shit. You fixed a bunch of shit, but you ain't mixed shit yet. Nothing. See what I'm saying? So the last literally 10, 15 minutes where you see like just some slight mixing going on. Just a little piece of mixing going on. You see what I'm saying? So the reason why I'm saying that is because like if you use that saturated trick to guide your mixing, you're gonna have to rely on the saturator. You're gonna have to know the mixing. You're gonna have to know the mix of it to rely on the saturator to do that. You're gonna have to know that. You're not gonna be able to just do that and just bypass and just kind of figure, okay, yeah, I could figure it out. You're gonna have to know the mix to do that. To have a saturator guide you to mix a track. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I mean by prepping the sound. All that you're gonna have to prep that and know that mix very, very well. That's what prep does. You have to know, you know, like what you want to do to it, how you want to do this before you even touch the mix. Now, when you throw that saturator on there, you let that saturator do that, hit that track, and it's gonna literally give you a guideline as to whatever you had in your head versus what you want to do to it. It's gonna connect that gap, that bridge, as to what you wanted to do in your head. That's, you know, versus actually hearing it on the mix. That saturator gonna connect that gap. Basically, the shit you hearing in your head, you're gonna be able to hear it in the music. Like, yeah, oh shit, yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Then you're gonna be listening to that part. Oh, yeah. I wanted to bring that low in. So let me crank that low end up some more. And then you're gonna listen to another part that saturated gonna be guiding you. You see? Well, yeah, I kind of wanted a little spice on them how I wanted. You see? It's gonna be guiding. You know, or oh yeah, that's a little bit too much on whatever. Yeah, I wanted to kind of cut a little. I was thinking cutting a little bit of that off. See, it's gonna bring everything you had in your head. It's gonna bring that to light. That saturation gonna bring that to light. You know, gonna make it very clear to you. You know, just shit like that, man. You know, just little shit like that. I do that with a lot of. Well, not a lot, but um, I do it with a lot of rock and roll shit I mix, like a lot of rock and roll tracks I make, which that's quite a bit. I do that with a lot. There's guitars and especially when you got like all acoustic drums, when you got like the overheads and all that shit like that. Like that's a genius trick to you. That saturate, that's genius. Like, cause you're not gonna have to worry like about what you mix or worry about what it sounds like. That shit it literally gonna tell you. Like I'm saying, it's gonna tell you. It's gonna tell you what to do. Just listen to it really good and just make sure you have some good ears, or you actually know some shit about mixing. That shit gonna tell you what to do, bro. When you saturate, when you prep the track and then you saturate before you even get started, it gonna tell you what to do, dog. Like literally, it gonna tell you what to do to the drum. Like 70% of the mix, 70 to 75% of the mix, it's gonna tell you what to do. The rest of that shit, you're gonna have to figure out what you want to do to it. But 75% of the trade gonna tell you what to do to it. Like literally, it will. Vocals and all, even if you got vocals in that, it gonna tell you what to do to it. So that's a little trick that that I just learned from just like I say, interning and just being in the studio like all my whole damn life. You know what I'm saying? Mixing tracks my whole life. Just seeing them dudes do that type of shit, making sure I ask questions when I see shit. Like I was that dude that just asked questions, like So yeah, I learned a lot, man, just doing that shit. And then when you actually do it, or when they show you, and then you kind of get it, and then you do it yourself, you're like, that's when they be like, oh yeah, it clicked now. So yeah. But Mike, Prees, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Prees, for me, Prees ain't for mixing, and that's just for me. Prees ain't for mixing. Like I'll pre something if I'm mastering, but I ain't preing nothing if I'm mixing the track. I'm not, because it's just not, like if you know what you're doing and you you pretty decent at what you do, all you gotta do is just be pretty decent at me. You don't really need a preamp to mix. You don't really need one to mix. I need it. you could do it, but but mastering, yeah, yeah, you might you know what I'm saying? You might wanna pre on that to kind of to give it, is gonna give it that perception, that depth perception, without making it loud. It's gonna give it that depth perception. Like how a track feel like it's loud, but it ain't. You see what I'm saying? Like your master, you want it to be loud, but you don't want it to be loud, actually be loud. You just kind of want it to feel like it's loud. Or I don't know how y'all master that track, but if I master that track, I ain't really pushing for loudness. It's gonna feel like it's loud, but it's not. But that's what them pre's do. You know what I'm saying? They make the track feel like it's loud. So when you listen to that shit, like, oh yeah, but it ain't really loud. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I use a pre for mastering. Like if I'm mastering some shit, it's gonna run through some type of pre, but not really mixing. I can't even tell you the last time I even did that. Use a pre for mixing or something. Nah, it's not that crucial. All right, man. All right. This was amazing, man. I gotta go eat. I've been sitting down here. I ain't ate nothing at all today. I've been here with y'all. Did y'all see me eat anything today? Anything while I was sitting down here? Nope. I drank some tea in the morning, and that's all. I think it's time for me to go eat, man. For real. I'm gonna get my ass a big ass steak or something and just wild out. You know what I'm saying? I deserve it, bro. I deserve it, man. But another one in the books. I told y'all Saturday I was gonna pull up and I was gonna try and spend as much time on this thing as possible. For everybody that missed the first video when we did it on Thursday, go back and watch that one. If y'all want to see this thing on, see how see a few things that I did with it then. I kind of passed over a few things on this video that I explained in detail with this machine in the last video. So if y'all want to get some details about what I was doing and what was going on, go watch that last live stream. Y'all gonna see. Y'all gonna kind of get a detail of what I explained what the screen is, how the screen is, what y'all see. I kind of made the connection between other samplers, other vintage samplers that you may see or may deal with. It kind of fits the same kind of thing as this. All this. It's some really, really good information for y'all. And all this wasn't really to show off some shit or to show off like a sampler or I got this. It was just to give people out there an idea of if you ever think about getting into this, what you up against. There's a few things you're gonna like, there's a few things you're not really gonna vibe with, just simply because, like my boy that sold this to me, that he told me that was one of the reasons why he sold. He was like, man, I don't really like the workflow on it, and he know this shit. Like he pretty decent with it, he good with it. But he was like, I don't really like the work. See what I'm saying? So it was just to show people that when you work on something like this, a lot of people ain't never touched this stuff before, never touched no vintage gear or never did that. So they don't really know, all they know is just this easy stuff. The MPC undo and redo, and that's all they know. They don't really know the idea of jumping in something like this and getting it in. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to kind of give y'all an idea. Now y'all got something to watch that kind of enlighten you as to if you was to ever get like a ASR 10 or a vintage synthesizer that you sampling and what you up against. It ain't like your digital shit, like these MPCs and all. It ain't like that, where everything is a computer and just undo and redo it. It ain't really like that. You gotta have some patience. You gotta develop some type of. It's not like developing a workflow in this. You gotta have some type of system you come up with this, and the limitations on this is what's going to force you to do it. It's going to force you to come up with some type of way you work with it. You see what I'm saying? Like the way I work with it, that's what I came up with. Just from people showing it to me, I came up with this way I want to work. These machines like that, you don't really do it. You copying somebody's workflow. You probably think you work in some way on your own, but you copying somebody's workflow with these type of machines. You just a carbon copy of somebody else's workflow. You are with these machines. Because it's easy to do. It's not limited like this. So you got so much shit to do that you copying somebody's shit. You're not doing nothing that you came up with on your own in these machines. You're not. But these, you see, it's gonna force you to come up with some way that you work with it. Something that the way you can remember shit, the way you can identify what you're doing, because it leave all that space. It's so limited, it leave all that room for you to just figure it out. You're gonna have to figure it out. It's like you're gonna have to plug in the holes with your personality on machines like this. That's the best way I can put it. These machines don't leave no room for you to plug in no holes. They do everything for you. See, so you a copy of somebody else shit you're doing. You just think even me, I'm a copy of somebody else work for somewhere. You just think that you moving on this machine some kind of mystery way or something, but you're not. And that's the only reason why is because these type of machines don't leave no hole in it, no gap. It pretty much do everything for you. It's gonna remember shit for you. It's gonna, or you just undo. See, you don't even have to remember what you did. The machine gonna remember it for you. Undo, see? Shit like that. It's gonna do it for you. So it don't leave no hole for you to plug in your own shit. It don't do that. These machines, however, vintage machines, they leave a gap. And that gap gotta be plugged in by you and how you work, how you move. See? And that's why a lot of people don't really like them. That's why, like, oh boy, that's probably why he didn't like the work. Is like, you gotta know that. You gotta be able to fill in that gap with how you move. Because it's a gap. But trust me, it's a gap. It's a big ass gap. Especially if you coming from some shit like that. That's a big ass gap. See what I'm saying? Like not even a gap, a canyon. You're looking at a damn canyon. So you got to plug that in with you. How you gonna deal with it? Your way of dealing with it. How you gonna remember this? Because it ain't gonna remember it for you. So how you gonna remember it? See, that's what I mean. It ain't gonna remember it for you. Yeah, you mess something up in here and accidentally record over something. There is no, oh shit, what did I do? Let me just undo it. Nope, you're gonna have to remember. See? Nope, or do it all over again. See? So you're gonna have to figure out what system you could come up with to where I could remember what I did. And even if I make a mistake, I remember it so that I could go right back. See? The reason why I was able to fix the mistakes I was doing is because of the way I work in it. I got a system of working in it. So I'm able to backtrack that system and figure out, okay, yeah, this, and this. See what I'm saying? But what I'm saying, and if you notice, there wasn't one time out of the 3 beats we made, the one we made the other night, mess up. See? A little mishaps happen. Then the 2 we made today, on both of them, mishaps happen. See? So get ready for that. There's no way that you finna jump in a machine like this that's unforgiving. What I mean by unforgiving is you mess up and it's done. You gotta do it over. See, there's no way you finna get in a machine like this and do everything from start to finish, everything. See? So get ready for the mess up. See? That's what I mean. These machines you mess up, it's not like you even messed up. Just undo. Boom. See? I ain't messed up. You see? This right here, get ready for it. So just take that in. The video before, mess up. See? We had to fix something and get it back on track. The 2 beats we made today in both of them. See? Mess up. We had to get it, we had to fit and get it. See? Just get ready for that. And it's just simply because these machines not forgiving. That's what they call them. They unforgiving. You mess up, that's it. Done. Okay, you might as well do that shit over again. So the best way to deal with that is to figure out some way you could plug that gap with how you want to work in it. You got to plug it, and you got to come up with a way to do that. See, by a system of how you remember shit, a system of how you label stuff, all of that is gonna be you, because that machine ain't gonna remember shit for you, though. Nothing. See what I'm saying? And that's how most of them work. You gotta do all that. So for some people, that's a challenge, and it sparked them. Like, look at how long I did that. Look at when I messed up. Go back, watch the video when this video over. Look at when I messed up, how I locked in. It's like I took it on as a personal challenge. Y'all saw that? I took it on as a person to fix this shit. See, I'm that person. I don't get frustrated by it. I'm gonna take it on as a challenge. Okay, what happened? Okay, let me just take a deep breath, fix this shit real quick, and I'm gonna lock in and fix it. You know, it took me a minute. It took me about 25 minutes to figure out what I did. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? But that's just me. I don't get frustrated by shit. But some people are not like that. They gonna get frustrated by that shit. You know, and then they gonna end up being, nah, I don't really like that. I don't really like, you know, you're gonna go back to something like that. You will. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people do. You know? But just wanted to give y'all a little bit of something, man. You know, that way y'all can look at it. Hopefully y'all liked it. You know, if y'all do, you know, hit the like button. That way I know, you know, to if I do something else with it, I could turn on a live and show y'all, you know. Like, I'm gonna try and show y'all anything that y'all actually want to take in. So just make sure y'all tap the like button. That way I get an idea of if y'all want to see this again, if y'all want to see this thing in action, possibly some different shit run through it, you know, stuff like that. You know I got it right here and I got y'all like this, but it's just because the piece that the piece of the rack that is going in, that this is gonna go in, it's being custom done to fit where I want it to be in my setup, in my studio, the one that I be cooking up in. You know, they got a certain place I want it to be, but there's no type of rack to fit there, to fit how that little space. So I had my boy come in, look at what I wanted to do. I gave him an idea of it. He looked at it, and now he coming up with something to where this thing could fit in that space right there. And I want it to be right there because I ain't gonna have to reach over and look at the screen, or it ain't gonna be way over there to where I could just get to it real good, and the screen gonna be right up. You know what I'm saying? Just right there as I'm sitting down. So that's how I kind of want it. I don't want to have to get up and mess with it on because it's way over there or it's in a rack or something. I don't have to do that. I want it to be right there where it need to be. So he came in and he looked at it. He looked at the spot that I want. I kind of gave him an idea of what I want, and he coming up with it right now. You know what I'm saying? So he the one did my keyboard and my that rack that I got my keyboard and my MPC on. I had fit well. The MPC fit right on top of the keyboard, and the keyboard sit right underneath. That's him that did that. That little custom thing like that. He did that to make that shit fit like that. And he did it to where it fit right on top of my mic. If you notice, my MPC lay right on top of my mic, like right on top of it on the mixer. So I could still get to the mixer in the back of it. My console in the back, I could still get to it. He do all of that, man. He measure all that shit and make sure everything good. And he ain't cheap, bro. You know? But it's worth it though to get the shit you want, to have your gear exactly where you want it to be. My desk. He modded my desk. He modified my desk. See? To where the length of it and everything fit all my gear. Even he even put a little space for my camera. Like when y'all, I told him I'm gonna be live streaming. So put something on there to where my camera could sit nice. It could sit really, really nice. And somewhere I could get to it, detach it, do whatever I need to. So he customized something for my camera. So when y'all see me on the live stream when I'm in my studio, how the camera angled at me, that's him built that for that camera to sit right there and still be out of the way of my desk, be out of the way of everything on my desk. See, that's what he do. He gonna customize your shit to exactly what you want. How it fit in your space, your stuff. That's why he not cheap. So he taking care of the rack that's gonna go in there for this right here. You know. So he said it might take him 2 or 3 tries, but the first try coming, he gonna, it's like he do it in prototypes, kind of like. So he said it might take him 2 or 3 tries to do it, but he can get it though. He can get it down. So the first one is coming like probably tomorrow. Oh, wait, what's the day? No, probably Monday. Coming Monday. So he gonna come with that first, if it work, then we gonna go with that. If not, then he gonna do it again. But usually taking about 2 or 3 tries to get it exactly what you want, like exactly. He one of them perfectionist kind of dudes. So if it's off just a little bit, like, nah, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. If it's all just a little bit, you be like, nah, that's good. Nah, but that's good. He be like, nah, man, look that little crack right there. Nah, that don't fit snug. He like that, it don't fit snug. You like that. But you want somebody like that messing with your gear, messing with your shit. That's just on point like that, So I know the sampler like this, on top of this MPC. This is my first MPC X that I had. The other one that I have, the one that y'all see me on in my studio, that's a different MPC X. This is the first one that I had because it's all of the names and shit. All fortunately, I know the buttons by heart, but the names is all scratched off. But I just put this one on top of here just so y'all can kind of see everything working with the MPC, all of that, the MPC X. But when I put it in that rack, and when I get that that rack from him, that customized rack from him, then we gonna my other MPCX is gonna fit right nice on that thing. Oh, it's supposed to. It's supposed how we planned it out. It's supposed to. So we're gonna see what's up with it when you bring it. I just don't want it too far away because if it's too far away, I ain't gonna mess with it. I'm not. It's just gonna be sitting there. I ain't gonna want to get up and mess with, and sample and do all that. I ain't gonna want to do that. I'm not gonna want to. You know what I'm saying? So it gotta be somewhere around me like this. See how it's close? It gotta be somewhere within distance, so I could be like, yeah, let me sample something real quick. Or it gotta be like that. If I put that shit on my rack like way over there, yeah, don't count on me. Don't count on me being in that. So that's why I told him it need to be close to me for me to actually use it. It need to be close. So, yeah, man. But I appreciate you guys, man, pulling up and just checking this out, man. Like I say, man, just watch the video. Just check out the video. If y'all want to see more like this, just make sure y'all hit the like button. That way I'll know. Y'all can give me a little heads up if y'all want to see some more shit in this thing right here. Run some other stuff through it. See if we can make a trap beat in it. Y'all want to see if we could do that next time? See if we could actually make a trap beat in it. We sample like a melody or something, sampling in there, and get some hi-hats, some 808, all that shit, and see, you know what I'm saying? Let's run a trap beat through this thing and see what happens. We could do some shit, just come up with different shit to run through and just see how it work out. See how, see what type of what it do. You know what I'm saying? We could do all that shit, man, So if y'all want to see all that, just make sure y'all hit the like button. That way I know, all right, yeah, they want to see some more shit like that. But like I say, this was just informative. Don't think that I was actually making beats on this thing. That's not what I was doing. This not like me being locked in Ableton and making bangers. That's not what I was doing. I was just explaining how the machine worked, and trying to do it as I explain it. Give y'all a visual of it and also explain it. So don't think I was trying to make like the hottest beat or do nah. Not when I be locked in the Ableton. That's when it's time to go ham. I think y'all know that already. But this was just to give y'all an idea what happens with the machine. What happens with a machine like this. And again, I tried to explain it in a way to where y'all would understand not only this machine, but just the average sampler. They all back then in them day, they all fit that. So that's how I kind of tried to explain it to where y'all can understand that it's just not this. I just use this one to do it. But pretty much what the things that I explained, the things that I talked about, you're gonna see that if you go buy the whatever, it's gonna have it. They're gonna you're gonna see it. You see what I'm saying? So you can kind of understand how to deal with it, what you up against, you know. And my the last thing I want to tell y'all is, you know, I already told y'all just be patient when you get something like this. But the last thing I want to tell you guys is, um, are the last two things. Number one, you don't need this type of stuff, you know. And the reason why I'm saying that is because I know you know, you look at people that got expensive gear or vintage gear and you want it. You know, you're looking at like, oh man, if I get my hands on that, then yeah, right. You see what I'm saying? But you know, you don't really need, you know, like this is like I say a luxury kind of like, you know, you don't really need that. It's a luxury. Be able to have something like this, throw your sign and bam, bam, you know, come out with the coldest type of sign. It's a luxury, you know. Do you need it? No, no. Is it nice to have? Is it cool to have? Is it amazing to have? Absolutely, it is. You know, so don't look at this like some shit. You gotta go get one like that and go find one like this because you saw all this stuff. Nah, I mean, if it inspires you to do it, then go do it. If it does, I ain't here to tell you how to spend your money. But all I'm doing is telling you that if you're gonna start trying to chase this shit also, yeah, don't, you know, don't, ain't no need for that. If you run across one somewhere or something and it's a decent price and and you know it ain't gonna break the bank, then get it. But you ain't gotta be out here going search for no shit like that, trying to find. Yeah, so get that out your mind. You know what I'm saying? You know, but like I said, if it inspires you to go find one and you wanna get into it, then go do it. Go do it. You don't handle business. But don't think that you need some shit like that to get cracking and you need. Mm-mm. You know what I'm saying? Use what you got, enjoy what you got. You know, it's not about the shit you have, it's about what you know about it. And the stuff you know about it. How confident you are with it, you know, and the only thing that bring confidence is just the knowledge of it. You're gonna be very confident with what you got. I don't care if it's just a laptop and a software. You're gonna be confident in what you could do. You know what I'm saying? Y'all saw it here. If y'all watched it really good, y'all saw it. I ain't never touched them MPC plugins at in like probably like 2.5 years. But look how confident I was pulling up the compressors and the EQ. That because I'm a mixing engineer, dude, by heart. I've been mixing for 13 years, Brian, in 6 studios. In my own studio. I've been mixing so and I could I ain't scared of plugins just because I ain't never used them before. You know, you could listen to me while I was talking. I would literally look like, okay, man, I'm gonna need effect compressor. I'm gonna need. I didn't know what. I don't know if the MPC got that, but that's what I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need this type of reverb. I'm gonna need. See, I knew what I wanted to do. I'm very confident in what I know and what I could do. So just touching something for the first time, I ain't nervous. No, man. My knowledge speaks for itself. It does. You know, a lot of people don't like that. They don't like that. A lot of people do. They respect it. That okay, that's somebody that actually knows something about this shit. Man, he ain't moving around like these dudes out here trying to, you know, trying to con you into believing they know some shit. You know, I ain't got no reason to con you, bro. You know, like, I ain't got no reason. You know, it's not like I'm on here trying to build no followers. I just told y'all, like my YouTube channel, I be trying to, you know, like my journey is a weed not process. It's not a collecting followers journey. It's a weed out process. You know, if I got 10 people that's with me, I'm trying to figure out how to get to 7 before Friday. See, I can shrink this down to 7. That's how my journey is. You know, and that sound weird for somebody that's on YouTube because 99.9% of the people they trying to collect more people and get more followers and get, you know, but that ain't really how I look at it, man. My journey is always a weeding out process. You know, I want to get down to the real, man, to the real ones, the you know. So if I gotta cut half of the damn crowd off just to get down to the real ones, that's what's gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? If I gotta do that, slice through all of the fluff and all of the bullshit just to get down to the real ones. That's how my journey is. Not a journey of collecting shit, just collecting, following. You know, the more people I could get, the more. None of that shit. But that ain't how I move. And hopefully y'all done figure that out by now. You know, my journey is always a weeding out process, always. In anything I'm on, bro. Whether it's offline, online, in my personal life, anyway, it's a weeding out process. You know, so if I got 10 people around me, you best believe this brain trying to figure out how to get to 7 before Friday. How can I cut this down to 7? You know, I just need them real. Where they at? You know, that's how it work with me. You know, but yeah. So somebody that's on that type of shit, I ain't got no reason to sell y'all bullshit. You know, besides they got a bunch of people that watch this shit that know me personally. You know, And so they could, you know, they could call me on anything I'm saying. You feel what I'm saying? So, you know, but all I'm saying is I don't claim to know everything, but but I have put in my time and put in my work in this craft. I have. That's undeniable. Hell, y'all could see a glimpse of that on YouTube. How long I be on these videos, you know, sharing information, talking all of them MPC videos, all of them tutorials, all y'all could see part of my mentality just by that. You know, that's just on here. Now just imagine what I do in like for real, when it's time to mess with my company, when it's time to do shit for real. You see what I'm saying? Just imagine how I get on. If you could piece two and two together. This my life right here. This my life. This what I do. I don't wake up and go nowhere else to get no money. You know, I don't got no job nowhere that I go. You know, I could just play around with this and go to work and get a check from that ain't how I move, man. This shit feed me. It feed my family. It feed my team. You know, all of us. This what we do, and we know that. So we close knit like that because we know the closer we could be, that's the more we could get done. You know, so we ain't trying to do it for no shows, no applause, no nothing. We trying to do it because this how we eat. It's different when it's like that. You know, the dude out there that could mess with this shit and then go to work after you do it. See, he could go fish for applause and go fish for fire emotes and people clapping. He can go fish for that. So he can make his videos, post them on Instagram, do all that, and fish for all them compliments. He could do that. But when you actually got to eat off this shit, when it's eat off, when it's get this shit popping or starve, when it's like that, then you ain't fishing around for nobody good job or nobody fire emotes or nobody that shit changed. You ain't fishing around for that. You fishing around to eat, bro. You feel what I'm saying? The same way y'all go to work. You go to work to eat, man, so you can put food on the table so you can get shit done. That's why you go to work. See? So when somebody make this their life, you just always got to remember that's how they looking at this. You get to go play around with that shit and go, you know, because you get to go to work and go get your money after you mess around with your music. But they got people that don't look at this like they got people that eat off this shit, man, like literally. And if this shit don't move, then somebody's starving. If this shit don't move, you know what I'm saying? So we got to get in. And I ain't saying one better than the other one. I'm just saying you got to know the difference. That way you don't ever mistake one for the other one. You could easily talk to somebody else like he that person and he not. You could talk to that person that eat all this shit like he the person that get to just go to a job and work and after you finish. You could talk to him like that. You can. Mistaking him for that for somebody that he not. You can. Because that's how you move. So you think that person move like that too. No. You're talking to somebody that gotta eat off this shit. So he gonna look at it a little differently than you. This music shit. And you know, making sure shit get rocking and that this go, he gonna look at it a little differently than you. He will. You know, so just always remember that, man. That way y'all don't confuse the two whenever y'all out there talking to people. You just don't put everybody in the same lane you in. Nah. They got some people that's real with this shit out here. They real with it. And they trying to make sure shit happen with it. And that's their mission every day when they wake up. That might be your mission on you know, Wednesday and possibly Friday whenever you make your beats in your room somewhere. You see? But your real mission is to go to Mr. Feinstein office over there and make sure you get that check. That's your real mission, see? Because the music don't feed you, that check do. See, so that's your real mission in life. See what I'm saying? They got people that treat this music like that. They treat it like that. That's their real mission. And that's what's gonna feed them. And that's what's gonna pay them. And that's what's gonna buy their next house. And that's what's gonna buy their next car and put some clothes on somebody's back. Make sure somebody got something to eat on the table and make sure that they can get around and move around here with a little something in their pocket. They got people out here that treat this like that. You know? And I'm more than sure y'all know that already, but some people need a reminder though. They just need a reminder. That they got some people out here like that. They do. You know what I'm saying? They're not looking for no fame. They're not looking for no fortune. They're not looking to get rich quick or to be popular somewhere so everybody know them on a red carpet. No, man, they just trying to eat. See, shit get crucial when you just trying to eat. See, you put all that bullshit to the side when you just trying to eat. See what I'm saying? Understand that, and y'all should know that about life, not just with music, but just about life. Shit turn a little different when it's not it's time to feed myself. It's shit turn a little different. You know, it's all fun and games when you just need money to go buy some new shoes. or you just need money to go buy some whatever, go buy it. She is all fun and game. But see, it ain't fun and game no more when you need money to feed somebody. See, it ain't fun and games. You see what I'm saying? It's different now. That's how some people treat this music. So y'all never forget that. Some people eating off this shit, man. That's how they eat, that's how they live. You know what I'm saying? So, respect that. Even if that's not how you move, just respect that. And when you find people like that that's passionate and they moving like that, it's your job just to take as much as you can, like learn as much as you can from that passionate person. Like learn as much as you can. You know what I'm saying? Take in whatever you can. You know what I'm saying? Because you're gonna learn a lot from people like that made this their life. You're gonna learn a lot from people like that. You're gonna learn a different way to look at it. You're gonna learn a different way they see it. You're gonna learn a different way they work with it. They work ethic behind. See? Damn, that dude could sit on a live stream for the same amount of time I go to my job. Think about that. And he do it consistently. He could do that. Damn. See? It's a little different, huh? He could sit on the same amount of time for 9 hours. I go to a job for this. See? They got some of y'all that they got some of y'all that woke up in the morning. I was cooking up. Yeah, I was cooking up. Making music in the morning. Y'all woke up, went to work in the morning, came back from work. Came back the whole day of work, came back. I'm still cooking up. Y'all go out, go eat, go out that night, come back home. I'm still cooking up. See, and y'all know that. Y'all done seen that. Y'all know I'm talking facts. I'm still cooking. See? It's a little different when you got to eat all this, bro. It's a little different. It's a little different, man. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all all just remember that, man. A little different. When you don't have a place to go secure to go, if this don't work, I'm gonna just go over there and work. Get my check from over there, just mess with this music a little, and then that's when I'm gonna go get my money. It's like it's a little different when that ain't how you move. You know what I'm saying? So y'all just remember that, man. All right. Thank y'all for tuning in, man. I love all you guys, man. I appreciate y'all rocking with me. For everybody that stuck with me. Just remember this stuff right here is nice to have. You don't need it, it ain't necessary, but it's nice to have. It's nice to rock with. And it'll definitely do, if you in this shit in it, if you in it, and you a sound dude, and you ain't really mesmerized by workflow and some more lights on some shit and all of that, you ain't one of them dudes. Like you a sound dude. Like you want what come out of them speakers. I don't give a damn if somebody throwing some more workflow out now. Just what come out of them speak. If you that type of dude, then this is the type of shit you want to rock with. Like, trust me, you're gonna be well satisfied. You're gonna be well, and it's gonna spark you to do some stuff and also deal with some other stuff about your sound. This type of stuff is gonna spark you to do that if you that type of dude. But if you're not, then you don't really need this type of shit. You don't really need this type of shit. So just keep that in your mind, and the reason why I'm saying that because I just don't want nobody to take all this out of context. That man, I want to go get one of them things, because I know there's gonna be a few people that do that. That's why I'm making it a